That's not all though, because the Hadza people also possess a special ability to communicate with birds. Whenever it's time to hunt for honey, the Hadza people shout and whistle a special tune directly to the birds, and they guide them to the beehives, chattering and fanning out their feathers. The tribesmen then smoke out the bees by building a large fire so they could collect their honey. As for the wax and the remnants, they leave those for the birds to feed on.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, Dua to you, Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien, or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons, directly and indirectly, from the world and beyond this world, to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility, as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Netert and the Netzer and the Netiru and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. But now, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this NEPA class. Your discipline, your example, I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a NEFRA class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? that I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such, he continued to answer the question, right? So that's the...
Man, but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
Not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word.
I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing, Hotep? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. I'll send them one and I'll set with you.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise already.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday and said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetta's platform, Sarnetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say? Every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. He really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow! Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. Yes, I was following Jabari. And there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, everybody. Go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true.
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing. And I never thought it would be like this,
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
What were you building on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in 89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in 89? Man.
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Right, so he's not.
You know that it has dips and all that.
Right. So he's not laying on his back then.
Reached 1,000, yo.
He's actually on his butt. Isn't he on his butt? Let's get that picture back up, because maybe I'm not seeing the right picture. I see a picture of a man. He's sitting on his butt.
I don't want to obsess over the new Geb. There's ancient Hebrew.
Where'd the picture go?
We got.
Okay, is that man?
Representations as well.
Is this the man that's being described as laying on his back? This image? Because it looks like a man sitting on his butt with one leg, and he's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture. He's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture.
The point is, those are just
I don't know what we're
human representation right now.
I just want to know if
whether he's laying on his back. What are you trying to?
I want to just establish that we're looking at the same picture, because you said there's a man laying on his back. So I don't know if 80 has the right picture.
Okay, well, it looks like
let's get to it. It's all right. Just make your point. It's good.
Okay. So the point is that I'm looking at a man on his butt with one leg down, and his name is Geb, and Geb represents the earth. And then underneath Geb is something else. But that something else in Kemet, all throughout Kemet, is called Ma'at, which is a standing stone. It's this thing you stand on, and it represents standards. So I never seen that image there, the line that the pharaohs are standing on. I never seen that called the earth before. So I was just looking for references. I like
Okay,
to
well,
walk through things
let's
slowly.
say let's get rid of that and stop. Okay.
Okay, so this is we're gonna. I've just gotten rid of this.
Okay,
So
the Earth is lying on my how's that?
Yo,
what's the point?
Yo, let me get back to it like a simple question.
Okay, so we just got rid.
let's not cut everybody off though.
Okay. In that picture.
We gotta do it all.
Did we get rid of that evidence? We just
You
threw
come
that.
in, you come in. I know everybody. Yeah.
Did we just get rid of that? Is that finished now? That is not the Earth laying on his back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right, what's your question of?
It's back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it.
All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right, what's your question of, Vaughn?
Hold on. What was the point that was supposed to be made?
We got rid of it. There's no more point. Lord Jamar got rid of it. So we're on to the
I
next.
didn't touch it. I don't have no control over it.
Hey, D's a flat earther.
Yeah, we got rid of it, so we're on to the next.
All right.
The next.
All right, move on. Let's move on.
Okay. I just want to get rid of point by point.
So you said the
When I stepped in, the original topic was that Copernicus was the first.
He brought in
to introduce the globe, and then an ancient image was shown to show that our people believe the Earth was flat. That image, Lord Jamar said he wants to throw that away. So I'm looking for.
Throw it away.
Or you'd like to get back to it?
Stop obsessing over it.
You literally said you wanted to throw it away.
That's one of some Egyptian science. So you want to, that's probably your field of expertise. So you want to get into that. That's why you want to go there. There's also the ancient Hebrew. There's also an ancient Hebrew depiction of flat Earth. There's a lot of different images.
Right. So
that you want to get into Newton because that's your expertise. We're not getting into that right now.
Yeah, actually, from what I remember,
there's a lot
I
of
thought you were the one that brought that up. Not me. I didn't bring that up because of my expertise. Who brought that up? I'm late to the.
Brought them all up, not just that one.
From the super chat.
I brought a multiple ones, but you want to dwell on that one.
I want to go one by.
Yes, there we go.
One by one.
So there goes the other
So
ones.
the one. Why can't we? So one by two cultures were mentioned. Egypt and ancient Sumeria. When I stepped in, I don't know if there's more mentioned.
I said Hebrew. I said no. I said a few of them, bro.
Okay.
Like you're not listening. And now here goes another one.
I heard Egypt and Sumeria. So I like to deal with
Hebrew.
Well, here's the Hebrew one.
There is no ancient Hebrew culture.
Right. He said Sumerian.
Okay. So we'll pass. We'll leave the Kemet alone because that's thrown out. Can we deal with Sumer? Did Sumer have any ancient depictions of the Earth and the Sun, or did they depict it as flat too? Let's go to actual proven cultures, because Hebrew is not an ancient proven culture.
To these.
No doubt.
Hopefully the people understand it was understood, but not gonna indulge in this anymore. I love you, God.
Hey, wait.
Hey, brother.
Nah. Jamal.
Jamal, don't go. Did I force him out? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Lord Jamal, yeah.
Did I force him out the show?
Exited the building. Yeah. He exited the building. Reality you still there, Reality?
He left with my question.
Okay.
Okay, next. Yeah. Who's left?
Reality still here. Oh, yeah, he bounced out.
Okay, good. All right. That's how you clear up the nonsense.
All right.
fucking
Right, so he's
pancake.
not-
You know that it has dips and all that.
Right. So he's not laying on his back then.
Reached 1,000, yo.
He's actually on his
laying
on his
on his
butt.
back.
Isn't he on his butt? Let's get that picture back up, because maybe I'm not seeing the right picture. I see a picture of a man. He's sitting
Again,
on his butt.
I don't want to obsess over the new Geb. There's ancient Hebrew
Where'd the picture
ones.
go?
We got
have
Okay, is that man?
representations as well.
Is this the man that's being described as laying on his back? This image?
Thanks. Over here, mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Greetings, everyone. Peace. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Here we are again. Another event. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Okay. There's a little bit of lag on my side, so I'm not seeing the comments just as of yet. Or maybe you all can't hear me yet. Let's see if you can hear me, if the sound is fine. This is a long lag. I don't see. Okay, I see RPM. Peace to RPM. Robert Williams, Nook Panook. But can anybody hear me yet? Basatut Maka Aksafek. Seems like my comment section is frozen. So I do not see anybody pressing on 9 yet. Can you all hear me? If you all can hear me, press A9. Hey, no one can hear me. Oh, one person can hear me. Okay. Yvette can hear me. All right, 9. Must be something going on with the sound. If only one person out of the 17 people can hear me, something must be wrong. Let me check and see. Can't be that long of a lag. Is it that long of a lag? One can hear me today. It's strange. One person. Sound is only going out to one. Oh, very odd. Okay. Maybe I should go out and come back in. Okay, Nook Panook can hear me. What is it showing the comments very slowly? Is that why I'm just seeing? Is the room reading right? It says 17 people in the room, right? Okay, 3 out of 17 can hear me. Okay, there's Robert Williams. That's showing up. Nook Panook can hear me. Yvette can hear me. Okay, wonderful. And how do I sound? Is there a long lag of when I ask the questions compared to when the 9 is pressed? Because that was a long time for 3 people to press the 9. Must be something. Okay, Yvette says sounds very good. All right, so 3 people can hear me, no problem. Or maybe there is a problem. Okay, maybe there is. Let's turn a no problem into yes success. Okay, everybody, peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. 18 people watching. And again, press a 9 if you can hear me. So far to the 18 people, 3 people pressed a 9. And must be something happening with the sound delay. It's because most people are watching behind. I wonder why they would watch behind. It's odd. Why would most people watch behind if the class starts? Interesting. Okay. Well, okay. No can hear me, and we shall get started, everybody. We're going to start with the proper frequency affirmation. Let's put that up on the screen for the new people and the people that are veterans and the people that have been here for a while, and everyone to see the affirmation, because we start everything with proper frequency, whether it is our House of Attend meetings, whether it is when we wake up in the morning with our families, whether it is family meetings, regardless of what it may be, we start our frequency on the positive frequency of the ancient continuation. I call it ancient continuation because something is only ancient if it's stopped. Whenever a little matrix to be broken, whenever somebody calls something ancient and they stop it at that sentence, they are making a declaration that they are not continuing it. If something is ancient and is being continued, then it's an ancient continuation because you're still doing it. So nobody ever calls the word philosophy or PhD ancient. Why? Because the philosophers and PhDs today, even though that goes back to the same time that the people of Kemet were here. When Pythagoras, Aristotle, Socrates, and Ptolemies were here, they were using the terms of philosophies that created PhD and Sophia and all of that. Catholics go back almost 2,000 years, but nobody in the Catholic religion says we're ancient. Nobody, if you're still continuing it, then it is a continuation of what it is, because nobody knows what the date of ancient is. When did the date of ancient start? Is it 2,000 years ago? 3,000? 1,500? So we are doing the continuation because we are still in practice of that which appeared for the most of the world to stop. So we're in continuation. So we will put that on the screen. Yvette says, oh, interesting. Tua for the affirmation, Henu. Tua for the affirmation, Tuti Henu. Okay, so we're going to continue. I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen. And we shall all read and say together on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ema'at un an es nin tet aset ema'at min tabapet ema'at her and hu kiwi per ikut I against art. My being is shrouded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. And we are back. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the phenomenon. If you're wondering where you have just stepped into or what you have stepped into, you have stepped into the unified force called the House of Aten, an ancient continuation name that goes back well over 3,000 years ago. It stands for the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. You see, what we did when the name was re-brought to the world. You can't just have the word ancient and leave it by itself. It has to be the ancient Tehuti teachings, meaning that it's still continuing. The teachings were going on several thousands of years ago, and today in 2025, the Tehutian teachings are still continuing. It's just this word associated with the continuation when to ourselves, a little jewel that can be recognized to help your imbuement. So welcome, everybody. Are there any new people watching? I'd like to give you a peace and love and positive energy. If you're new to the room, say 7. I know a lot of new people are shy, or they're just watching in the background. press the 7 and we can acknowledge you and say peace. I'll look out for the 7s. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been a teacher for, the introduction said 20 years. That introduction was talking about a while ago. It's well over 30 years. I have been teaching and been a question answer. And it all started when I was much youthful, more youthful than, or younger, in my younger than today days. We were still youthful, but in my younger than today days, as I've introduced in many podcast introductions, instead of going out and hanging out with friends and smoking marijuana or going out getting girls or whatever it is people would do in their high school type ages, and even before, I spent my time around these. This is my white cobra. Her name is Aset Hajet, and her last name is Ma'ati. So she is Aset the White, hence she is white, hence one of the colors of Aset. And Ma'ati, the oldest way, or the oldest acknowledgement recognition of the word Ma'at, when describing the pure energetic projectable doubled realm, the realm that is doubled to this one, was called Ma'ati, meaning that it was doubled, traveling through the hallways or the realms of Ma'ati, and the way that you spell Ma'ati are double cobras, representing the pure energetic double and the doubled realm that you can access, which is why the ancient and continuous term of what people call the soul is Ba and Ka, and in reality, both of those words mean double. Ba means double, and Ka means double, because it is your doubled Setet, Sutet, or walking out body that goes into the double realm of Ma'ati. So when you hear most people speaking about Ma'at, they always talk about just the feather. They describe Ma'at as order. They usually don't touch the term Ma'ati, the doubled Ma'at realm, that the actual realm itself was called the doubled Ma'at, Ma'ati. So that is what she represents, and she is my white cobra, representing the white Aset, and also representing the eerie lack of detailed projective view. When you're in that realm, things look whitish and what they consider ghostly and shadowy, and the realm itself isn't as clear as this realm we see here when you first enter it. You're not used to it, and things look shadowy and whitely and see-through and ghostly. And this is my white cobra that represents that. Aset the White and Ma'ati. So when I was much younger, I spent a lot of times in the fields and the forests and the ponds and the swamps. And I developed a hypersensitivity to becoming used to that and becoming less accustomed and less used to the world that's around me pertaining to how people were. I would go out to the ponds, catch turtles, let them go, examine them. The turtle would come back to me. When I went out the next day, I would release the turtle. The turtle would bring other turtles back to me. He was not afraid of me. I would go out and spend time in the fields and spend time with the animals and just observe them. And what I was observing was something that I was observing the opposite of when I observed people. And that is, the bees are all unified. The lions in their pride are all unified. The termites are unified. The fish swim in schools, very unified. They go left, right, up, down, and apparently don't communicate with each other. The one that is 40 feet back in the big school moves to the left at the exact same speed as the one that is 20 feet ahead of it, and they all move as a whoop, whoop, whoop. If you watch a school of fish, they all whoop, whoop, whoop. There's not one left behind. They all know to go to the left at the exact same time up. When you look at swallows, they do the same thing in the air. whoop, whoop, whoop. There's about 400 of them that swarm, and they all go left, right, left. How are they doing such a thing? How are they communicating, saying, go left at this second, boom, and they all go whoop. They're not following each other because there's none left backwards following. They're all doing it things. How are they doing that? And I observed this structure system, and when I came back, I noticed that people, when it came to their consciousness or their ability to discern spirituality, their ability to discern culture, were all divided. I found people were all divided, even within their own structure system, even within their own culture. I found there was 500 different sects of Islam, over 200 different sects of Christianity, over 100 sects of Judaism, all different types of sects and break-offs and arguments taking place. And I realized something when I was a youth, because I was so hypersensitive. There was such a drastic contrast between when I would spend time with the animals and the people, that I would notice that it doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, a different sect of Christian, it doesn't matter if you're a Moor, it doesn't matter if you're a Nawabian, it doesn't matter if you're 5%er, it doesn't matter if you're Freemason, it doesn't matter. All these different things didn't really matter to the power structure. What made the power structure and what made the people so susceptible to being controlled was that they were all divided. And the power structure was centered. And the divide of the power structure was an illusion. I realized that as a child. I realized that as a youth when I started studying the government, the so-called Democrats, Republicans, the whole divide, the presidential debates, everything. I started finding out as a youth that it was already all pre-set up. It's already pre-structured, and all of that is for the public to get excited and to feel that there's different sides. And I realized that this was a game that it was being played, and the Democrat and Republican symbols, one being a donkey, hard-headed, something you can't teach, and one being an elephant, one of the most intelligent animals with one of the best memories on the planet. And it's like these two presidential structures have one that can't be taught, one that is stubborn-headed, the donkey, and one that is the amazing intellectual memory elephant. Two opposites represent this governmental party, and Republican, one is called Republican and one is called Democrats. And when I was a youth, I said, wait a minute, we hold our hands to the chest and say, to the Republic. We don't say to the Democrat, but Republic is the root of Republican. So the Republicans represent a time when there was just Republicans. There was no word Democrat being used. And they were Republican, and I looked up Republican, it means to repopulate. And the Republican concept came from the conquistadors and those who were conquering native people and repopulating them. They were republic. Re means to do again or to bring again. And they were taking the population and changing the population everywhere that the Knights of Templar, the Knights of Malta, and the Spanish and the Catholics went. They continued to repopulate the Aztecs, and wherever there was an African culture, they'd repopulate that area. They'd repopulate this, and they were the colonizers. They were colonizing areas and repopulating them. And that was the concept of republic way before there was ever a term called democracy. And I started seeing that this was all a game being played of disunity, but they were actually all unified in a structure system to control people. Then I saw the animals were actually all unified in a structure to control themselves. And there was no other animals structuring a system to control them. There was no animals of lions structuring a system to make the zebras believe their zebra culture and their zebra way of life. Zebras are zebras, deers do what deers do, hawks do what hawks do. A hawk will eat a crow, but there's no hawks trying to manipulate crows to be hawks. Hawks will eat a snake, but there's no hawks manipulating a snake to want to be a hawk. Snakes will eat frogs, but there's no snakes manipulating a group of frogs, teaching them that they're really snakes. Every animal culture was proud and was based on biological imperative and was there to push its own self and defend itself and keep its structure alive. Bees don't want to be ants, and there's no ant colony trying to convince bees that they're actually ants, and there's no termite colony trying to convince ants that they're actually termites. But when I came and saw the Republican and saw the conquistadors, every time they went somewhere, they were convincing the native people of the area that they were savages and pagans and they were heathens and all these strange words that I can't find. I'm looking for the Aztec word for pagan, heathen. I'm looking for the ancient Meta word. There's none of these words exist in other cultures. No culture saw another culture as these words. There was no word in Sumeria for a pagan. It was, and I noticed the ancient culture, no pagan in Zulu. Eskimos never had a word for pagan. None of the ancient cultures had pagan and heathen and all these different words. But it seemed like all of the Spanish and the French and the British and the people that were conquistadors killing everybody all seemed to use those same words. It didn't matter whether they were Catholic, Christian. It didn't matter if they spoke to each other. In their writings, everywhere they went, they were calling the natives pagans. It didn't matter if they were Spanish Jews. It didn't matter if they were Catholics or Christians. It didn't matter if they were British. Every island and every place they went to, whether it was melanated people, they were using these same words. And the melanated people never heard of these words. And it was a control issue that was taking place and a removal of culture. And there's no cobra trying to remove a python's culture. And there's no python trying to remove an anteater's culture. But it seems that with humans, as a child I was viewing, that other people were trying to remove other people's culture for a sense of control. While those people stayed unified, they were breaking up all of the native people. Christian, Catholic, Presbyterian, you're Pentecostal, you're this, you're that, you're this. And all the melanated people were running around scared, around confused, being dominated. And then they ended up continuously arguing. Tribes started killing tribes, and it was complete chaos. Wow. The people that were in rule stayed unified. They said, this is our July 4th. You will do it. We will not do yours, Native American. Whatever your celebrations are, shall not do that. We will not do it. Blacks that were captured, whatever you were doing in Zimbabwe, whatever you're doing in West Africa, whatever you're doing in Ethiopia, we shall not do that. This is July 4th. We're all unified with that, and you will do it too, or die. You will do it too. And now, all the native cultures are celebrating all of the conquistadors' culture, believing that they actually were independent on July 4th. The complete Psyops, Orwellian diametric reversal, where the slave actually believes that they were free on July 4th in the 1700s because the slave master was celebrating his freedom while keeping them as slaves, and then the slaves' descendants celebrate freedom. And I was seeing this all as a child because of these. I was hypersensitive. I started questioning religions. I started questioning my mother. I started questioning the pastors. I started going around from place to place, asking questions, watching nature documentaries. I was looking from nature documentary to wildlife video to ancient tribal documentaries. I couldn't find anybody who was a Christian. I couldn't find a Muslim amongst the Zulus. When they were showing the ancient Dogons, I didn't see a Muslim. I didn't see a Quran. I didn't see a Bible. When they were showing the ancient Ifa people of West Africa, I didn't see any Bibles in their ancient cultural stories. When they were showing all the native peoples of Rapa Nui, South America, all the ancient Brazilians, there's no Bibles. So I said, something is being introduced to manipulate people. And I went on a complete rebellious as a child. I rebelled against school. I used to break into the schools strictly. I used to go to school strictly to hide in the library so I could gather up all this information to teach it to the students in the hallways. I was teaching them these things that I'm talking about in this intro as a young boy in the hallways. And when recess came and the bell rang, I ran back and hid in the library. I never passed grade 9. I spent my years in the high school in the library, and I went to high school to teach people in the hallways. Recess, teaching, recess that the bell rings, I'm hiding. Asking the people questions, and they can't seem to answer these questions. Everything seemed like a contradiction in the school people, in the school system. Everything they were teaching me in church, until it got so frustrating that my mother told me that I had to leave the house. We set up a wager because I had nowhere to go, and the wager was based on if I beat the pastor in a debate as a young boy. If I beat this 47-year-old pastor, I get to stay inside of the household. And she set up the debate, and she was the judge, which was against me because she was a Christian. So a Christian is the judge of her pastor and her son, who is a pagan and heathen now. And after several hours of that debate, she kicked him out of the household. And at that point began my neuronic change and switch of biological imperative. At that point was the very first time that my mind reconciled the reality that I do not have to work a job to survive, because my first aspect of survival, and everybody's aspect, is get a roof over your head, get food in your stomach, all of which that I had at my mother's house. How did I obtain it? How did I keep it? By beating a pastor in a debate. By beating the pastor, then I got to stay in the household. So my first experience of maintaining a roof over my head, or earning it, because before that it was free like every child, but actually doing something where you're told, do this and you'll earn the roof over your head, was a debate as a young man. My mind never experienced working a job to maintain a roof over my head. The first experience was slaughtering a pastor to the point where my mother kicked him out of the house. This is my first experience of biological imperative survival. Debate, win, I have a roof over my head. That's my first experience of that. Never had a job. I only had grade 9. I couldn't get any kind of papers to show that I was qualified at anything, because everything showed that I was a high school dropout, expelled. When I ask about that, what's a spell? What is a spell? Is a spell something you said the pagans do? So when I'm put out of the school, it's called expelled. What does that mean? Why are you using the terminology? No, my questions aren't being answered. I just want to know, why is that term being used? People don't know why. They look it up after I ask, because they want to defend why. They start to defend it first. So I noticed that too when I was a child, that people were defending things first and then go looking things up to back up what they were defending. But they were given the answer when I first asked them, why is it expelled? Oh, you know how it is. It's just a wording, they're all defensive and defending. And I said, but do you know the reason? And then they go try to look it up and give the answer. But why were you on its side before you knew the actual answer? That's a matrix. That's hypnosis. You shouldn't be on the side of anything before you know the facts about it. But they were on the side defending it. I'm like, why is it a pine tree? Why is it in Christmas? Why is it a pine tree in December? And Jesus was born in a naked manger, naked in the manger. It couldn't have been winter time. I'm wondering, excuse me, does the Bible say anything about December 25th? That's just how it is, man. You just gotta go. You just go with how things are. And people would get angry at me when I would ask questions. This started my biological imperative by me asking questions and noticing that people were upset, because I wanted to bring people back to the original spirituality. Even as a youth, I named myself the Word, because I believe that words and vibrations are that which communicates and affects people. So I used to call myself the Word when I was a young man. But I realized that as a young man, my conversations were having very interesting impacts on people that seemed to be stranger than when I saw other people talk. The first one was the pastor that, after the debate, he put out a restraining order against me, stamped and notarized by the courthouse. I was looking around. I'd never seen that before. Press a 7, any of the 21 people watching. If you know anybody in Earth's history, if you know anybody in Earth's history. Don't look it up now, but if you yourself know or heard of this ever in Earth history where people get restraining orders against churches because they want to debate. I believe I'm the first and only child to ever, or adult. Is there adults that get this? I was confused as a child. I was like, people get restraining orders? I thought that was for people that beat people up. I guess I beat them up in the debate, but I thought that was for like physical violence. My first introduction to a restraining order was that I won a debate against Christianity, and I had a restraining order with my name on it, stamped by the courthouse. I was no longer allowed around churches legally, or they would get the law to I'm not sure what the punishment was because I was so young. I don't think you can go to jail at that age, but I know you can even get a restraining order at that age, but I guess so. So I got the restraining order, and my debates and conversations with people as I'm asking questions would turn into these very strange things. I would meet an older lady. I was a young man. She was an older lady, maybe in her 40s, maybe 40 or so. I was much younger. Had a conversation with her. Asked her to come to my classes. She came to the class. She said, "Oh, this is my pastor's going to come and destroy this." She went and got her pastor. I used animal knowledge from what I watched on documentaries and my interactions with animals to beat the pastor in a debate in front of her. Didn't have to use Bible quotes. I used morphophilous plants, alimentary canals inside of lions compared to the alimentary canal inside of a zebra. I used lion's teeth, and I used all these different things that were coming from nature and beat that pastor so bad that the 40-year-old woman, I'm a young man, got down on her knees and proposed marriage to me. And I'm looking around again, and I'm confused because I've never seen these type of reactions from people just having religious conversations. I never seen older women propose to young men because they beat their pastor. I've never seen pastors put restraining orders on youths against churches. I'm having a conversation with another young man. He's about 20 or so. He tells me, "Come meet me at this location," because he has his friend that knows a little bit more than him. I get to the location. It looks like a Christian school. I'm seeing statues of Jesus, Mary. I said, "This is pretty. It looks pretty, but how come the school has?" I'm not used to seeing Christian images inside of school. I thought it was a complete. So I didn't know what was happening. So I'm like, okay, there's a Christian school. I didn't know I was coming here. I come sit down. He says, "My friend is coming." This 67-year-old man comes down the stairs with old dusty books, and I said, "This is your friend?" And he said, "Hey, yeah, that's my friend." I said, "Who is he?" He introduced him as, at that time I was in Canada, he introduced him as Canada's southwestern top Christian Hebrew scholar of the country. I said, "Oh, I'm talking to the top Hebrew Christian scholar of the southwestern region of the country? How do you even know this person?" And he's one of the teachers at our Christian school. The debate is set up with him, you and him. I said, "Oh, this is your friend?" I said, "Since when did 20-year-olds and 67-year-olds have friendship?" I didn't know this is a setup. So we ensue in that debate. That debate ends with him leaving in a stretcher. Not because I punched him or did anything physical to him, but because of this thing that I invented back when I was a child. It's called snake style. And it was a way that I utilized the way that snakes and animals manipulate their prey, camouflage, and move very efficiently. And I used it ever since I was a child. And I used the snake style on the pastor that got him kicked out of the house and got a restraining order against me. And then I used the snake style again against this southwestern Canada's top Hebrew Christian scholar. And he started having heart problems, and he had to be removed from the debate in a stretcher. I've never seen these effects happen when people discuss religions before, and they were all happening with me. And I said, what is this about? What is it that I'm doing that's having this intense impact on people, where people are putting restraining orders against me? Older women are proposing marriage to me while they're staying a Christian, and pastors are having heart attacks or heart strokes, whatever he had, and he's being wheeled away on a stretcher in the middle of our debate because of this meticulous way that I'm asking questions while staring into his face and talking extremely calmly, and I'm just operating on him from the inside until I completely disemboweled him or whatever it is that he felt what I was doing, and he had to be carried away on a stretcher. So I realized that people are not used to calmly having conversations that's questioning their critical thinking. And this led me on the path of continuing to teach and break people out of this matrix, because I realized that most people are controlled by the emotional state. They're attached to their religion because of emotional states. I ended up joining an organization. It was called the Nuwabians. At that time, it was called Islamic Hebrews. I found that very intriguing, because I said, well, I want to find out what the ancient Hebrews are doing. There was ancient Hebrews that were also Muslims, and I saw them on the streets just destroying Christians left and right, breaking them down. And I was very attracted to that, because it looked like an organization that was doing what I was doing single-handedly, but it was a bunch of people on the streets. Nobody caught heart attacks or anything, but they were just dismantling Christians. And I said, this is a good thing to be a part of. They want to get back to their roots. I saw black images of prophets, black angels, black Egyptian images, Kemetic images. And I was like, okay, this is like something closer to the source of the truth. So I joined that organization, and then I used my animal technique to teach, and I ended up skyrocketing past everyone in the organization, according to the members and the teacher and the owner of the organization. I ended up skyrocketing past everyone, where he made me not only made me a proofreader, but he told everybody in the organization, if you want to learn how to teach, he didn't even say come to me. He said go to him, Amenhotep Ra. If you want to learn how to be a teacher, go to that brother, Amenhotep Ra. This developed a lot of jealousy. He told the class that I use information that's not in his books. He told the class that. He said he wants to take that information that I'm using. He told the class this. He said, tell them this thing you're teaching about this animals and nature that you're using to like beat pastors, because he watched my videos of me debating that pastor using the animals. He said, tell me, I'm going to use it. And I ended up telling the crowd about the Morphophilus plants and how it manipulates flies and everything. And he said, that right there, that's it. He said, I'm going to take that. He told the audience, he said, don't get angry at me. I'm taking his information. You all take mine. And it was this interesting relationship that was developing, where the so-called master teacher of the organization was declaring to everybody that if they want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep, that he's taking my information that I'm teaching is not in his books. And it created this strange, intense jealousy amongst the other students who were not getting this type of attention. So they ended up coming to my premise with lit torches like the Crusaders, and they said, we have come to burn all of your books and everything that's not from the master teacher. And I said, that's interesting. But the master teacher told everybody to come to me if they want to learn how to teach. And he literally told all of you that he's taking the information that I'm teaching that's not in the books, and he's going to take it, and that you all shouldn't be mad. They're mad enough to bring torches to my premise. I said, are they going to kill me? Because if they light up all my books and everything, isn't the place how are they going to contain the fire? So I was in shock. I was in shock that I was having this reaction on people after the actual teacher said he's going to use the information that is not in his books that I'm teaching. And then it became this torches. And I said, this is not safe for me. I'm going to continue with my animal style that I'm teaching with. It seemed to impress the teacher so much that he told the whole audience to teach like me. If you want to learn how to teach, he told the whole audience he's taking my animal style, the animal knowledge that I have, and he's going to add it to his teachings. He's telling the audience this, and they're coming to me with torches to burn information that I have that's not from the teachings. And I realized that I surpassed it. I realized that I've surpassed it. He told the audience, this student has gotten so good that he crucifies his master teacher. He said, go ahead and do that style you use where you ask people questions and trap them. And he got up on the stage. He said, go ahead and do it to me. I started doing it to him. He put one hand up like this, put his head sideways. He said, see, he crucified me. He's trapping me in these questions, and I'm crucified. He's saying this to the audience. And I'm like, this is not safe for me anymore, because I can have this relationship where I'm surpassing everybody. And he pulled me to the side and he told me, I can't bring everybody where you are. The mind state, where you are in your knowledge, he said, I will lose members. I can't bring people to that, because the majority of the people aren't there yet. And I knew that was my cue. And what I did was I said, peace and love. I removed myself because my life was being threatened. First of all, they were telling me they're going to put me in a body bag, and they had torches. So my life and property was being threatened. I had to leave at any rate. I had to leave. I was removed from teaching. And I said to myself, I looked at the other people that left the Nation of Islam, Nuwabians, 5%. They were all disgruntled and they were all angry. And they were all talking negatively about Elijah Muhammad did this, and Noble Drew Ali did this, and Malachi Z. York did this, and blah, 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 blah. And I said, wait a minute. When you enter an organization, it's because you started with the Ebe, or the heart, pure, that you wanted to learn the truth about ancient culture, to make it consistent, to see how it can purify you, and how you can break these people out of this major matrix that's taking place. So when you leave an organization, why does everybody become an individual complainer? They end up joining no other movement. They end up not starting a movement, not starting anything, because if you join this movement, a particular movement, for all of the pluses that you liked about it, all the goods, and then there was a couple things that wasn't sitting with you well, with me, the threatening of my life wasn't sitting with me well. The confusion of that wasn't sitting with me well. Do you leave and become a complainer, individual, or do you leave with the same intention of that which you entered? And I said, I'm true. I'm going to leave and continue with the same mission that I entered with. It's not a part of our culture to leave and become an individual complainer. There's no individual complainers in ancient Kemet. There's no individuals in ancient. Name one individual in ancient Kemet. Name one being in ancient Sumer that's an individual. He's far away from the teachings of Ma'at. He wants nothing to do with the teachings of Ma'at. He just has his own philosophy in a little cave by himself. Who is that? What's the name of that person? That's not. Where's the individual Zulu? Where's the individual Dogon? He's away from all the other Dogons. Forget about that mask. Forget about the Kanaga. Forget about the dance. I'm gonna go under this tree, stay away from y'all, and just have my own little philosophy and have no people and just die an 87-year-old man alone. Who's that? What's the name of that Dogon? I need his name. I need his name of the Khoisan. I need the Native. I need the Nahi, the Navajo individual guy that leaves the Navajo. Forget these feathers. Forget this tribal dance. Forget this and that. I'm going to go in my own corner and stuff. That doesn't exist until you get the Greeks. That's the Greeks. So I realized to follow the tradition of what I came with, I'm going to continue. You're not going to silence me because I'm out of an organization. I'm going to continue because the organization, he said, was leading to Egypt. But the Kemetic way of life and Ma'at way of life existed before the organization. Breaking people out of the matrix existed before the organization. So I'm going to continue with that same love that I have for the people that I had when I was a child in high school, breaking into the schools, and I'm going to continue. I had classes where I would break into houses that were for sale, knock down the for sale sign, run an electrical cord across the road to where there was a plug, and hold classes because I did not have the money. There was no internet back then. The internet world is very easy and very shy and timid. This was not that. This is me coming up, going in people's faces out on the streets, thugs, criminals, Christians, walking up into the churches. Come to this meeting today, and the meeting, I'd be the teacher. When they came, I'm the teacher there, and it's me running out of a building that's for sale, hoping that I don't get arrested. Knocking down the for sale sign, dragging that to the backyard, inviting people, putting the address of the for sale sign of the for sale property. People come, and I hope the neighbors don't report me as breaking an entrance. Sneak back out through lock the front door, sneak back out through the window, pull the electrical cord out and do it again the next week, and go on the streets in the dangerous area, Smiley Court, 2-lane court, go in these dangerous, thugged out, crazy guns on the street area, and hand out flyers to where I'm teaching out of this home that's for sale. And then I continued on after that, and I continued to teach. No reciprocity whatsoever, because at that time I didn't understand the concept of reciprocity. I was selling books to actually live. I was selling books and incense, so my reciprocity was selling books, teaching people. If I could convert them and get them into information, I would actually sell books, and that was the reciprocity. So I would continue this mission and go on and on, whether I'm in an organization, whether I create the organization and surpass it. The House of Atten has surpassed that organization, has surpassed that in consciousness, wisdoms, and original teaching. House of Atten surpassed that past organization that I was with by by a long shot. That poor organization was left in a transitional state. Not one Kemetic teaching out of that organization from the papyrus. Nothing. No. I can't even get. And at any rate, I surpassed it and went to the root and started teaching people straight from the roots of the papyrus, straight from the roots of the origin of things. And I had a concept. What did the original people say? We're going to go by what the original people said. And I started teaching that. I continued on. At this point, I had no money. I had nothing because I never was in the system. I never had a job. I never had anything. So I'm scraping into my couch. I was a single father at the time, scraping into my couch and trying to get quarters to give him cereal and just surviving off of any means. I ended up formulating a business from my brain, formulated a business of bodybuilding supplements that I never had, sending out lists to people of products I never had, and then taking their money and investing it in products after meeting an individual who said he had all the access to these bodybuilding products, but if I revealed his secrets, he would put me in a cemented shoes. We'll put you in a cemented shoes. See the lake over there? You see that over there? We put you there, and you're swimming with the fishes. And I had to go meet that individual, get information from him, make a vow that I wouldn't share his secrets with the competition, or else he's going to whack me. He looked like Steven Seagal. And I believe what he said because I knew, yes, he was an official ex-life creator, ex-life creator for the boss. So the Italian boss. So I believed him. I took the information. I took that information, went back to that organization that I was kicked out of. Went back to that organization in the dangers, in the midst of the danger, went back to that organization and started finding people that were down and out, teaching them, taking them out of the homeless state. Some people were living in their cars. Some people were homeless. And I started teaching them how to do fitness training and sell fitness supplements. I learned from my aunt about real estate. I took that knowledge, invented a whole different real estate system, started teaching these people of the Nawabians real estate, changing people's lives. And I said, you can have money too without working for the man. And then the Nawabians, after all of that, robbed me. The master teacher's sister and the rest of them robbed me on a transaction and plummeted me back down to the beginning again. I said, I have had enough. I'm kicked out of the organization. My life is threatened. They bring torches to me. I still go back to them, trying to get them out of a homeless state, and then they rob me. I said, okay, so this isn't Ma'at. I'm just going to stick to myself. I ended up forming a family. Moved to Canada. I had 3 wives and 2 children. That's 6 of us that I started taking care of by doing magic on the streets. I don't know if that been done before. Is that something happens? David Blaine have 3 wives and 2 children. That's 6 people. So I'm taking care of 6 people by going on the street daily. I'm gaining weight. I'm getting hefty and big because I can't work out or go to the gym. I can only go to work, come back, perform, come back at 2 a.m, wake up, go back 2 a.m, eating vegan hot dogs. I was taught that veganism was good. The vegan hot dogs were getting me fat. And I just continued to do it until I moved to California, and I started only teaching individual people. Some of the individual people told me that on YouTube, there were people that were teaching it sounded almost what I was, but it was nowhere as elaborate. It was nowhere in comparison. I started researching some of the people that were teaching even before that, and I started seeing images of me with other people's heads photoshopped on top of my head, and there was CDs where you couldn't see the person teaching, but you could just press play and hear them, and it was my voice teaching over, and this other person photoshopped his head over my head. I saw a lot of different things, and I decided to just let me come back and let me do some interviews. I ended up on the Killer Priest show. He's one of the channels that I was told about. I go to the Killer Priest show. You all know what happens there. Go back to the beginnings of the Killer Priest show. Just type in Tehuti Killer Priest, rewind backwards, and you'll see the legacy that was said there. AD took his wallet, dumped it in my hand, said, take all of this money. This is what you should get paid for this. I'm going to get Killer Priest to pay you. And that was the first time I received reciprocity for actually teaching. After a while, it got to a point where I said to everybody, it's going to be too busy because I was taking up the whole Killer Priest show. He had no time to even do his regular system of his show. I was teaching for hours and hours. He had time to play the music and then end the show. So I said, I'm going to open my channel up to a lot of the students to spread this out. And I'm going to call it a pod. I'm going to invent a word. And I'm going to call it a pod class instead of a podcast. And it's going to be a place where you can come and ask questions. Killer Priest asked me, how are you able to do this? How are you able to answer these people's questions as if you already have a slide going on and you don't even know these people? And how are you winning these debates? And I said, this is a gift that I developed because I sacrificed regular life of people, the regular life of socializing and doing all that. I stayed with the animals and I stayed doing things to my body and my brain and transformed into what it is that I am today, becoming hypersensitive to the matrix, learning magic and understanding how the other magicians are out there doing evil for the government, and they all have the same teachers. At any rate, I'm seeing what the evil magicians are doing, manipulating the people's minds. And I said, I'm going to use this magic for good, and I'm going to do street shows and performances, and I'm going to use it to answer people's questions by showing them how the magic works and how they can be deceived and breaking people out of the matrix. So I set up the pod class, which was a form of a class where I would sit silent until I saw a question up. It was very, very risky. It was a time of COVID. I had it was a time where about to lose my place, couldn't do my regular work anymore. I just took a deep breath. I was patient, and I said, I'm about to lose everything. I couldn't go and work at the pier. I couldn't do my fitness training. Gym was shut down. Beaches were shut down. I couldn't do anything. And I said, I'm going to set up a pod class to see if the people appreciate me and appreciate what I'm going to do to change their life. But I have to answer their questions in a way that will change their life. And I need testimonies for it. I'm not just going to answer questions like a Kemetic teacher and say, in this dynasty, Pharaoh Khufu was ruling, and he conquered these people, and he conquered those people, and then he went on to rule such and such. No, I'm not gonna do the Egyptians are black because look at their no. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna say, what is your question based on your quest? What are you involved in? What are you into? And I'm gonna answer and take you to the source and break the matrix of whatever it is that you feel or want to be into, and get you to the source of that and move you forward to become a better being. Then it will get testimonies, not just that a question was answered and taught, but that the person's life was changed. And for that, I said I will set up a reciprocity system, because I noticed that the Matrix set up a reciprocity system so that his killers become millionaires. His actors that play killers can retire. He convinced you that you wanted a Jason. Is there anybody in this class who does not know who Michael Myers is? I never heard of that before. What is that, Michael Myers? Anybody ever heard of Freddy Krueger or Jason Voorhees? You know his first, his last name. You know where they live. You know what they do. You know what type of, you know what Wolverine's claws are made of. You know the details. You know Peter Parker. You know his girlfriend's name. You know the type of booth that they have to go into to change into their superhero. You know the heroes. You know where Bruce Wayne lives, Wayne Manor. You did not want to know any of that pre-colonization. You didn't care about a Batman or a Thanos. You didn't care about You didn't care about a Jason or a Chucky. You saw the latest Saw 3 movie, man? Yo, it's fire, man. Saw 3, man. The guy was laying down there and they ripped the guts out, put the note in the person's body. There's not one record of any ancient Navajo, any ancient Ifa, any ancient Kemetic, nobody wanted any of that until the colonizer says, I'm going to create that, and you're going to like it, and you're going to pay for it. You're going to go to the movies, you're going to watch it, and you're going to pay $5 of popcorn. You're going to watch this and give us reciprocity so you can retire those who in their minds really want to be serial killers, but they're just actors now. You see, I couldn't act as a serial killer because it's not in my nature to be. I couldn't act as a pedophile or a rapist. It's not in my nature to act. I couldn't play that role because that's not in my nature to do so. You couldn't get Ptah Hotep to play Michael Myers. It's not in his Eve to do that. But the people that down deep want to be that, they're the best actors of it, and there's no acting skill. There's Jason's acting. Tell me Jason's acting quality. And he's retired, multimillionaire. The men who play Jason, they don't have to work anymore. Freddy Krueger, after the Freddy Krueger nightmare, they don't have to work anymore. Michael Myers, what does he do? Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What is the acting? No acting, but the Matrix makes sure that you give reciprocity to his killers and wannabe killers and retire them. And now they can retire and sit on the beach because all of us supported Chucky, Jason, Michael Myers, Thanos, Wolverine tears people with shreds. There's an Incredible Hulk that turns green. We supported all the violence. We've seen all the movies. We got all the shot glasses, the drinks. We did all the parties, watched it, sit there, did everything, ate all the cotton candy. They said, we're going to invent a thing called funnel cake, cotton candy, pure sugar. It's going to kill you. And guess what? You're going to support it, and you're going to give it reciprocity. We never heard of a cigarette in Kemet. There's no Kemetic metanetic word for smoking. There's no metanetic Kemetic word for smoking. There's no metanetic Kemetic word for smoking. Did that win? The people that have the cigarette companies that only kill you. A cigarette only kills you. It does absolutely nothing for your health. It only kills you and destroys your teeth. And that's all that it does. They're retired. Malsboro? Find Malsboro for me. Find the person who started Malsboro. Find the guy that started Miller Lite and Bud Light. What do you think his children okay? Retired. Multi-billionaire. Huh? Miller Lite. Find Heineken. Who's that? Find that man, Heineken. They make sure that all the things that they create that kill you, all the creators of it and the actors of it, Roy Kroc, retired. McDonald's. Guess what he invented? You could put a piece of bad meat that's not even real meat inside of 2 white pieces of bread with cheese on it and some mayo, and that's called a cheeseburger. He's retired. We're going to double that cheeseburger up, put a special sauce on it that also kills you, put 3 layers of bread. That one's called a Big Mac, and now he's retired. Why is he retired? Because they created a way to kill you. And if they create ways to kill you, the creator of those ways to kill you, they're all guaranteed retirement. Miller Lite, Bud Light, the Whopper, double Whopper with cheese. You think John John's Pizza, you think John John's out there looking for a job? John John's Pizza Hut, everything for KFC, everybody, McDonald's, they're all retired, and their children are millionaires, and their children can do whatever they want because they create that which kills you. I said, I want to do the opposite. What if I do the opposite? Will that be respected as much as a cheeseburger? Will that be respected as much as the candy cane, cone cane, the things on the Christmas tree that we puck off and eat? And is that a funnel cake? Double pizza with extra cheese? Is that? What if I create a scenario where people can utilize a question answer that does not come with a pre-prepared speech, comes with ask a question, send it in. The way the Tuti-Pa class works is a reciprocity system of appreciation. That means that you send in a question through Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, for example. Hush Nation sends in to a second sometimes we could see spirits and sometimes we can't. What happens to that question? Something that's never happened in history. Boom. The entire class is based on you, and someone else can send in a question that has to do with postpartum depression. Seeing a spirit in visual light spectrum and postpartum depression have absolutely nothing to do with each other. And there is no class, and never has been a class, never has been a group, an organization, or anything on this planet Earth where you can send in a question about visual light spectrum and seeing spirits, and in the same class, send in a question about postpartum depression and the psyops behind it. And boom, you get an entire pod class for you designed with all the matrix breaking information and so much, and then you give your testimony afterwards. Question is sent about the Montauk Project. What happens? Boom, the entire class movie time, the entire class is yours. You and whoever asked the question in the last few classes ago becomes a movie answer, about an hour and a half answer for you. Where can you ask about a Montauk Project and at the same time ask about pregnancy cravings? Where can you be a pregnant woman, ask about pregnancy cravings and the psyops that pertains to it, and then boom, you get an entire class on pregnancy cravings, while somebody else sends a question about incense and another question about consciousness in the womb. Pregnancy cravings, consciousness in the womb, and incest all in the same class. And then send a question about breastfeeding, and then boom, breastfeeding. While another young lady sends in a question about her cat's eyes changing color. I've never seen her cat, never met her cat. She got an entire class on the way the eyesight works, the cat's eyes changing color, the ancient symbolic meaning of eyes, cats, and ancient Kemet, what the eyes actually represent, and breastfeeding formula and videos played in the class of breast milk and worms inside. Does this exist anywhere? I've asked multiple people if they could just put a link in the room, and instead of doing that, people get upset and angry and say, my teacher does that too. And I say, that sounds good with words. All you have to do is put the link in the room. Where's the link in the room of your teacher being asked about breastfeeding, the Montauk Project, discipline, school psyops, and giving an hour answer, libations, algebra, the origin of orgone energy, asked about a movie I've never seen before. This is one of this person's favorite movies. I never seen the movie to this day. And you can ask, his name is Big Vapes, if he's in class, you can ask him, you can even come to the panel, where has he ever seen such a beautiful, elaborate breakdown of this movie with all the symbolisms, all the numerology, all the geometria, all the backgrounds ever of one of his favorite movies, A Never Ending Story, without coming to the Tehuti pod class. Why should I be able to answer a question about the Never Ending Story? I still have not seen that movie yet. The question was over an hour and a half long, and he got his mind blown. Another young lady comes in and sends in $40 and asks about feng shui. I asked everybody at the beginning of the class, what is feng shui? I had it recorded, make sure they gave their answer. By the end of the class, every single person that answered that question had to acknowledge what we thought feng shui was. It has nothing to do with the real answer coming from the indigenous people. There's a psyops making you believe that certain things exist in a certain way, and the indigenous people aren't saying that. Where can you come to a class and ask a question about your eyesight? That answer, and that person's not even around anymore. And that answer there, I just looked at that answer a couple of days ago, and I was like, I can't believe I gave such an answer. I can't believe that, and the person's gone now. Back in the matrix, whatever their unit. Nobody ever leaves and joins something better. Nobody leaves and comes back with a testimony. Says, I was a part of the House of a Tehuti pod class. Forget that. I got my answers. You know what? I'm a part of this now, and this is way better because now I can send my answers there. There has not been one person in the history of the House of a Tehuti pod class that has ever left the movement, ever left the class. They can say whatever they want. Nobody ever says this sentence. I left Tehuti and got better answers at. Anybody ever said that before? Because we're looking for the link. Forget Tehuti's answers. Then I can ask about eyesight at this other group that I'm a part of. I can ask about Never Ending Story, hyperhidrosis. This young man has had hyperhidrosis since he was 9 years old or 10 years old. Over 20-something years, went to doctors, hospitals, got all type of medicine. Nothing healed him until he came to the Tehuti pod class. Can he go anywhere else and join? I'm a part of the Shriners Temple of Ma'at. I'm a part of the said, man, I asked about hydrosis there. They blew away too. I asked about eyesight, the origin of Gnosticism. I asked about heart stroke. This person sent in a question about the Orion Star constellation, changed it, asked a question about heart stroke, and was blown away when that person got the answer. That person's no longer around anymore. Is that person somewhere else where they can ask about heart, stroke, and eyesight and out-of-body experiences and all the questions that they... No, because when people leave, they downgrade. Nobody ever leaves this and says, yo, y'all, come to this movement. It's way better. They leave, and they just become individuals because they realize the proof that the Tehuti pod class wasn't true would be that you're actually doing better, or that you left and now you're part of the Nawabian Patah 5% Jabba organization, and they're blowing away the pod class. Nobody ever leaves and says they went somewhere better. Not a person. Isn't that interesting? That's strange. You think if you leave a job, you think you go and get a better job. If you leave an organization or leave whatever you're a part of, you think you join. If your heart is really about that, you think you get, but they leave and just become unsatisfied. I'm not asking no question anywhere. Forget that. Forget Tehuti. I'm not gonna ask him no more support I'm not gonna give him no more support in the pod class, and I'm just gonna stop asking questions because there's no video of anybody sending in where they're asking questions to after they leave here. I just want that video. It doesn't exist because they just become lazy again. So boom, you get your answer on organ energy. While you're getting an answer on organ energy and the origin of libations and exorcism and out of body, you can also come to the Tehuti pod class and ask questions about bodybuilding. This person, Black Alucard, known back then, now he has a new name, Anpu Ma'at. He now has a new body. Is that in the Asara set? Nupu Wudu 5%? Is that somewhere where you ask the teacher, how guide me on how to get a new body? I know I don't just want to know about organ energy, the hippocampus area of the brain, white hair standing up on the back of my head, the 666 mark of the beast, the Montauk Project, the Purim Haru breaking up. I want my body to physically change in front of people where I can have a before picture and an after picture and just stand there silent. I don't have to say anything. I don't have to convince you that Tehuti taught me well. I just have to show you my before and after picture and just be silent like this. You can't debate what a person's body looks like. You can debate the 5% Nuwap Islamic esoteric, the metaphysical third eye is a little bit 2 points to the left. No, it's 2 points to the right because Venus moved 2 points and that made sure that the cusp of the moon moved. You can debate all of that, but you can't debate what your body looks like. When Tehuti gives you what the body looks like, it's the exact same answer as the pod class, except for with the body, people get to see the actual results physically on a picture form. The other answers, I'm doing it with your mind and mental, where you're changing things in your house. People don't usually see that. They think it's opinionated. What if an answer can be given and it changes your physical structure? Is that debate? Can we set that debate up? No, of course not. Nobody wants to debate that. So the Tehuti pod class is a place where there's life-changing experiences, from your physical structure changing to you being able to, this young brother wanted to contact his mother who passed while I was teaching him. And while he was my student, his mother passed. He said that's the best female woman, the closest they've ever been involved with. He wants to continue like the ancestors used to call on their ancestors. He said, how do you do that, Tehuti? Step by step, gave him the path. And now he has a relationship with his mother and his other family members who have passed away. He's still here. His name is Maharu. Tua and Henu to him. He stayed. Where can you go to get answers on changing your physical body structure while contacting your deceased mother? Where can you go to get that? Is that organization, has that been invented yet? It is only here at the Tehuti pod class. There's another young brother. I don't even know if I have in here, just to say this, and then we're going to get right into the class. But there's another brother who gave a testimony of how I quadrupled his income. I did a question. He asked a question, and the answer, he took what I taught him, and the answer not increased his income by an extra $4 an hour, not doubled his income, not tripled his income, quadrupled his income. Please let us know. I just want to. Please let us know where there's an organization that you can join, ask questions to, It gets your body looking like a bodybuilder. You quadruple your income. You can now contact your deceased mother and family. You now have healing to your depression. Your hyperhidrosis is gone. And you're learning Medunetter in the Perm Haru. What's in it? Type that organization in the room so we can send you $500 right now. I will send $500 from the Cash App of the last the months of donations, and I will send it to you where you have an organization or a group where your body turns into a fitness type looking bodybuilder. You have your hyperhidrosis is healed, heart stroke is healed, your income is quadrupled, and you can contact your deceased mother and parents and family members. What's the name of that group? I just need the name. You don't have to put the link in the room, just put the name. That's all. If that doesn't exist anywhere, then what you're seeing in front of you, you're part of a day and time that is a phenomenon taking place. Most just don't appreciate the phenomenon. This is not a regular class situation. No, regular class situations don't teach you how to quadruple your income while your body turns into a bodybuilder and you communicate with your dead parents. Just let me know. Let us know. I'm humble. Just let me know. I'll put my head down and bow to that master teacher, and I will listen to him, and he'll come. I'll let him do classes here. If that exists anywhere, let us know, please. No opinion, no emotions. Just let us know the name of the group. Hyperhidrosis cure, heart stroke, eyesight cure, communicating with your dead parents, turning your body into a bodybuilder, physique trainer, while quadrupling your income. That exists somewhere? I need to know. Let us know. Don't say, are you sure he's the only one? My teacher, no, just give us a link. I need the link of all of those things. Those are 5 of the 800 other things. I have 800 other things. I'm just going to stick to those 5. If it doesn't exist anywhere, then you're a part of a phenomenon, and appreciate the phenomenon while it's here, because I may not be here. I'm not guaranteed to be here forever. I'm going through particular situations. I don't know if I have to leave. I don't know what's happening, but there's situations where I may have to leave, have to step away. While this is here, appreciate it. While the organization and movement is here, appreciate it, join it, keep it going, spread the word, keep this going. I'm not going to be teaching and answering questions when I'm 65 years old. I hope the organization has me in a situation where I can finally relax, because all of the black leaders, most of them died broken, just withered away, and nobody cared about them, while Michael Myers is retired, while Freddy Krueger's doesn't have to do any more movies, while Jason Voorhees doesn't have to do any more movies. Poor Dr. Ben was in his house like this. I have videos of Dr. Ben, the one who started the Kemet in America. I have videos of him like this, shaking and trembling in a one-bedroom apartment with his wife, the poor brother with books. Everything's messed up, and he's moving like Muhammad Ali. Why do we have him like that? Because we don't support those who brought to us, while Michael Myers can retire, while the serial killers, the ones who play the serial killers, the Matrix makes sure, kill them one of these people in the movie, you don't have to work no more. While Dr. Ben is like this, spending all his time bringing the truth to the people, waking up people, and he's in his house like this in a one-bedroom. While Kill Bill's retired. At any rate, welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Appreciate this phenomenon while it is here. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to step off for a moment. I'm going to put the class up and questions that were asked in this class, and we're going to get into it. This is another class that's going to change and save people's life. It was eczema. Does Kemetic teacher teaching about eczema? Eczema, drug prescription, Psyops. Kemet was the first 2. Race preference of skin disease. There's race preference in skin disease. And asthma is going to be in this class too. If you have a teacher, if there is some Kemetic teacher teaching you about out-of-body experience, eczema, asthma, quadrupling your income, turning your body into a bodybuilder shape, if that's somewhere, please let us know. I'm going to put the link in the room now, and I'm going to step back. And when I come back, we're going to get right into the answers of this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful class. Let us see what this class is going to hold. Eczema, drug prescription, Psyops. Kemet was the first 2, and that's going to be a surprise. Race preference of skin disease and asthma, all in this class. Welcome to this phenomenon. while it's here, appreciate it. The link into the room. I'll let the supporters jump in. It is Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the 2D podcast, House of a 10. Support this is what we're doing. And inquire. I'm going to be answering questions today about the pathways of awakening. I'm going to be answering a question about how to become a member, how to be a part of this, because you should not just want to be supporting, but you should be asking, how do I unite and help with what it is that's happening, so we can spread this truthful word that's never been spread before in history. Hotep Amun, and Amunet is somewhere, but Hotep Amun, how you doing, good brother?
Hotep Great Shabatuti. I'm doing excellent and wealthy. Happy to see you again. Happy to be at another podcast. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay today. I have to I had to reschedule my appointment because of the situation that happened inside my body that had certain repercussions. I have to reschedule that to get looked at because it was having a very bad effect on me yesterday, and I had to do certain things to get out of it. I was in a situation where I had to sit in a certain position for a long period of time to wait for something, and in that position, it affects my diaphragm, and so when I went to go see the sister, who was a part of the a Kemet temple, or a conscious temple, and she's also a veteran doctor. She had let me know that something was happening with my diaphragm, and I have to go get that. I have to go get them to look inside of me to see what that is. But if yesterday was today, there wouldn't be a podcast. There would not be. If yesterday was today, there would be no podcast. I have to do certain things to my body to shift and remove pain and remove things for a certain period of time, get certain missions done, and then go through what happens. And it was all caused because there was a strain on a certain part of my diaphragm, which injured that, and that caused repercussions for other things. So I was going to answer a question from Aaron Lowe, a good brother Aaron Lowe, and Pat Toe on Nebuchadnezzar. And Aaron Lowe's question about the Kabbalah was going to be in this class, and I couldn't do so because of what's happening. I have to take certain hours in the day, and actually I have to lay on my back for a certain period of time, because I can't be in a sitting position for a long period of time because of the diaphragm. So I have to lay on my back and put the podcast to the side and just answer as much as I could. But it would have been Aaron Lowe's question added to this as well. Next week is going to be Aaron Lowe's question and Maharu's question on something called the ice wall that circles the planet. So we're going to answer that on the ice wall. But I'm doing my best for the situation, and hopefully everything will be okay. This week I'm going to go get that looked at and see what I have to do to my body to exercise that situation happening. But other than that, I'm okay. I'm okay for this class. It was about to be canceled, but I'm okay for this class. Hope everybody appreciates. I know people appreciate when I'm gone. But I hope you all appreciate while I'm here, because yesterday was definitely going to be no podcast, due to how I had to lay down for a particular amount of hours. But thank you for asking, and I appreciate you for asking that. Tua for that.
Ninu, and Tua for doing your best. Continue healing, Saba. And Amunet and I are here for you for anything you need and to help you with whatever we can.
Nini Ook and Tua back to you. Wonderful. Thank you. And Amunet, how you doing? You doing okay?
Yes, I'm doing well, Salvatore, for asking, and Uncle Justin, up to you. And I appreciate, both Amun and I appreciate you being here and teaching us and raising all of us up, and being how strong you are and how consistent you are. You are great, and we appreciate you so very much, Salvatore, so much for everything.
Nini Ook, I know that you do. Absolutely. I see you and Emily's messages every day. I try to just respond, look at them. I get the beautiful, positive words from you all every day of your appreciation and everything. So you all live the life off of the screen, on the screen. So to you for all of that. There'll be certain people here. If something does happen, if something is going to happen to me, or if I have to do something to step away because of certain situations, there will be certain people that I will contact. So and then I will try to come back stronger than ever. But if anything happens, there'll be certain people that I will contact. So you all just keep in the loop, and I'll keep everybody posted. Thank you for appreciating me while I am here, ready to do it again.
Nini, great Saba. To you for
All right.
your strength.
Wonderful. Okay, good. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. Don't start crying. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'm gonna be healthy and good. I'm good. Okay, on to Hush Nation, and then on to Bata. Hush Nation, how you doing, good brother? Doing good? You ready for today?
Yes, Saba, I'm doing good. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being strong, no matter what you're going through. So, big love, big my heart, more health and strength to you. You don't know, all the best, nothing less. Yeah. To us so much for being here. You know what I mean? Because I don't like to hear these things, you know. But I appreciate his strength. You know, is more than motivation. So yeah, big love, big my heart, big appreciation to her.
Nini Ook, wonderful. Thank you for appreciating that, and I will do my best to keep everything moving and keep everything going. It's one. I saw that Dr. Ben video. I was like, whew, like how did these brothers go out? Dr. Ben, like, oh my goodness, man. Clarence 13X, Marcus Garvey. How did these brothers go out in their last days? Like, then the people love them, and then they suck everything out of them until they're trembling, and they just move on to the next epics, and they never retire their leaders. They never put their leaders in a comfortable thing. But Charles Taze Russell, Jehovah's Witness guys, Foreign Ulcer guys, retired. So how you doing? Uh-oh. Frozen?
Yeah, you froze.
So can you hear us? No.
I can hear you though, but your video is frozen. Okay, there it goes. It's moving. Yeah, you're moving now. So, Hotep Gray Saba, are we clear? Are you able to hear me? Hotep, mic check.
Video. Do you all see me moving fine and talking?
Yes.
Or is it Patal that's moving funny?
Patal talking to you, but it's like you ain't hearing him.
Yeah, it's okay. Patal, wave your hand right now in real time if you can hear me. Okay, good. All right, go ahead, Patal. Let's see if I can hear you.
Hotep Ma'at, Uncle Jasa Ned. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Tua Gray Saba, Hotep Hinu, Gray Saba Tehuti, Ankh Dejet Usir, to you. I am doing Nefer, I'm in a very interesting synthesis state, but it's very accurate, very nefer. So I'm doing nefer. I'm happy to hear that you were able to see the sister and receive some information from her, and also to hear that, you know, there's a we can point to it. Great Saba. So Tua for updating us and sharing that with us. Great Saba. So Uncle Justin Neb, Tua.
Nini Ook, wonderful. All right, everybody, I'm going to step off for just a moment. When I come back, this is the question that we're going to get into. Is Dejed and Gabriella here? I haven't looked in the chat in a while, but is Dejed and Gabriella here? My chat was like frozen, then I just stopped looking at it. Anybody see Dejed, Sadem, or Gabriella? This is their day today.
I don't think I have seen
Nobody?
them in the chat.
Is Aaron Lowe here? Okay, no problem. I can't really see the chat. I'm not sure what's going on with the chat. Let me. Okay, but okay, the Jed, if you're listening, or Gabriella, today's your day. So the question that was asked today, it was sent in by Gabriella, and let me see if it shows up on the screen. We're gonna give her some big noise. When I come back, we're gonna get into these questions and some more. A few were sent in, so.
Hey, Saba Tehuti,
A couple
Gabby,
were sent in.
Gabby, she messaged in the chat. She said she's here. Give me a few minutes.
My screen had froze, so all I heard was Tehuti and Gabby. I didn't hear anything after that. Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, Gabby, she posted in the chat. She said that she's here. She said, give me a few minutes.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So there's Gabriella right there. Here is the individual that asked the question. And Gabriella, let me do a mic check. Let me know if you can hear me right now.
Hotep and Mary, mic check. I can hear you, Saba. Can I be heard?
Perfectly. You can be heard perfectly.
So to you, Saba, Hotep and Mary, to everyone on the panel, everyone on the chat. And it's great to be here.
Gabriella, could you read this out for us? There's your question. What? 1, 2, 3 questions. There are your 3 questions on the screen. Could you read that out for us, Gabriella, if you can see it?
Yes, Saba. My 3 questions were, it says, I wanted to know, why do people get eczema? First question. Second question, can you get rid of eczema? And how do you get rid of eczema, or how do you treat it? And I would say this is like question number 5 at this point, but is eczema a skin problem or a stomach issue?
Okay. And what does the rest say there? There's more?
It says, to a great Saba for answering this question for me. May the material always guide and protect you and the out. Reciprocity has been sent as well. Purple heart, white Ebe, sorry. Much Mary, Gabriella, white and purple Ebe.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Appreciate that, Gabriella. And I appreciate those questions. When I saw the questions, I thought of the brother Maharu, and I had contacted him as well, and I asked him if he had gone through these issues. And there's several people that go through these issues: the dry skin, irritated skin. We're going to walk through this, and of course, I'm going to give you the Psyops on it. I'm going to give you a solution. I'm going to give you a few other things, and I'm going to give you a completely separate disease that people have that is very common. And I'm going to discuss that disease for an interesting reason that you'll find out as the class goes on. So we're going to go through all of that. I'm going to put your support on the screen. We're going to give some big noise, and I'm going to step away.
Good to you, Saba. This question was inspired actually by my daughter Olivia, and a few other people that are in my out that have that, and so I was more curious on this question. So Tua to you, Olivia says Tua to you as well, because I let her know that the question was going to get answered by you, and of course she was going to get a phenomenal answer. So she says Tua to you.
All right, very nice. Hey, Olivia, if you're listening, hey, Olivia, if you're listening, Nini up to you, and Tua to you too for sending in the question. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Y'all give some noise, and I'm gonna step off for a couple minutes. There is her question right there. When it comes on the screen, she already asked the question. She had a question in Gmail. She read it. Go ahead and give her some big. Go ahead and give her some big noise, please. Big monster noise. Who is on the sound?
Humans of ours play by their rule. Humans have asked us to play by their rule.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
You see, that's how it's done.
Oh, I see visionaries in the room. Shout out to Visionary. Rob Lowe says get well Tehuti. Shout out to it for that. Robert Williams says unks to you or Saba Tehuti, healing energy. Okay, good. I see people in the room. I'm finally looking at the chat. And wonderful. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step off now. That question has turned into this right here. Today's podcast questions, set of questions, turned into this right here. Boom. Eczema, no known cause, prescription palindrome, Psyops cycle. What in the world does that even mean? The drug diagnosis, prescription palindrome, Psyops cycle. What does that mean? The Kemet and Natiru were the first two blank, blank, blank. Modern day doctors give reverence to the Kemet Nibiru by naming the skin condition solutions for eczema. Send live questions, and that's what today's class is going to answer these, and of course much, much more. That's just all I can fit on the screen. All right, everybody, I'm going to step off. Out, brother. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love, Saba. Enjoy your break.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. And VRI, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. One of my naturals, One of my naturals, Nana says you said that you've aged. You've aged. I remember when you first came to the pod class, you looked like you were about 13. You look like you look like a 35-year-old wise. you look older. I think you got darker. I don't know what's happening to you. You're transforming. Some of this wisdom is transforming. You look definitely older, wiser, and I think some more melanin jumped in or something. But you look different, man. All right, wonderful. I'm going to step off, everybody. When I come back, we're going to get into these podcast answers. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal Afromaki SV. When I come back, we're going to get right into these answers. There's peace and love. Talk to the people. We're going to talk later on about the pathways around the corner. The Tehuti asked, how do you? He sent me an email. You know, how do you attend? How do you be a member? We're going to cover that a little later. But I want everybody to talk about supporting the pod class, talk about your testimonies, talk about this question. Gabriella can give more insight on why she asked it. And I hope everybody appreciates it. I'll be right back, everybody. Uncle Justin Ebb, Shuna Ma'at to you. Support the Tehuti pod class. Cash App TTM Moon. PayPal at Rocky SV. Keep this around. I wish that as a youth, I wish I had this. I wish I had this. I want to tell this to everybody before I go. When I was VRI's age, I think he's about 20. I was younger than Amun and Amunet. Maybe they're all the same age. I don't know. But when I was their age, when I was 12 years younger than Scribe, I think when I was 12 years younger than Scribe. 12 years Scribes. I was Scribe's little brother. 12 years younger. We didn't have a situation with reciprocity. Being that there was no internet at the time, you couldn't come to the class unless you gave reciprocity. Meaning that when I was that age, there was a time where I lived in Canada, a time I lived in New York, a time I lived in Montgomery, Alabama. When I lived in Canada, the classes for the students of the one who was teaching at the time, the students' class was in another country. There was no class in a country that I lived in. I want that to really sink in. There's no internet. There's no StreamYard in it. There's no YouTube in it, TikTok in it, Instagram in it. All this soft, nice stuff that everybody has today. Click on a button and TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and all that soft stuff that everybody has today. No. When I was 20, we had to hop in a car and drive with $100 of gas money. Before we got to the class, the gas money was $100 to $150. We had to drive to another country to get, not to see the teacher, not to see Tehuti, to see Scribe. In comparison, you don't get to see Tehuti. So we didn't get to see a master teacher at that time. We paid to go see his students because they were the next best thing. We had to go to another country. When I lived in Montgomery, Alabama, we had to put gas in the car to get to Georgia to see the students teach or to see the teacher teach. That's the gas money. We had to stop eat on the way, feed the children, change the diapers. Our car would break down on the trip. We'd have to abandon the car because the mission was to get there by a certain time or we'd miss class. So we'd leave the car on the highway and hitchhike. Hitchhike. The pod class this is baby work. This is for infants. This is the knowledge and everything is on the highest level. To do this, what we're doing today, this is like Google Gaga, Google Mama. This is Google Gaga stuff. We had to hitchhike from halfway of Montgomery, Alabama, and hope that we find somebody else from New York that's happening to be driving down the same highway that's heading to the same class. And we're putting out our symbols to hope that other students from Washington, D.C., from New York, from Chicago, I have to drive on this same highway to see us. Hey, see us? And then we hop in their car and pay them the gas money to get there and hope that when the class is done at the end of the day, which is about 9 hours later, hope that when we hitchhike back, the car is still there on the highway. That's 2 hours from where the class is. That's our reciprocity. And in order to go to the class, I had to sell a certain amount of books. So we had to go sell books on the street, in the snow, in the rain, and sell books. And off each book, our profit would be $1.50. So you'd have to imagine, I told everybody right now, listen, I have Stepping Out the Matrix and Mailing the Dark Consciousness. Quit your job, scribe. Quit your job, VRI. Quit your job, Amun and Amunet. Gabby, you're not going back to school. You have to sell Melanin Dark Consciousness and Stepping Out of the Matrix. What profit am I going to get from that, Tehuti? $1.50. And you have to sell as many of them so that you can take the $1.50 times 15, and you have $15, and you have to eat from that $15. But you have to sell a book. But in order to sell a book, you have to be a teacher. You have to be able to convert and talk to Christians and converse with Muslims, or you're not selling one book. And you have to sell 15 books for you to eat that day, because the rest of the profit has to go to the organization and the movement as reciprocity from you being out shivering in -2 degrees in Canada and in New York, and then you have to drive and spend the gas money to go see the teacher. There was no click, click, and a click, click. This right here is truly so easy and so baby-like. I appreciate that this has been invented, because there should be hundreds of people here that you could just click and come on the panel. You don't have to drive to another country and hitchhike because your engine blew up on the highway, and hopefully you can come back and the car is gone. We lost different cars because cars aren't meant to drive from Canada, Alabama to Georgia to New York every 2 weeks by surviving off of selling books where you make $1.50 and a few incense, and that's how you feed your family. Because in order to do it, you have to quit your job and do full-time all knowledge on the streets. Certain of us who were teachers. That is what I had to go through as scribes. What, youngin? What is it called? What is it? And there's an elder. What's the younger one called? The little guy? Little bro? I wasn't at scribe's age. I wasn't at Amun. I'm not at Amun, and Amunet would be my elders at the time. And that's what I had to go through to get any type of knowledge. No click button, click, look, none of that. And if you get stranded and don't make it to class, you have to go back. When I lived in Canada, you would get stopped at the border. There'd be 4 of us in a car when I lived in Canada, and the person at the border say, you look good, YouTube. You're not allowed to cross the border. So that means the other 2 people have to go all the way back home somehow, or the whole car turns around and goes to another border to try to get past that way. And if you get stopped, you get sent back to where you're from. That's when I was in Canada. This is why you see Tehuti. This is why you see what you saw on the Killer Priest show. You're not seeing a person that's internet. You're not seeing you're seeing somebody that's coming from actual blood, sweat, and tears to get to this level. 35 years of that to get to this level. So I hope everybody that's watching this can appreciate what they're about to see, to the point where they can give. Just you have to click a Cash App and give reciprocity. That's it. You don't have to stand in the cold blood and sweat and tears and get tomatoes and eggs thrown at you. You don't have to get into fights from Christian and skinheads beating you down because you got black prophets and the skinheads are coming to your table to fight you. You don't have all that. So everybody appreciate this. This is so easy. You come to the class by just clicking a button. You sit on your couch. You get all this information and knowledge and guidance. You change your physical body. You change your life. You quadruple your income. You get to talk to your deceased parents. You get to do all of this from the armchair, sitting like this and just clicking with the mouse. Please appreciate this, because I didn't know anything about this to make me Tehuti. So everybody, support the Tehuti Pod class while I'm still here. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. I will be back. Hotep, I'll be back. Peace and love, everybody. I appreciate you. Hotep. Peace.
Peace, Hotep, to our great Saba, Uncle Justin, Hotep Marie, everyone. Please hit the like button if you are here with us live, and those who are watching on the playback, hit that like button and hit the subscribe as well. Make sure your notifications are on so you're notified. houseofatton.org. Be sure to go there for any information or questions. You can go to houseofatton.org, and the support links for the Great Saba to support the pod class, the Cash App and the PayPal is pinned to the top of the chat. So everyone, please utilize those links. They're also in the bio as well. So to everyone for your attention and for being here, everyone who supports and recognizes the phenomena that is taking place here at the Tehuti Pod class, and who wants to assist in the building of reestablishing Ma'at. It's a powerful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Very nefer. Hinu to the Great Saba for all that he does. And yeah, it's everyone who supports that allows this to exist, that allows this to happen. So dua and hinu to all of you who do what's necessary to put yourselves in greater positions in every way. So we shall go around the panel and hear the Kuru of all the great Ba that we see here on the panel. And we'll start with the great Amun, Hotep Hinu, Orsen, Uncle Jasaneb. How you doing?
Hotep Hinu, Orsen, Uncle Jasaneb. Doing excellent and wealthy. Thank you for asking. To Saba Tuti for painting that picture of everything you have been through, for making that comparison. I appreciate that very much. Everybody should definitely be supporting. As I was said, it's just one click. Cash App button or the PayPal button. May everybody benefit from this class today and be able to learn what they need to help either themselves or somebody that they know, somebody that they end up knowing in the future. These classes are excellent. Every single class is excellent. Every single class is unique. Classes in particular has like something like eczema, or like the other one like hyperhidrosis. Those ones are very interesting, or even the eyesight one as well. Any one about health, very interesting. Last class was about health, discipline, especially when Saba provides something that we are all lucky to have, which is a cure or a process we can go through to cure whatever he is teaching about. Always unique, and he provides that. Very beautiful, and we're very lucky to have him here, to have this knowledge, to be the rec doctor and the magician, to show us the Psyops, show us the Isfet, and then bring us Ma'at. So everybody listening, you hear this class, please support what benefits you. If you're able to learn from this class, where you're able to pass on to other people. Because here's the only place you're going to find this information and hear this information. Our Sabatuti has gone through so much in the past, the present. He does so much to bring these classes forth and to come forth as the being that he is. So yes, everybody, please support. Hotep, Uncle Justin Ed, Mat.
Hotep, Uncle Justin Ed, Dua Amun for your Nefer words, and Hotep Mary to all on the panel, all who are here supporting the great Saba Tehuti for his consistency and dedication, for his Nefer works that he brings forth consistently. He is a true lifesaver. He has saved Amun and I's life and continues to save our life every day. He has brought us and has continued to create us in the being that we are, and I appreciate that so very much. He has changed our surroundings, our mind state, and has healed us in many, many deep ways. So I'm very thankful for Saba Tehuti and for all that he provides. I'm extremely thankful that all of you are here, that you have found the Tehuti podcast and are healing your own self, and for all that you all do behind the screen. I appreciate all who are consistent within the podcast, who come on the panel. I really appreciate those who come on the panel. It's really important, and it's a beautiful thing to be a part of the panel. It is a great way to connect before the pathways, a great way to strengthen our bonds together as a family. So I really appreciate those who come on the panel, and if you have not yet, you can support and come on the panel and share your testimony, share your words, and connect with all of us here. And I really, really am thankful for this class so far. Really looking forward to hear it. And as Amun said, I really love the health classes and that we are able to receive the cure and what we can do about the problem, have the solution. That is so beautiful, and no one is here doing it like Saba Tehuti. So it's so, so beautiful, and super thankful for Saba and his magical ways. I'm so thankful for the deep answers that we get and that this exists. So to you all for supporting and keeping this going, keeping this continuous. I really appreciate that. So Hotep and Ma'at, Uncle Jasina.
Hotep Ma'at, Uncle Justin, 12 are you metal words? Are you Henu? Are you Dua? Are you metal words for Saba? Appreciate it a whole lot, you know. The Ma'at we gotta put together, you know. Definitely appreciate everybody on the panel as well. Appreciate I for inviting me up on the panel, you know. Appreciate the welcoming, Ma'at, the teachings, the guidance, Saba sacrifices. Yeah, so I remember in the last podcast, ATTON circuit was saying that you can't steal from my art, you know what I mean? That was That was some true words there, you know. So yeah, definitely the reciprocity would be real, never, you know, longevity for SABA, you know. Definitely can't have SABA like the rest of the other teachers that was done bad, you know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely appreciate SABA sacrificing to be up here after that whole operation what going on with the injury and whatnot. I appreciate him for sharing it with us as well, you know. So yeah, well, you know, it's big my art be keep it together, echo it, reflect it, and give the reciprocity we could to offer for everybody who does support. Definitely appreciate you. Yeah, no poo. Everybody, my boy Tehuti. Yeah, especially when I can't support like I want, and then I see other people supporting. Yeah, man, appreciate that a whole lot. So to her for the houseofatton, holding it on and keeping it pushing while people keep it pushing. Yeah, all the work at Tefram came out. The Jed said German Anipota, those protein is big my art, because then we have sessions to come to every weekend. You know what I mean? It always there. You know what I mean? And it is song sad when SABA saying things like, hey, this thing can't always be there, you know, so you gotta appreciate it while it's there, because you can't imagine one day, boom, you pop up in it, and it ain't pop up, but yeah, so we gotta definitely do what we gotta do to keep it pushing. But yeah, don't appreciate you for keeping it pushing long enough for me to reach, you know, so yeah, you gotta keep it never, so you know other people could reach. Yeah, so Tua, big love, big my art, Hotep.
What's up, Uncle Justin, everyone? I just want to give love and Marie to the podcast and to SABA. And I was just thinking about how this podcast it's allowed like a ripple effect to help just people just in my life, and the amount of people I've been able to just talk to and pass down information, little bits of information that I've learned from the podcast, and bring and join in conversations with, like Saba says, with things that they like, and I'm able to like chime in and help slowly just dissolve some psyops and all that type of stuff, and just help them like little by bit. And I've just been thinking whilst everyone's been talking, like how beneficial this podcast has not only just been for me, but for just the people in my vicinity, and that's all down to SABA. And it's it really is a wonderful thing, and to be able to be around such a great teacher like alive in this day and age now, it really is a blessing. And I feel very lucky and honored to be able to come on here and to be amongst like-minded people like you guys, and to just be able to put a stamp in this moment in history, because like Hush Nation said, like one day this might be gone, but I'm gonna be glad that I was here for it. And yeah, I'm just so appreciative of everyone. Amun, Amunet, Patar, Gabby, Hush Nation, Nook Poo, and just everyone who's contributed. Yeah, it's been amazing. I think it's almost been like 3 years, maybe 3 years I've been watching the podcast, and my life's just changed for the better in so many different ways. So I'm just so appreciative, and it's like it's almost I can't put into words how much my life has changed, and how much better everything is now, and how much clearer everything is now. And I'm not lost in any type of Greco-Judeo sort of soup that I like to bring up, but like that, I was worried that I was going to be trapped in that kind of stuff forever. And yeah, only down to this podcast have I been given a stable foundation and something to build on, being my art. And that's all I was ever searching for, something that resonated with who I want to become. So that's all down to SABA. So Tua.
Greetings, everyone. Can I be heard?
Hotep. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Hotep.
Greetings. Okay. Greetings. It's good to see everybody on the panel. Yes, Hush Nation. I don't know if you got a chance to catch it. Last week I mentioned congratulating you for getting your being next up to get your REN. Congratulations to you. Go ahead.
To Hotep Marie, Nini, Asetmer, big love, big man. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, I'd hear you calling for me when I was on the rerun. When I was watching it back, I was like, geez, I'm bread, I can't believe this. I miss Nani Aset. I like, yeah. Tua for coming back up. Tua so much. Tua for the big up. Tua for the love, the art. I appreciate you so much.
So if you could share with the panel a little bit of what made you want to, this is a big step, so what made you want to take that step? If you don't mind sharing.
Nah, I don't mind sharing at all. It's just when I see how everybody was getting the REN, then that just had me checking like yo, I sleeping, but I got to snap out of it and get going and put on my shoes, because I was like, okay, I'm learning, I'm soaking up, but it's time for me to be able to work with the family, So just having that step, that opportunity to shed, because you could shed, you could sing to Annie Potter songs, you could do it fun, and feel good in the vibration, but then it come a point in time when you have to do it and you have to live it, So when I see everybody getting the REN, I was just like, nah, I behind a time. I I'm behind a time, I'm behind a schedule. I gotta, you know, and at the same time, it is an experience to, like, I ain't have to say enjoy, because it is a pecker and cool, cleansing, new rebirth. So it is like a moment, like
Okay.
I never experienced, you know what I mean? So I know to explain it. So for something like that, it's like, okay, I could grow in the moment, I could enjoy the moment, I could study the moment, examine the moment, learn the moment, and all of that make it enjoyable, patient, you know, and within that patience to grow in my art is real never, you know, because is from the Pro-M hero, from the ancestors, channeling the Netero to fall in line with that, with SABA, bringing you through them kind of doors is opportunity ain't even a word. Opportunity ain't got nothing and that, you know. So yeah, SABA done break me up of certain matrices, so it's certain words I use I doesn't even use no more, you know. But to be granted an opportunity for Pekka and Kutu eternal light, they don't have nothing else like that, you know. And that's just getting to the peak of the stone, you know. But the journey to be with the house of ATTON until the opportunity for the eternal light is very, very never, you know. Something that I have adoration and appreciation to be a part of, you know. So yeah, it's crazy to be an onlooker before, to be part of the house of ATTON, to have the opportunity to be a part of the house of ATTON. Yeah, just on another level, you know. I have no words to explain SABA Tehuti. SABA Tehuti is just like the real deal, you know. Just come through with my art to a yeah.
Okay, well, no, you're welcome. Okay, sounds like you may be coming back soon. Amun, how are you?
I'm doing excellent. 12 for asking. How are you, Nana?
There's a delay, right? Oh. I'm doing well. Thank you very, very much. So, if you can share briefly about what your because you got your name, you ran last pathways, and now you too, Amunet. You both got your name. So how are you? You know, in short, just how do you feel about the name? Have you noticed any, you know, changes or anything since last year to now, as far as regarding your names?
I feel beautiful and reborn. Have a new purpose, a new sense of direction, new way to look, because the Ren means so much. Every single word inside my Ren means so much. You can always think about it every day and think about the path I'm supposed to walk and the being that I'm supposed to be and develop into. So keep it short. It really has given me many goals to achieve and walk towards and be.
Mm. Yes, yes. And you, Amunet?
For me, I as well feel reborn. To keep it short, I have experienced a lot of beautiful experiences within the Nefesh and out of body. So that is entangled within my Ren and also my thought processes and organization. So a lot of beautiful things within my life. The whole energy that surrounds me and is within me has and is evolving every single day.
Okay. Okay. Great. That's awesome because it is a very Nefer thing. And so yes, everybody, you hear it here on this panel, and there's no others. This is such a beautiful, special panel up here because everybody here has been affected in such a beautiful way by our wonderful Saba Tehuti. Whether it's the Ren, whether it's answering questions, so please support. As you see, as it's going by, you see the donation there, the Cash App and the PayPal. And also asked about the names because one of the events that is known for was becoming that where people are getting their Ren is the Pathways, which of course will be coming up sometime in October of this year. So stay tuned for more information on that. And yes, and that a lot of things can happen, like they say. Your name is your form, so it does change your life. It makes you more aware of how to be, how to act, how to perceive yourself, and how others see you too. And for each name that you have, it's like you're graduating into, each name has its own story and its own meaning and its own development for oneself. And so, Patani, how are you?
I am Nefer, doing Aker. Great Nani Aseb Mertua for asking. I'm doing well.
Okay. Yay. Yes. So thank you, everyone. VRI, Gabby, if you're listening. But thank you so much. And I'll be stepping back, and Tehuti will be back soon. And peace. Just wanted to come up and congratulate everyone and say a few words.
Tua Nana said, big love, big love you a whole lot.
Those colors look Nefer on you. Tua.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Very welcome. Hotep. All right, and as the great Saba Tehuti is getting ready to come back on the panel. So yes, the Pathways to Awakening, October of this year. It's usually at the either the last weekend or the second to last weekend. And as soon as we have the solidified date for everyone, we will let you all know that as soon as we know it. And it's always in Los Angeles. So be sure that you all are doing the necessary budgeting to make sure that you all can provide yourselves the opportunity to come to the Pathways to Awakening, which is a life evolving event. It's a family out gathering, and there's always beautiful conversations that that happen in building, and it's just a powerful thing. So do all that you need to do to make sure that you come to the pathways and build with us and experience what the great SABA Tehuti is talking about in person, right, in flesh, and utilizing what we learn here in the pod class to shift ourselves to be able to create the environment that we want to be in. And the Pathways to Awakening is very much a very special event that one has to set the proper intention and do the work to come to. So Tua to everyone who makes it to the Pathways. And this year is going to be fire. It's going to be a lot of fun. You don't want to miss it. SABA Tehuti has already announced some of the things that we're going to be doing, and what you can be a part of, and we're going to have fun. We're going to enjoy it, and we're going to build, and we're going to learn. And yeah, it's just a powerful thing. So Uncle Jasaneb and T-Cal, the DJ, Jehuti Enra Ashiat. Hotep, good brother. I'll let you get a few words in before SABA Tehuti comes back to the panel. If you are there, good brother. Hotep. Okay, he may have stepped away, but yes. We have we'll have some major updates for everyone. And yeah, Tua to everyone who continues to support and ask your questions. Keep asking these powerful questions, and being a part of what the great SABA Tehuti is doing. The House of ATTON, Hotep Henu, to everyone who assists in the structure, the movement, and putting what's necessary to the primary position to make sure that we have something to grow as a AU, as a collective. The great SABA Tehuti touched on so many powerful topics and points, and it's very deep. So the pathways, the original purpose of the pathways was to create a space and event for us to get off of the internet and just come in person. And it transformed into the pathways. But the initial foundational thing was, let's get in the same room together, right? Get off of the internet. And we hear what the great SABA, says about that, and the ease of being able to hit a link and come on a panel versus having to travel somewhere to receive what you're receiving. So I've said from the very beginning that what is happening here, I recognize very immediately, which is why there was no hesitation, and I saw what was happening, and for us to be able to receive any benefit, it doesn't matter what it is, you have to put yourself in position to receive that, which is opening a doorway by allowing reciprocity to exist, right? So that's why immediately, for me, we should be supporting each other regardless. Anyway, so in the SABA Tehuti is teaching something, so we're very far away from some of the just basic foundational things that we need to construct and build something. But it starts here with the great pod class. So Tua and Henu, may you all continue to support the great SABA, send in your questions. And the great SABA Tehuti is back. Hotep.
Hotep, good to be back. Good to be back right at this time. It's going to be very interesting, and yes, Tua for saying those words, and that you just ended with Fatah and Pooh are going to receive their RENs at the pathway. So far, we have 2 people. Those who want to receive their RENs, you can send an email. Scribe can put up an email. I will be taking requests all the way up until August, right into the first week of August, and then that August date it's cut off. Send your request of how to get your REN, your name, and you will get a response back from that email. Okay, everybody, we're about to get into it today. We're about to get right into it. Gabriella said her connection dropped. And okay, Gabriella, to it for that. And Minty had sent me a message. I haven't looked at it yet, but I saw the first sentence, and it was elaborating on your day. So Tua for sending that update. And wonderful. We're about to get into it, everybody. This is going to be a beautiful set of questions. I'm going to check right now. I'm going to refresh the Gmails. It's got so far. And one person so far. And let me go ahead and delete. Okay, there's a they're coming. Okay, I have to the computer is very strange. It like freezes in time and then it updates. Let me refresh the page and see. So far, just to show the class that people will do appreciate it. The computer is not clicking it. I'm not sure why, but it's not. Okay. Shout out to Philip Holler. I want to read Philip Holler's, and then oops. Sorry, hold on with me. I'm gonna read Angela Gates for the class that hasn't even happened yet. She already sent in support for us. Let me show this and show Philip Holler and show the new people that are watching. These are the people that truly appreciate me even before I start to teach. They show the reciprocity even prior to. So this is Angela Gates already sending in reciprocity for the eczema class. I'm glad you appreciate this, Angela Gates. We're going to give her a hand clap. Then I'm going to show Philip Holler. Then we're going to get right into the class. So here's Angela Gates right out the gate. Angela Gates right out the gate. We're going to put a 1. We're going to give her a hand clap. Then we're going to get right into this beautiful, beautiful class. And everybody who's watching, support the Tuesday podcast. If you're watching this, let me put this on the screen. If you are watching this, and as it says at the bottom, if this has benefited you in any way, then you should give support. And Angela Gates gives her support right before the class starts. And it says, what did that say there, Emma? Go ahead and read that for us, and then we're going to get into it.
$10 for eczema class.
Okay, give her some give her a hand clap, please. Wonderful. And then this brother Philip Holler, Mr. Consistent Man. Philip Holler sends in support before the class even starts. And this is good motivation. And I appreciate those who, if you're observing this, if you're getting something out of this, and you're not supporting, it's very strange to me. Self-hatred, it has to do with hating. There's a big self-hatred put on supporting something that looks like this. When it comes to popcorn, when it comes to going out, when it comes to doing all that, if it's something else, but the self-hatred that especially melanated people have for each other to actually give up. You'll go to the basketball game, you'll do anything, but when it comes to associating your advance of consciousness with somebody that looks like this, the people actually won't support, or they'll get the support, they'll support, and then they'll disappear. And I'm actually wondering if those were agents. I'm wondering, how could you come in, say I saved your life, get a name, make your name legal in a driver's license, I quadruple your income, and then you disappear without a word. That reminds you of those mafia movies where there's a what do they call it? There's like an agent sent in, and he's there, Donnie Brasco, but his real name is like Peter Parker or something. And he comes, Donnie Brasco, and he gets close to the boss and gets all there. You saved my life, boss. You invited me to dinner. I said, I got your back. I'll whack anybody for you. And he's there for like 3 years just gathering the information. Guess what he gets for the FBI? And all of a sudden he turns to Donnie Brasco, and you can't find him because he's back to his other life. So that's I'm kind of wondering if that's what's actually happening here with these people that come and they're apart really close, and then they disappear without a word to me. I'm wondering if these are actually agents, and that may be a reason of why I disappear. So we're going to go to, because I'm not going to get killed for none of these fake people. My life and family is more important. So once I see things closing in like that, like people coming in, getting close, disappearing with no email, no nothing, you got all the information and then you're gone, you got to be working for somebody, or something has you, and I'm at risk. And I already know what it's like to be at risk. One of my daughters already told me they're looking for me with earpieces on and such. So nobody knows what that's like, because to everybody else, it's just an internet thing. Just click on the internet on Saturday. For me, there's people looking for me with earpieces on. So let's get it. Here we go. Shout out to that's why I laugh so much, because nobody has a true comprehension. Nobody has a comprehension of what actually my life is like. But I appreciate those who would want to keep me. I appreciate those who want to keep me alive and keep this going. So here we go. Shout out. Here's one of the people right here. Here's one of the people right here. Shout out to Philip Poller. $42. Give them some big noise, and we're going to get into this class. Give them some big noise, please. Wonderful. Thank you, Philip Howard. Appreciate that. And yeah, let's see. Minty's here. Tev is here. Tev says I agree. And shout out to you, Tev, and everybody. And it is interesting, and it does bother me when I'm alone, when I'm laying in my bed or sitting alone within the turrets, and I think about certain people, and I have to ask myself, I can only do that if I'm being paid for that. I can't comprehend. Maybe because I live with animals, I don't understand the human way, but I don't understand the not supporting, and I don't understand being with something and then disappearing without even a word to anybody. And I'm wondering, would people leave their friend like that? If you had a girlfriend you met on the street, some just regular girl, and you're with her would you just leave her, ghost her, not talk to her? You develop a relationship for 2 years and then you just ghost? Is that how people are? Because I don't know, because I never had relationships like that, so I'm not sure. But to me, it just reminds me of the movies and people gathering information, and those are people going to put me in harm's way. Because if somebody honestly saved my life, if I change my name, they saved my life, they helped me and my family, I quadruple their income, I get them I do all these things for them, and that person can those people can just disappear. That has to be some type of Donnie Brasco. It gotta be, because I don't understand it. But I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and all y'all that do that, if that's what you're here to come and take me out and report me back to information and go back to your regular Matrix life, go do it. I'll go out guns blazing. I don't really care. I know that I'm probably gonna go out like that anyway. So go ahead and just keep doing that. and go ahead and just take me out, because I'll go out, die for this. And when I die, people go on and live their regular life. But I know that my life every day is at risk for this. So shout out to everybody, that are here to support. So a shout out to Dejed. I see Dejed is here. Peace, Dejed. How you doing, good brother?
Peace, Saba. Peace. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You hear you now. Yes, hear you now.
We can hear you.
Okay. Peace. Yes, are we good? Yeah, everything you just said was facts, big facts. Me and Gabriella was just talking. Actually, we were talking about that before the podcast started earlier today. I was just saying, I don't know how people can just go back. How do you just run back to what's already been revealed as a psyops, as the Matrix? I don't get that, man. And we had a good conversation just cleaning up and just talking about that. And I'm like, man, you can't unlearn. You could try to ignore. You could try to go back into that life and ignore, but inside already. And I don't get that. I don't get how people can just up and go right back as if this never happened, as if they wasn't on here giving you adorations and praise and the tiru. You hear them on tracks, you hear them on you just hear all kind of things, and then all of a sudden, boom, gone. And you go back to that. How? That's you no longer living the lie no more. You've embedded yourself in the lie, head under the pillow, as if it's gonna protect you from the monster. I don't get that, Saba. That's wild to me. Hey, that's wild. Hey, we here to stay. We here to stay. How you feeling, Great Saba? You good?
I feel good. I feel good, and thank you for that. And I just wanted to say that before I started the class, because I want everybody to know that that's whatever everybody just saw with two particular individuals. I don't know which one is worse, but with two particular individuals, I just want everybody to know that is my life since '92. That is my actual regular life. So I've been seeing that since 1993, 1996, 1997. That I want, and this is why I like groups of people. I like witnesses, so that when somebody does something like that, it's a witness. When I used to have one-on-one relationships, texting and just talking to somebody one-on-one, nobody's there to see what's going on. I want everybody to see. And that's why certain people will not come on the panel, because if you come on the panel and give your testimony and talk, you're sealed, you're locked in. So there's people stay in the chat, so they don't want to come on the panel because then you're locked in. And so I want everybody just to see, this is just a day of my life. It happens all the time. Psychosis happens all the time, and people can just disappear. And it's just, this is my life when it comes to this consciousness. And now you all have experienced it for the first time in your life. For the first time in your life, you all are experiencing a day in my life. That means no matter who left you in the past, no matter what happened in the past, none of that was a part of this. This here, you experiencing people getting this type of wisdom and knowledge and then leaving, you've never felt that in your life. You may have had a girlfriend that left you. Oh man, you were not teaching her this. You were not teaching her this. So you've never experienced until now people receiving these 922 classes, answers that I've gave, about 922, and then leaving with that. You may experience your girlfriend, you're teaching a little bit about Kemet, a little bit of this, a little bit about black power, none of that. You people can leave that. But this is your first day in the life of Tehuti, where you've seen two individuals that were fully members apart on the screen, and then just gone with no word, nothing. The psychosis. And that is a day in my life. So shout out to all those who stick around. And we're going to get into this beautiful class. Let's get into it, everybody. And if you have somebody that was with you and they left getting these kind of teachings, hello and welcome to my life. welcome to my life. If you've had Ahati, Menku, Carolina, and there's other people, whoever, everybody else left. They're on the screen teaching people that are teaching classes. These are people that are under Tehuti teaching classes, not just somebody in the chat, not Rigo, not whoever on the screen teaching, saying my SABA Tehuti save me, on the screen teaching classes at the events with responsibilities. Pew! You have witnessed a day in my life. So to it, everybody that supports, and we're gonna get into this answer. Let's get into it, everybody. Minty has just jumped on. Greetings to you, Minty. We're about to get into this answer, but nice to see you here.
Greetings, Hotep Saba. I just wanted to show face and show my support.
Wonderful, excelente. I appreciate that. And I will say this one last thing. Then we're going to get one last thing. Everybody, if you want to understand why that is, and I have to get this off my chest because when you put in 35 years, so nobody, I put in more years than who's over 35 here? Dejed and Minty, maybe Hush. So if I put in years while people were you were in the womb, that's when I started teaching people. So I want everybody to know that the Tehuti pod class and these particular teachings, what happens is this: it's a vacuum reverse effect. So when you first see this, there's this big excitement because there's so much wisdom and knowledge, and you're excited. I'm gonna actually teach everybody this jewel. Get this jewel, because you like jewels. The excitement is there, and people are happy. Oh, look at the black Kemetians. Look at this. Look at what the heck. Look at the King's Chamber, and look at this wisdom, and look all this, the Psyops and George Floyd and the COVID, and you're getting that, and it's very, very exciting. But then what happens is I start checkmating you little by little, because then you get the other classes: discipline, diet, give up this, stop being around these people, don't do this. And each class attacks a matrix that you were attached to. Coffee, drinking, all the different things that you liked while you were liking the knowledge. You liked the knowledge, but you were still doing all those isfet things. But then as you're listening to Tehuti, as time goes on, it's like, oh shoot, he just hit me right here. He just hit me right here. Wait a minute, pregnancy cravings? I can't do that. Coffee? I can't. I can't go. What? And you're getting the knowledge, but now it's not the knowledge you're excited for. Now it's putting you in a trap in a corner. So you got to pume out the back door. You got to run as fast as you can out the back door, because Tehuti's teachings are not like the other guys. I'm not talking about the Egyptians are black and you're God. Black woman, you're a goddess. Black man, you're the best on the earth. You're the God. You're the goddess. You're good. Be strong. Be tight. We're gonna make it through. Black people are the rulers. No. I'm gonna check your. I'm gonna everything you think you like, everything you thought you're real. I'm gonna clap it up in your face. I'm gonna start dissecting it and ripping you apart. We have to start as a baby again. And a lot of grown men and women can't handle that because they're over 40 years old. And they're like, well, I can't start over again. Let me get the hell out of here. Take the wisdom I got. Let me get out of here. Just learn the Egyptians are black. The pyramids are us. We invented mathematics. I'll handle that. I'm not about to give up my girlfriend Sharika, my girlfriend Pamela. I'm not about to give up, because I said to my nurse, I was like, every brother in the pod class must be celibate. Because when I was a youth, my relationships were only consciousness. From the time I knew about it, you couldn't get with me. But every man has the urge to touch women. Every man has a strong sexual drive. So I said to my nurse, hey, since the day I've been teaching from Killer Priest, no brother here has touched a woman? Or are the people touching women and touching men and ashamed to mention who they are? Because if you bring them here, you'll know that's your secret. That person's not really a part of this. So I'm like, damn, everybody turned into a priest. When I started teaching on Killer Priest, everybody turns celibate except for Ptah and except for the Jed. Everybody's celibate. No. You think that brother that was here with me for 11 years was celibate? Huh? 10 years, you think he was celibate? No, he just couldn't bring his women around. because I'm going to be like, you can't. You see? So you got to pretend that you're single. And that's what pushes people into a wall, because you don't want to bring your blonde haired, firm haired Christian woman around Tehuti, because he's going to question your relationship and break you down. So you got to pretend that you're single. That's the psyops that's actually happening. So I push people in a corner, unfortunately. That's why Lord Jamar have to run. So Sophia, Stewart, everybody that I'm on the Kill pre-show, you know, if they run off the panel, they have to get out of there. Because I'm not here to get along with you and baby, boo-boo, baby. I'm here to twist that matrix out of your heart. I'm here to squeeze and crush it and make you feel pain. I want you to feel the pain, because you know that when you don't feel the pain, the matrix is gone. If you're holding on to the matrix, feel the pain with it. Once the pain is gone, that means the pain's over there. So you don't feel insulted anymore. But if you're feeling the pain of what I'm teaching, that means the matrix is still in you, mixed in you. So feel that pain, burn and feel it with me. Let's go. Because I had to do that and feel that when I was a child. So everybody, this is serious. And I'm going to get into this answer here. Let's do this, everybody. Let's get serious. Brothers, if you have females out there, let's see who they are, because you should be standing on your 10 feet. 10 toes. What do they say? 10 toes down. Stand on your 10 toes. Women get involved with me. Even when I was a baller or whatnot, I turned my Escalade into a Kemetic truck. You have to. I was giving regular women names. Your name is Nubia. Your name is Ketira. Your name. I was giving regular women names. They're like, "What's that mean?" I said, "Because your name is a Christian name. You got to give up Christianity to even talk to me, to even be in a relationship with me. You got to give up that." And that's why every single woman I've been in a relationship with doesn't have an English name. Because of me, you can't have an English name. So when the brother's watching, and I'm into the knowledge, I'm into the call. Good. Who are you sleeping with and what's your girl's name? Who are you sleeping with and what's your man's name? Because biological imperative is about sex and food. That's your survival. So when it comes to sex, survival, and food, that's what's important to you before Ma'at as writings even existed. Anyways, let me start. I'm gonna stop dropping this. I'm gonna get into the class, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Let's get into this beautiful question and answer class, and let's walk through. And I'm gonna hopefully help hundreds of people that watch this. Everybody ready? Okay, so I'm gonna say shout out and peace and love to you, Patah. Shout out and peace and love to you, Amun and Amunet. Shout out and peace and love to you, Dejed, Sedem, Ma'a, and Hodku. Shout out and peace and love to you, VRI, who turned into a 40-year-old man. Shout out and peace and love to you, Hush Nation. Shout out and peace and love to you, Minty Hotep. And let's get into this answer here. Everybody ready? I'm excited now. Okay, peace and love, everybody. Let's get into it. I'm gonna help Minty come off on boom. Everybody ready? Boom, 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 boom. Rob Lowe said, I have no problem getting on the panel, yet I'm truly, is that money less at the moment? And look how the people step in. Rob, I will send, look how fast this was. Rob, I will send reciprocity on my behalf to grant you access to come up on the panel. No problem. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? You see that, Rob? Does that happen in you? Look at that. So that's all you had to say, Rob. That's I want people to talk to me. Tell me you're moneyless. Now I know moneyless isn't literally moneyless, because I know everybody has $5, but a brother's gonna step in and say, boom, I'll support for you. Now that's brotherly love. That's the house of a 10. Let's get into it, everybody. We're gonna get into this podcast answer. Get your pens, your pads ready, get your notes, your iPhones, your Samsung Galaxy, everything that you use. Get your Cash Apps, PayPal. Get your brain ready. Get your petabytes ready. Remember petabytes? Who is here for the petabytes class? Get your petabytes ready. Let's walk through the SABA doors. Let me go ahead and get this open. Everybody ready? Boom. Dropped enough jewels for the day, and now it's time to drop the class, which has the jewels in it. Okay, dropped enough free jewels for the day. So here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's open this up. Wrong thing. Hold on, everybody. Wait a minute. And boom. Let's go. Let's get 50 people in here watching and blow everybody's brain and then fix it up and repair repair it and heal it up. Break people down and then build them back up. That is the mission here of the Tehuti podcast. Brown, build you up. A lot of people want the the breakdowns, but they don't want the discipline of the build-up, and that's why they run away without one message. For those who are new coming in, shout out to Mad Leaf, who else is new? Shout out to Tehuti. Shout out to anybody who's new. Shout out to Rob Lowe. If he starts supporting, gets his money situation better, and he can ask a question and support. Shout out to who else is new here? Shout out to Aaron Lowe. Aaron Lowe, if you're listening, your question is going to be answered next podcast. If you're listening, shout out to Pat Toe and all of them. Your question is going to be answered too. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let me get the timer ready, and let's get into it, everybody. Get your pen and your pads out. Here we go. We've waited. We've built. We've socialized and talked and everything for a couple of hours. Now we're going to get right into this class. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm talking in sign language. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Shout out to J-Dub. J-Dub. I've seen that in the Cash App. I've seen that supporter. J-Dub. Shout out to J-Dub. I don't know if I've seen that name in a while, but I've definitely seen J-Dub as a supporter. So shout out to you. And keep receiving, keep growing, keep supporting. Jump on the panel, introduce yourself. I do remember J-Dub as a supporter. And welcome to the family. Everybody press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get right into it, everybody. I'm a brave Ebe. I'll be right here. The talk smack, but we smell fear. I don't know if he's rhyming. Let's go. Are those rhymes? The Never Net Nature J. Okay, shout out to Amunet with the 9, Nook Poo with the 9, Hush Nation with the axe, Robert William with the 9. Maharu, you're next week for sure. Got your question in. Now I'm sure on what you're asking. We're gonna have fun with that question. Ebet with the 9 and a heart. Who else is here? And Pooh. And Pooh, how many men classes are you away from? How many men classes are you away from having the whole library? He's about to have them in a few more orders. Minty, press a 9. Gabriel Lopez, press a 9. Here we go, everybody. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment and come right back. Here we go. Let me put the screen share. Tua Tehuti up to you. And Amun Ka. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to do screen share. Here we go. Boom, boom. Hey, there's Eric G and Medu Seneb. Okay, you can all see the screen share. Now I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment and come right back and start the class. Let me do something real quick. Let's see. Okay, I'm back on the screen here. Everybody ready? Let me drink some water before we get started. Of my no such thing as that, but 42 M cool. That's the 7. If you remember the class 42, that's a 7 to 6 conversion. Let's go, boom, boom, boom. And we're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Pop class, the question answer class of the Houseofatton. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, what's the original language of spirituality, who are the Natiru, what about my physical health, what about my mental health? What about mental detoxification? Out-of-body experiences? Are there any ancient sources? Or are those just New Age teachings? Government psyops, do they exist? telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity and Islam and Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix, so now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know you've stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, and the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and has infiltrated in the form of New Age consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, Kemetic teachers, esoteric guides, metaphysics teachers, and the agenda of the matrix is just focused on quote-unquote knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings / disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear the ancient symbol for fashion and egotistical self-gratification, who do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is just to go against what someone else teaches. They only have debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matters stay on the beginner's phase, which is good, but it's limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong, the Hebrews are wrong, the people in Egypt are black. But after showing you where it's stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from and give you the original teachings of that specific part with the actual teaching, where the actual teaching is coming from, and the original text and how to apply it to their lifestyle. They just tell you this part of the Bible was stolen from this part. Okay, now what do we do with the original part? Just leave it? Tell everybody stolen and just walk away and eat Doritos? They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is just to show that it was stolen and leave you right there. That is called breaking something down, but not building anyone back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in its original mind state, in the original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. For the next topic of focus, that is only the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black, but I won't follow. I won't follow anything they do. I'm proud of what they look like physically, but as far as their conscience and discipline, forget about that part. Or tell me what's wrong with such and such. This is wrong with such and such. This is wrong with this group. All of their titles are argumentative titles, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the Native American. We are Native American. We are American Indian, but not African. But never on just what the pyramids in America are for. Not what they're not. Not what they're better than. Not what they're not. What are the pyramids in America for, and how do they enhance you? Or what are the disciplines described ways of the Native American that can be lived, that can enhance you spiritually and mentally today? They can only do counter teaching, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any quote-unquote African or Ma'at or Kemet culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention for the shock value. It's for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as what most people don't know. Let me tell you why you're wrong. What you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize. Just fighting words, fighting everybody, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily basis, that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate and fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer these questions because they don't actually live by any of them, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these type of questions. Then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, to disunite under the guise of knowledge, but no structure, unity, system, as all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movement, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, no group rituals, as all of the ancient ancestors lived by. No accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever action or feeling they have for that day, with no accountable obligation or accountability to anyone telling them they are wrong or they have slipped up in the cultural way, because they have no ranking system or no elder, so nobody's in authority. Thus, they are about loneism, individualism. No matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of is-fed evil, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in none of the ancient cultures' languages, because we, all the ancient cultures that continue today, we always moved as a mentally unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens, appearing and disappearing, teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force with structure and accountability to a specific way of life, discipline. Thus, this unity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal. That is to mirror your consciousness of that of the European Egyptologists who are just outsiders, just collecting knowledge and having debates and discussions about the knowledge, but not really living, not actually wanting to live by it. They discuss and debate Egypt historically to see who is the top scholar, but not from a disciplined liver of anything. So when Peachtree and Budge and Faulkner get together and they have debates and discussions, they're not debating it to see whether Budge lives the better life of Ma'at than Faulkner or Peachtree or Gardner. They're debating definitions and words in history. When they go back home, they're back Christians again, while being Egyptologists. So they're not a liver of anything. And now the New Age conscious community has you echoing the Egyptologists. They're not unified like the followers of Ma'at that actually created Kemet, in which they study with structure, discipline, and a ranking system. Thus, their videos, lectures, are mainly complaining or what is wrong videos. Let me tell you what's wrong. Here are wise words that the House of Atten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, don't sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus, the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and gave them a better way of life. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, House of Atten, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live. And with each answer, get subconscious matrices broken for you with actual live demonstrations. That is only done here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? Everybody ready? Here we go. Sent in by Gabriella, which we already read. She was eczema. Can you get rid of eczema? And how do you get rid of eczema? Or how do you treat it? Is an issue. So I wanted to know, why do people get eczema? 1 question. Can you get rid of eczema? 2 questions. How do you get rid of eczema? 3 questions. How do you treat it? 4 questions. Is eczema a skin problem or a stomach problem? I have 6 questions. So 6 questions sent in by Gabriella. And she says, Tua, great SABA for answering this, answering these questions for me. May the Natiru always guide and protect you and the Aout. Tua to that beautiful Nefer Gabriella, the great Hemet of the Jed, Saddam. Reciprocity has been sent as well with a purple heart and a white heart. Much Mary, Gabriella. Then she reversed it. A white heart and a purple heart. Wonderful. Favorite color. So here we go, everybody. Ready? Which echoes the diversity of types of questions that is only seen here at the Tehuti Pod class House of Atton. What is eczema? Well, first, that word is actually a descriptive adjective that describes one of the symptoms of what today is called dermatitis. So right off the beginning, right off the bat, there's your first matrix broken, which we're going to get into it. Eczema, that they're using as a word for the disease, is actually just a descriptive adjective that only describes one or two of the symptoms of what today is called dermatitis. So eczema, for some interesting reason, is only a word that covers two of the symptoms. We're going to get into that Psyops soon. I will take you to the WebMD, and after you see some of the common symptoms, I will point out to you the one or two definitions that eczema is named after, which does not actually cover all the symptoms. So right off the bat, you will see the name eczema is actually misleading. Here we go. Straight to WebMD. See what WebMD says, and I have some things underlined. Ready, everybody? Here we go. WebMD. What is dermatitis? Dermatitis is a broad term that describes various types of skin inflammation, skin rashes. The most common early symptoms is red. Here's what the people of eczema suffer. Red, dry, itchy skin, right? Eczema sufferers out there, you're familiar with your skin turning red, especially if you're lighter skin. Red, dry, itchy skin. Severe cases can include crusty scales, yes, that's eczema. Painful cracks in your skin, yes, eczema. Or blisters that ooze fluid. Notice I have underlined in red, blisters that ooze fluid. Since a range of things can irritate your skin, your doctor will try to narrow their diagnosis to a specific kind of dermatitis that can help them point the cause and choose the best treatment to heal your skin. Okay? Notice it says several symptoms and then uses the word blisters that ooze, the typo there. Blisters that ooze fluid, not Florida. Blisters that ooze fluid. So notice it says several symptoms and then uses the word for blisters, use the word blisters that ooze fluid. And this particular symptom is what they, typo there, is what stamped the name eczema. As we go to its etymological roots, we will see the name does not cover what dermatitis actually is, but only one or two of the symptoms from the root word ek, meaning out. So let's go to the definition word of eczema. We're going to see why they call it this. Here we go, everybody. So here we are in the definition of eczema. Something thrown out. You see that? From exene, to boil, cover. Well, part of it's cut off. Okay. Exene, to boil, cover, break out. From ek. Ek is out, and zine is boil. From PIE root word, yes, boil, bubble, yeast. Encyclopedia. And here is where I will break the matrix while preparing you for what you're about to see. That will be revealed shortly in class. As you can see, ek means to be out. Zine is boil. This symptom does not cover the red, dry, itchy skin, crusty scales, painful cracks. It only covers one or two of the symptoms. And the reason, as you can see at the bottom, the tribute was given credence by some type of credence to some type of ancient physicians, as described as fiery pulsation from the skin and boiling out. So this is misleading, because the average person that's a layman will not even think of this description of leading back to where it came from. But to those of you who know, which will be you soon, this will not be misleading, because it will actually be attributing the original discoverers of this dermatitis, describing it that's coming out of boils and fiery oozing fluid. Remember, everything they do is coded. Remember that I will get to that shortly. So as you can see, I want to point something out to everybody right here, just to show you how ridiculous hypnotic, not even ridiculous, because ridiculous means to ridicule something. So what they're doing is actually not to be ridiculed. What they're doing is actually hypnotic. They fed your brain with so many things that are the opposite of what your eyes see, that it's made your critical thinking basically diminish, so that they can feed you anything else. So they tell you that eczema comes from ek and zine, Z-I-E-N. Is that what they tell you? Who saw that? They say eczema, ek and zine. Is that what they tell you, right? Who saw that? Anybody see that? Eczema, X and zine. They say X means out and Z-E-I-N is boil. Anybody saw that? X and zine. And this is why it was hard for me to survive in school, because I would ask questions and everybody would just tell me go along with the flow, and I would think, but this doesn't make sense to me. Eczema has the letter M in it, doesn't it? Eczema. I would be in school, and this would be an example of questions that I would ask. I would say, well, you told me that eczema, E-C-Z-E-M-A, comes from ek. I got that part, that makes sense, E-K, ek. But then you say it comes from zine. Why is the letter N turning into an M? These are just some of the, and it seems trivial, but you have to ask yourself, well, what's the purpose of that? Why even do that? Shouldn't it be called eczema? It should be called that because you're telling me and you're teaching us in the etymology that it comes from ek, zine. In the Latin and Rome, they had M and N. Like literally, Rome has the letter M in it. So it's eczema, but then when they tell you to say it, they slip in an M and they don't tell you why. They just say eczema with an M. Why did you change it? What does that do for the disease? What does it do for teaching me? How does it enhance me? What are these little things? Why are you changing it? What's the purpose? So you're seeing it in front of you, eczema, but you're seeing it eczema, and your brain just says, "Oh, I accept it." And it's millions of these things that I show in the pod class. As you accept little by little by little by little, it just immediately destroys your critical thinking, and then you get the big picture psyops. So just a little thing right there. But the real thing I want to focus on is that the eczema word only covers ek and outboil. So according to the definition, it only covers things that are boiling out of the skin. It doesn't cover cracked skin, dry, itchy skin. It covers boils, something that's boiling out of the skin. Ek out and zena, ek boiling out. So eczema doesn't cover the main thing that people actually describe when they're complaining. When they say they have eczema, they say my skin is really dry. It's like cracking. It has these like scales forming, almost look like a turtle, like there's some extra skin, and it's darkening. Some people that have eczema, you'll see one of the seven types, it actually turns blacker. That's a pigment type eczema, and they say it's dry. Rarely do you see somebody with eczema hold their hand up like this and you see like pus boiling out. There is that type, but that's uncommon. When your child has eczema, you see more of the rashes, dry. You rarely see like bumps coming and white ooze coming out. But yet it's named after that. It's named after the least descriptive thing. So here we go, everybody. Let me walk you through. So eczema actually only covers one of the symptoms, which is actually not even the most common. The most common is dry, scaly skin that hurts and irritates, turns red or turns dark. You really see somebody hold their hand up with eczema, and you see something bumps rising out with white pus coming out. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, entire screen. Yeah, that's what it's named after. And when they name it after, they say it's that definition is attributed, according to the Cyclopedia, it's attributed to ancient physicians. So some they stay loyal to those ancient physicians, changing it. Except don't you change it when you find it's on the 7th month. They stay loyal. December is the 10th month. It's 10. They will never change that. That will never change. They stay loyal to things and fire and air. They stay loyal. Here we go, everybody. Boom. All right. So they name it after some boils that come out of the skin. But that doesn't, you're about to see the definitions and the types of eczema, and tell me how many of those types cover boils coming out of the skin. But yet they named the whole thing after that. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Boom. 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 Not only does it have a wide range of dermatitis, but within this, ready, everybody? There's actually seven versions of that. Let's deal with number 1. Here we go. Now, this Pemphigus eczema, also called dysarthritic dermatitis, this has the blisters on the hand and on the feet and has skin peeling. Here's one of the versions. So here's one version of the dermatitis, Pemphigus eczema. So there's one type. Okay. Here's a totally is actually caused from the outside influences. This is contact dermatitis. This is a more popular condition, and it's understandable as more understandable as an allergic form of eczema dermatitis, meaning that something comes in contact with it from the outside is a result in an allergic immediate outbreak. This is contact dermatitis. Okay, so the first one is one type. This one is triggered by outside influences. So this is contact dermatitis on different skin complexions, and this one can appear as an itchy rash. Contact dermatitis. So there's your itchy rash. Very, very popular. All our fluids blowing out of the skin. This is now this one we're going to get. This one here, I'm going to cover this word later on in the class as a part of the solution. This is seborrheic dermatitis. This type attacks the surface of the scalp under the hair. It causes scaly patches, inflamed skin. It usually affects oily areas of the body, such as the face, sides of the nose, eyebrows, ears, eyelids, and chest. You are familiar with this type of dermatitis under the term stubborn dandruff. A lot of people didn't know that dandruff is an eczema dermatitis. It's so common for people to have dandruff. Most people, and you can just when you're a child, or the people that you come across, people say I have dandruff when they have flakes coming out of their skin, their hair, They usually don't say, I have eczema, right? They say I have eczema when you have dry patches on the hands and legs. But when you have this, the people just call it dandruff. So actually stubborn dandruff or seborrheic dermatitis is itchy, scaly patches coming from the hair. No pus or boils coming out yet. Yet the whole disease is named after pus or boils coming. The entire disease is named after pus or boils coming out, and we haven't seen any pus coming out yet. And we're on number 3. So there's no pus coming out of anybody's head. There's nothing coming out of anybody's head. Boils and pus, fluids coming out of your. When you have dandruff, you don't have fluids coming out of your head. Yeah, the whole disease is named fluids coming out. So here we go. Let's get to number 4. Maybe we get to the fluids now. So this is right. Lichen simplex results from what is known as chronic itching, scratch cycle, following repetitive exacerbation, and scratching circumscribes. So you're actually doing this one to yourself. It starts at one level, and then you actually add to it, which creates thick patches developed, which on atopic dermatitis, that's dermatitis that's on the surface, and psoriasis, scabies, eczema, which is actually caused by prolonged by your own doing. Now there are neurotriggers. There are no triggers that actually cause this. So brachioradial pruritus and radiculopathy, a disease of the spinal nerve. So for Gabriella, this is actually happening. This is taking place in your spinal nerve, and it's causing something to show on the skin. But where is this form of eczema actually starting and taking place? It's triggered in the spinal column by another disease, triggering this, and it ends up from that disease into the lichen simplex chronicus. So here we are again. You see the itching. So we have one image with the boils. Nobody on this image has any boils or fluids coming out yet. But yet again, the entire disease is named boils and fluids coming out. The entire disease. At least that is actually uncommon. So here it is. Now we got this one, varicose. A lot of people who have varicose veins should realize that's attached to this. That can be attached to this. That's why it's called varicostasis. Varicostasis dermatitis. Again, the same dry, irritated skin, but where it differs is this causes pigmentation blotches mixed in with the dry spots, and it usually is caused by poor blood circulation. And it's usually located on the shins and the calf. So some people may have the varicose veins, and then they look down, and then they have these dry patches that pop up on the skin, and it's irritated. They itch it. It's very, very dry, and it's called varicose dermatitis. Here we are on number 5. Discoid nummular eczema. Now, discoid nummular eczema, this appears as small or larger patches. Now, these can leak fluid. So some people may say, well, I have eczema and mine leaks fluid. Of course, because there are 7 different types. We finally got to the leaking fluid type. Here we are, number 6, discoid nummular eczema. And some people can have more than one eczema at once. You could have the dry, patchy. You could have the varicose stasis in your legs, and then you got discoid nummular eczema in your hand. You're like, I got dry patchiness on my arms, and my hand has fluid, boils with fluid. So here we are finally at the definition of eczema, which is eczema, which is boils coming out with fluid. We finally reached the one. Here we are. Discoid nummular eczema appears as circular patches that can also leak fluid. It can sometimes be confused for ringworm because of how they look, thus the name nummular, because nummular comes from the Latin word coin because of its circular shape. So some people may see this on their skin, and if you see this on your skin, some people say, oh, I have ringworm. You see these circular things because it doesn't quite match the eczema that is popular. The atopical dry skin eczema, or the one that's over here, these two right here, everybody knows what dandruff looks like, contact dermatitis, and these ones with little bumps coming up. But the dry skin, the contact dermatitis, and the dry itchy skin and the dandruff, these are very popular, which this is what most eczema actually looks like, which is dry skin and it turns different colors. On lighter skin people, it may turn a reddish pinkish, and on darker skin people, it may turn an even a blackish color. That's what's very popular. And you're itching it, and then you cause the damage to yourself. But most people will see this is not a popular eczema that's associated with eczema. This is just a discoid nummular eczema, one of the 7 that it's eczema. Some people never go to the doctor and they just see it and they go to the Rite Aid and they say, let me get some ringworm cream, let me get some things for eczema as just one little circle on the skin. But actually, that's one of the 7. Now that leads us to the most interesting one that is actually the most popular, that leads more familiar with. And what it was, disease variation number 7 is actually number 7 and 8, except 8 has nothing to do with your skin. How would you like to know that? The original reason of why, although now that I've taught you that there are 6 to 7 different forms of dermatitis, altogether with over 25 side effects, why do they only call it eczema, which only describes one, boiling out fluid? They only describe it as one of the symptoms. Why do they champion its name to quote-unquote ancient physicians and ignore all the other descriptions and all the other symptoms? Who are these ancient physicians? What is the pharmaceutical psyops designed to spread eczema? Yes. What is the pharmaceutical psyops designed to spread eczema? And most importantly, what are the solutions to help remove it? But of course, for all of that, you know what time it is, everybody? What is the time to get into? Type it in the room. What is the time to get into? So again, what if I were to tell you that the eczema disease variation 7 is actually number 7 and number 8, except for number 8 has nothing to do with your skin? How would you like to know that? And the original reason of why, although now I've taught you that there are 6 to 7 different forms of dermatitis, altogether with over 25 side effects, why do they call it eczema, which only describes one of the side effects of the symptoms? And then why do they champion its name to ancient physicians, never change it? Who were these ancient physicians? What is the pharmaceutical psyops designed to actually spread eczema? The pharmaceutical psyops diagnosis and prescription that actually spreads the eczema, and most importantly, what are the solutions to help remove it? But of course, for all that, what is it time to get into, everybody? Let me come to the chat. What is it time to get into? What is it time to get into? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Are you ready? Boom. Tehuti overdrive. Tehuti overdrive. Tehuti overdrive. Tehuti overdrive. Ready, everybody? I think you're right. Hold on a second. Let me go grab the overdrive. Hold on. I got it. Let me squeeze it in my head. One second, let me get it in here. Overdrive. Let me get in. Okay. Ready, everybody? You are absolutely right. I agree with you, and I think it's time for Tehuti Overdrive. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Let's go. How can you do a Tehuti Overdrive on Eczema? Ready, everyone? Here we go. Screen is white. Let's move it down. Ready? Is the eczema most of us are familiar with. That is type number 7. That is number 7 type. So what is the eczema that most of us are familiar with? That is number 7 type. Also simultaneously possible number 8 type, which has nothing to do with that which you can see as eczema at all. Want to know what it is? Here we go. The atopic eczema that most people complain about. This is the type most people are familiar with. With the most common symptoms. And what comes to mind when you ask the average person? That comes to mind when you ask the average person about eczema. Which is itching, dry skin, scaly skin, redness, irritation. Which comes with a few of them, but this is strictly the atopical one. This is the most, what makes this one very interesting. It's very popular. What is unclear that this disease can cause a completely separate and apparently unrelated condition that one will have no idea came from eczema. Guess what that is? So this number 7 atopical that everybody's familiar with can actually have the side effect that is not just the dry, scaly skin, not the boils, not the dry dandruff head. There's another side effect which actually has nothing to do with the skin condition. From a spread is the more that another disease that is completely visually unrelated. Ready? What is this? Type it in the room. What's this? What is that? What's everyone doing here? This doesn't look like a skin disease. What's this? What was that you just saw, everybody, on the stream? What was that? What was that? High Grade TV says, I had to send an extra email overdrive. Hey, High Grade, I think I saw you earlier say that you have the different forms of eczema. So you'll greatly appreciate this class as well. There we go. What is that I just showed on the screen? An inhaler, asthma. Asthma? What does asthma have to do with it? Asthma? That's interesting. Let's go, everybody. Boom. Why am I showing children with asthma? asthma is even more common than eczema. More people that you come across, children and adults, will tell you they have asthma before you come across be even more popular than it's even more popular. Let's find out what's happening here. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom. So what is this, everyone? This does not look like a skin disease. These innocent children here with inhalers. Why? What do they have inhalers for? Doesn't look like eczema. Distinct. Wait, Tehuti, asthma. Huh? But Tehuti, asthma. So boom, asthma. But Tehuti, asthma and eczema are two completely distinct conditions. So boom, asthma. But Tehuti, asthma and eczema are two completely distinct conditions. Eczema is a disease that appears to attack the surface of the skin. And asthma is a disease that attacks the lungs. Yes, exactly. The eczema that you thought you were most familiar with attacks and affects and has links to something else that you're extremely familiar with, but not familiar with the fact that one can cause the other. Let me refer you to Medical News Today, December 19th, 2023. Severity of eczema. Let me shrink it so everything can fit on the screen. There we go. Severity of eczema. Medical News Today. Severity of eczema also appears to influence the association between asthma and eczema. For example, roughly 20% of children with mild eczema develop asthma. That's a lot. The percentage that develop asthma increases to 60%. What? When children have severe eczema, having eczema can also lead to increased asthma severity. It can also cause a greater persistence of asthma into adulthood. The exact reason why people with eczema are more likely to develop asthma remains unknown, but both occur as a result of long-term inflammation. Is there a link between asthma and eczema? Reviewed by Joanne Paul, MD, MPH, DT, MH, Dermatology, written by Mary Ann Di Pietro, CRT, on December 19th, 2023. So is there a link? Absolutely. Here we go, everybody. Asthma and eczema are two conditions. Asthma and eczema are two conditions that occur due to long-term inflammation. Although the conditions differ, there is a link between eczema and asthma. This may be a result of genetic susceptibility or environmental triggers. Asthma and eczema both occur due to inflammation. In some instances, inflammation occurs in response to allergens. Asthma and eczema both occur due to inflammation. In some instances, the inflammation occurs in response to an allergen. There are two distinct conditions that affect different organs and systems. Asthma affects the lungs and respiratory system. Eczema affects the skin. However, researchers identified an association between them. Severity of eczema. The severity of eczema also appears to influence the association between asthma and eczema. For example, roughly 20% of children with eczema develop asthma. That percent the percent that develops asthma increases by 60% when children have severe eczema. Having eczema can also lead to increased asthma severity. It can also cause a greater persistence of asthma into adulthood. Notice the emphasis: children, children, children. Why are even children getting this more than adults? Why are children the one jumping to 20% and jumping to 60%? And that causes persist into the adulthood. The exact reason why people with eczema are more likely to develop asthma remains unknown. Both occur as a result of long-term inflammation. And there it is. There it is. The most unknown and dangerous symptom of eczema. Dangerous, Tehuti? Yes. So one of the symptoms that eczema can cause is actually a completely separate disease that has nothing to do with your skin. But that also is a symptom if the original disease is causing it. So dangerous? What do you mean? Yes, let me take you to the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America. Let me show you the matrix unravel itself. Tell me if you find anything interesting about the cover of the Asthma Foundation of America that represents millions of people with asthma across America. So there are millions of people with asthma across America. Tell me if you find anything interesting about the cover. When we go back and look at the Asthma Association, we're going to look closely at the cover, and I won't even say anything. You just tell me if you find anything interesting about it. Are you ready? Here we go. Let me go back on. Present. Boom. 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 Ding dong. Oh, wait. Interesting. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to pull it up. Here we are. AAFA, Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America. Asthma facts. Asthma facts. Asthma facts and figures. Burdens of asthma in the United States. Falls disproportionately on people with low income, senior adults, and Black and Hispanic and American Indian vaccinated people. These groups have the highest asthma rates and death. Anything interesting about the cover? The cover of the Asthma Foundation. Anything interesting? Yes. Everyone on the cover page of the Asthma Allergy Association of America is quote unquote Black, African American, melanated. That's interesting. That's an interesting representation for a country that has millions of people with asthma. But you never know, it can be a side effect of that you never knew was a side effect. Some didn't know it was a side effect of eczema. Yet I said it's dangerous. How many people a day die of asthma? Not per year, I said per day. Yes, per day, not per year. And guess who is the focal point of the danger? Death. And death is for asthma. Who is the focal point, and how many people die a day by asthma, of which they say extreme eczema causes 60% of the asthma in the children, but how many people are dying of this a day? 60% of it is being caused by the eczema. Then the deaths of the asthma can also be claimed to the eczema as well, because asthma is now a side effect of the eczema. Extreme eczema. On average, 9 people in the US die each day. Did you all know that? You know how many people that is? You know what the population of the US is? On average, 9 people in the US die from asthma each day. In 2023, 3,190 people died from from asthma. Nearly all of these deaths are avoidable with right treatment and care. In 2020, deaths due to asthma rose for the first time in 20 years. And in the pandemic, adults are 7 times more likely to die from asthma than children. Here we go. Females are more likely to die from asthma than males. And male children are most likely to die than female children. Black people in the U.S. are nearly 2 times more likely to die from asthma than white people in the U.S. Why is that? When sex is factored in, black males had the highest rate of fatality due to asthma in 2023. Black males were more than 3 times more likely to die from asthma than whites, you see? So the first explanation, they said, well, people with lower income. They say people with lower income are more prone to the susceptibility dangers of asthma. Okay. So which people have lower income? So they say, oh, the blacks are dying at blacks are dying at 2 times the rate, but black males are dying at 3 times the rate than Europeans. 3 times the rate. So 60% of extreme eczema is causing asthma. 9 people die a day, and black males are dying 3 times of that of whites. You like those numbers? There we go. Everybody easy. Let's go. That's over there. One more. And up. It used to be much smoother than this. You ready? Everybody, boom the numbers. 9 people from asthma a day, which is a result of 60% of children with severe eczema that has developed into that asthma. And of that 9 people that die a day, black people die of asthma at twice the rate of Europeans, and black males die of asthma 3 times higher rate than white males. That's a Psyops for another class. For now, I wanted you to see the possible repercussions of eczema transforming into a completely distinguished disease, and that disease attacking a particular race at a higher rate. Welcome to the Matrix. Now let us continue. So just in the United States, that's just in the United States. 24. Eczema can affect us all, but some more than others. In the U.S., 31.6 million people have at least one form of eczema. This skin condition affects all races, ethnicities, genders, and ages, but eczema can be slightly less or more common in specific groups. Look at that number. Boom. 31.6 million people. And is there a case of this number rate rising amongst a specific age group? So there's 31.6 people with eczema already. That was in 2024, just March. Is there a number? Is this rate actually rising? If it's rising, is it rising in a particular age group? Why would it rise in an age group? Are you ready, everybody? Here we go, WebMD. We're back to WebMD. The same WebMD. Let me take it to WebMD March 6, 2024. Or in WebMD March 6, 2024. 31.6 million people have at least one form of eczema. Here in March 6, 2024, same WebMD article, the number of children with eczema continues to grow. The percent of those affected has gone up from 8 to about 12% since 1997. Why is that? There's already 31.6 million people with it. Now the rate of it going up amongst children is 8 to 12%. Yes, children. What is this? We're gonna go back to medical news, February 2023. Ready, everybody? Medical news, February 14th, 2023. Eczema. Why cases of atopical dermatitis among children and teens are rising? So it's rising in a particular age group. Children and teens. Why is that? Why is that? Here we are. We're seeing more patients with eczema and more patients with severe eczema. Remember, the severe eczema causes 60% asthma, 60% of asthma, 60% turns into asthma. That means we require more and better treatments as each individual has different needs. Many of those continue to be unmet. Moreover, we need new treatment paradigms and approaches. Simply chasing after itch and inflammation may not be enough, especially if there are other factors such as microbiome, the skin barrier, and nerve ending that may be directly playing a role. And here we are again. That's WebMD and Medical News Today, both stating that the percentage is rising amongst children and what the matrix called teens, whatever that is. But anyways, the youth, as we have it. So here we are, everybody. Well, even several aspects that exacerbate. So, and why? Why are the youth? Well, even though there are several aspects that exacerbate eczema, the intake of these are considerably more prevalent amongst children and youths in school, with a concession stand, fast food diet, those who have a faster social life and party, those who participate more in the ritual of Halloween, birthday cakes, etc. Let me take you to advanced food intolerance labs of just last month. This is just last month, purely up to date, right? Last month, April, a month and a couple days ago. April 1st, 2025, of just last month, April 1st, 2025, for the latest update of the triggers. So we're gonna find out in Advanced Food Intolerance Labs. Let's see what the triggers are. What the foods have to do with skin, something on the surface of my skin. I keep getting eczema cream and rubbing eczema cream on my skin because it's a skin problem. So I'm rubbing it off my skin. Wait a minute. All foods that cause eczema, dietary triggers. What's all this? This looks familiar. We've seen all of this. Sugary foods and drinks. Excess sugar intake can promote inflammation and worsen eczema symptoms. Huh? I thought it was a skin problem. I don't put any of these things on my skin. So here we are. It says sugary foods, drinks. So now you're starting to learn it's an internal problem. Sugary foods and drinks. Right, everybody, let's continue, everybody. Here we go. I'm rubbing Exoderm on my skin because I don't have to stop eating my fried chickens and French fries. I give my reciprocity to fried chicken and onion rings. I like that. Spicy food. Spicy foods like chili. I like my chili pepper. Spicy foods like chili peppers can trigger inflammation and worsen eczema symptoms in some people. Processed food. They can't give up my processed food. Processed foods. Processed foods often contain additives, preservatives, like what last class was about, and unhealthy fats that can contribute to inflammation and disrupt gut health. So there's your answer, Gabriella. Gut health. It's in the stomach, not a skin problem. You're see like a pimple. I'm putting this cream on my skin to get rid of this. I'm pimples. Pimple is pushing out of you something that is toxic and it's trying to escape your body, so it comes out in a bump out of your skin. Pimples are not a skin problem. I'm washing my face 5 times a day with Irish Spring. You gotta keep it clean. No, processed foods often contain additives, preservatives, and unhealthy fats that can contribute to inflammation and disrupt gut health, potentially affecting eczema. Sugary foods and drinks. Excess sugar intake will promote inflammation and worsen eczema symptoms. Here we go. Alcohol. Alcohol can dehydrate the skin and disrupt the gut microbiome, potentially exacerbating eczema. Caffeine. I like my coffee. The coffee. You can't take my coffee. Coffee, reciprocity coffee. While not a direct trigger, caffeine can worsen anxiety and stress, which directly and indirectly impact eczema. Now, anxiety and stress. Does this mean that eczema is a mental disease? So it's a microbiome, not disease. And now it's anxiety and stress. You don't have anxiety and stress on your skin. Oh, so if you're in a state of stress and anxiety and improper thinking, that's not triggering what you see on your skin. But I'm rubbing all the skin cream. Like, this is how I get rid of my stress. Eczema diet, nourishing your skin from within. You see? Nourishing your skin from within. There's nobody watching the pod class that is not eating one, if not every single thing on the picture. There's not a person. Type if you are a person. Who are you? Everybody in this pod class has eaten 1 to 3 to every single thing on this picture while they're rubbing Exoderm. I'm rubbing the skin, made the food. Where's the doctor's prescription for that? Sugars, processed foods, alcohol, caffeine, fried food, chicken wings, French fries, onion rings, donut, candies, cakes, all that surrounds us from the time we were in kindergarten to high school to college frat parties to college, university, after alumni celebration parties, to the club, to the bars, to the family gathering, the family barbecues. I like my family barbecue. Like it. Give a the family. Here it is. There it is right there. There's your eczema. There's all your eczema triggers. All the things that you love to do. You tell me I can't have a birthday party for my children with the cake. They can't wear the wizard's hat. My children can't. They can't wear the wizard's hat for their birthday? I like the wizard's hat. Huh? They can't blow up the candles? You know, just for your... I want to blow out the light. Huh? Huh? I want to blow out the light. You're taught as a child that you're the light of this world. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Because you're taught that you're a soul and a light in the body. That you're taught in the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Purim Haru, Hinduism, esoteric, metaphysics. Every single culture teaches that you're a light body in the physical form, and your soul is the light body. So to celebrate your birthday, make sure you blow the lights out. I'm 13 years old. Let me blow the 13 lights out. That will extinguish it. No, I'm gonna eat all the food that kills me to celebrate my birth when I came to life. Most of which are not even made. At any rate, we have eaten all of this, eat all of this, and wonder why there's problems in the skin and different problems that are happening around the body. And we're rubbing all kind of cream because we want the fast, magical microwave result. Give me that Exoderm cream and rip it done, rip it no. Yeah, I like this Wolverine movie. Give me the extra popcorn. I like this popcorn. Yeah, I don't know, Wolverine movie. I'm rubbing Exoderm here, and I got the popcorn and soda over here because this is what I give my reciprocity to. I give my reciprocity to the popcorn and greasy, the chicken, the donut, which gives me the triggers the eczema, and then I got the skin cream, which I'm giving the reciprocity to the doctors so I can rub it on. I'm wondering why is it not going away, and I got to buy more of it. I don't want to control my diet. That's the hard part. I want to control my diet. It's easier to rub cream on your skin and control your diet. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Happy birthday. There you are. There you are. You going up? Remember, it's the youth and the so-called teens. The youth and the teens. It seems to be going up with the youth and the teens. The exact age group that is going through the most sugar. A 70-year-old man is not eating, a 60-year-old man is not eating as much sugar as what the children are giving sugar as a treat. Happy Halloween! Every holiday, Christmas sugar, Halloween sugar, 4th of July sugar, everything sugar. I'm going on my first date. Let me get alcohol. Why do you have to drink alcohol on a date? Why? Huh? What happened? Why? Why? Tell me why. Type it in the room. Type. You don't know. You were just hypnotized too. I'm going on a date with this girl. She said, you gotta buy me some drinks? Why? Why do you have to drink alcohol on a date? Why? Are you trying to get the woman drunk to have sex with her? And then why is the woman drinking it? If you can get drunk to have sex? Just go ahead and have the sex. If both of you want to have the sex, go ahead and have the sex. You have to get drunk? You're programmed. You don't know why. You don't know why you eat a birthday cake on your birthday and drink alcohol on a dinner date. You have no reason. You have no scientific reason in the brain. The brain is not asking for birthday sugar on your birthday. It is not asking for alcohol when you take a woman out. That was just hypnotized into you, and you just kept doing that and giving it reciprocity. And you doing it over and over again. You don't know why. And then somebody asks you, well, see how we do it. You start to have to reverse reasoning and create a reason. You don't know why you do it. You do it because he did it. He did it because she did it. She did it because she did it. She did it because he did it. And they did it because them did it. And them did it because them did it. And them did it because them did it. When you were 5 years old, when you were 7 years old, and you had your first crush on your first girl, when you were 10 years old, you were not thinking about alcohol on a date. That has nothing to do with any indigenous culture. There's no ancient writings that talk about going on a date. These are mental programs that kill you. Your critical thinking is gone, so you just do it. You just do it. Buy me a drink. Why? Why? Okay, here's orange juice. That's not a drink. Yes, it is. Orange juice as a drink. Orange juice from an orange existed before alcohol drink. Before your alcohol, juice was in oranges and grapes. That's what the original is. You have to invent alcohol. Alcohol doesn't grow on a tree. You have to do a process to it and ferment the thing. When ancient man was walking around and just picking a grape and picking a mango, alcohol had not been invented yet. That's where the juice was originally, from the flower. Now drinking is only the definition of alcohol. Programming. We're wondering why we have these skin problems and rubbing all kind of foolish cream on the top of the skin, on Netflixing and chilling, Netflixing and Netflixing and chilling with some alcohol and some popcorn, Netflix and chill. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Birthday with your wizard's hat. You don't even know why all the birthday hats. Next class. Of course, you love this. You're partying. You're there July 4th birthday party, barbecue. Everything's a B, right? Barbecue, birthday party, buffet. You're all at the banquet. You're eating at the banquet, eating at the birthday, eating at the barbecue, eating at the buffet, eating at all the bees. And don't forget Applebee's. Eat at all the bees, getting all this in you. But don't forget about the after party. You know the song? There's the after party. And show like the after party? This is the after party. You like the party? Well, here's the after party. After 12, there's an after party. And there's an after. Here you go. Here's your after party. You like it? Don't forget about the after party. There's the after party right there. So boom. So what are some of the solutions now? Here is where the class shifts. What are some of the solutions to the cyclical psyops of self-sabotage imbalance that causes and triggers eczema, which now you know can turn and cause possibly fatal asthma? What are some of the solutions? Everybody ready? Get your pen and pads out. Get your pen and pads out and get ready. I hope you appreciate this. Are you ready? Are you ready, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. You're learning some of the psyops. Now it's time to get to the solutions. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. 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 See, one cream as a part of the solutions. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Ready? Nice for some reason. Okay. White. Reloading. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. Let's go, everybody. Ready? I will focus your attention now on this area. Right here. What's that, Tehuti? What is that? My favorite teacher didn't teach me about this. I will focus your attention on this area right here, which is below the epidermis of the skin. What are we looking at right here? Here's a dermis. Looking at follicle hair. Remember that word up top? Remember sebaceous? Sebaceous gland. Remember the sebaceous eczema? So here we are with the sebaceous gland and the hair follicle. See how close they are together? Here's the sebaceous gland, hair follicle, and then comes the dermis, epidermis, and the skin. See how close everything is together? Let's see how they work together. So what are these sebaceous glands? What are these sebaceous glands? Ready? Boom. Well, hold on. Here we go. These are responsible for what's called sebum secretion. I taught about on a class last year. So these go back to the class where I taught about fear and nervousness. These are responsible for sebum secretions, which distribute oils into the skin and hair, and also slows down water loss. So here's another clear image of it. Here's the epidermis of the skin here below. Now we have we have sebaceous glands, oral glands. There's the hair follicle. Okay. And mental abuse is that the body is unable to convert the necessary essential fatty acids into the form it needs for the skin to function correctly, which is the natural operative healthy function of the sebaceous glands. When working properly and healthily, and remember that the sebaceous glands distribute oil and it slows down water loss to the skin. And the lack of thus results in what? Dryness and a lack of capillary flow to hydrate your skin. What's the solution to this? What do I have the red arrow pointing to? Linoleic acid. And down here, EGLA. The HOMO Y, linoleic acid. That which you see me pointing the blue arrow to is the compound linoleic acid. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Let me put in a purple box for Gabriella. Here we go. Gabriella loves the color purple. Let's put in the chemical. Let's put in a purple box for you. So there's a purple box. There's linoleic acid. There's the chemical compound of it. You see? So there's linoleic acid. There's the HOMO Y, linoleic acid, DGLA. We're going to get it to GLA after this. There's linoleic acid. Let's get it to GLA. Ready? Here we go. And you may be asking, this is found in the highest abundance. Typo. Typo. This is what you may ask, where can I find that, Tehuti? Well, this is found in the highest abundance density within something that you can pick up at your grocery store or in a supplement form. And that is this right here. What are we looking at right here? Anybody know what this is? Who knows what this is right here? You can pick this up at your grocery store or in supplement form. What are we looking at right here, everybody? My doctor never told me I could turn green. Green me? What is this right here, everybody? What are we looking at right here? Anybody know? Woo! Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Here we go. Gabriella and Olivia. Here we are. What are we looking at right here? We are looking at something that most people don't associate with eczema, and that is black currant. These are the black currant seeds. We're going to transform it into the oil. These are black currant seeds. Black currant seeds actually have the highest content of the specific linoleic. Because remember I said there's DGLA, there's HOMO Y linoleic. The specific linoleic is gamma linoleic. So gamma linoleic acid, which is the precursor for ALA and omega-3. What? You don't want to just eat black currant seeds. You want to get the extract of the black currant seed oil itself. Now why would that be? Why don't you want to eat the black currant seeds, but get the extract of the black currant seed oil itself? Why is that? Because if you've ever been on my diet plan, seeds, all these can be good for you. Seeds, fruits are all good, but they're all calorie dense. And there's hardly any way for you to look at the amount of seeds, black currant seeds in your hand, and understand the milligram exact amount that you need for the condition that you have. So you can end up overeating or under eating more calories than you need that don't match your diet. So beautifully, fortunately, with technology, the oil can be extracted and placed in an oil form or a pill form, which is precisely measured. It doesn't have the calorie intake. Black currant. I'll write up Nook Food's alley. There you go, Nook Food. Black currant, that's right. Black currant. Minty says, love it. That's right. Here we go, everybody. Ready? We're still going. Huh? This is what you get after 52 years of Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong, the Bible is wrong, Egyptians are black and the Bible is wrong, the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible is wrong, and Egyptians are black. After all that, let's learn about black currants, oil, solving of eczema. Now let's unite. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. So black currant seed have the highest content of the specific linoleic acid, which is gamma linoleic acid, that which is the precursor for ALA, and omega-3. ALA, rather, is alpha lipoic acid. For those who are on my diet program, and I step them up. I step them up to ALA. It's another class though. So omega-3 is the precursor for ALA and omega-3, but you don't want to just eat black currant seeds. You want to get the extract of the black currant seed oil itself. So, boom. What are we seeing here? Omega-6 is linoleic acid. Omega-3, linoleic acid. This I advise getting GLA, which is gamma linoleic acid, in supplement form. So thus I advise getting GLA, which is gamma linoleic acid, supplement form, so that you know exactly how much you are taking without the added calories that come with eating the seeds. Black currant seeds from the market for your eczema problem is to understand the milligrams and how much you're taking per day. So you get the same amount without adding extra calories to your diet, but you may not want, because if you are eating the black currant seed in this form, you may have to decrease something else in the diet, or else you'll actually start to gain weight. But you won't know the milligrams of how much you're getting. Here we go, everybody. All right, boom, boom, boom. Let's go. Everybody ready? And thus these are available and are specific supplement oil, or these are available and a specific supplement oil or pill form. So thus these are available in a specific supplement oil or pill form that you can take, knowing the exact milligrams that you need, and this will help in assisting the sebaceous glands perform their necessary functions for your skin and help follicles, providing natural oils while simultaneously hydrating the skin, because those are the things that the sebaceous gland does, that the bad food are distorting its ability to do. So the GLA oil, 800 milligrams, now is the company that I use. Black currant oil, 1,000 milligrams. Solgar is the company that I use. Now in Solgar are companies that I vouch for and use. So this is Super GLA, 300 milligrams. Borage oil, women, cold press women's health. These are also gluten, wheat, and dairy free for those who have allergies to those things. You get them in gluten, wheat, and dairy free supplementation. I'm allergic to all of those things. Okay. So there you go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I hope you appreciate this life-saving guidance more than all the junk food and death that you have shown reciprocity to and given to the matrix to feed you that which kills you. The Tehuti podcast is life class. Please show reciprocity for life. Now let us continue. There we go, everybody. The class could end right here, couldn't it? Well, of course. Nope. It's not gonna end right here. Now remember, in the beginning of the class, this. I don't want to get started. Now remember, in the beginning of the class, I told you that dermatitis, although there are multiple forms with multiple attributes, and even in the eczema classification, there are 7 different forms of that. Yes, remember when I told you that they label it eczema, which does not match the definition of the multiple side effects and repercussions of the disease. Yet when you look it up, they tell you, they credit this word to give tribute to the ancient pharmacists, not because it matches the definition of everything that eczema does. Nope. Let me show you again. Let me show you again. Ready? They name it eczema. It doesn't match the definitions of all the 25 things eczema does. Going out. What do they say? Said to have been a name given by ancient physicians. Let me show you how loyal the Matrix is. They say, Tehuti, you're living in the past. You're going by what the ancient Kemetic, now Valley of here. And here are the pharmacists, the scientists, the dermatologists, have obviously, in the 21st century, have discovered much more than their people of the past. When their people of the past first came across this eczema or this dermatitis, thank you. Obviously, the technology has advanced and they've discovered more, but yet they still keep the name as the 2 results. Outboil. It's still just called outboil. We've gone over 20 plus attributes of eczema that don't cover outboil. But yet they're keeping that because they say the ancient physicians named it that. So they're staying loyal to what the ancient physicians named it, even though technology has far surpassed what the ancient physicians, according to them, named it, and they've discovered all these new things. You know how many new things they've discovered about eczema? How many new things they can, and we're still keeping it outboil. It's still outboil, and that's it. That's what it will be 2,000 years from now when we discover 40 more things. Outboil. Even though it only covers 2 of the 25 side effects. They're loyal to that. So when we, as people of Ma'at, say we want to stay loyal to what our ancestors, you're living in the past. You don't live in the past. Outboil. You're living in the past. You're still calling eczema outboil from some old physicians when we have 21st century physicians that have discovered so much more about it, but it's still outboil. Outboil covers everything. That covers varicose. You see, they're just loyal. They're loyal. They'll never change September. They'll never change December. They are loyal to what their people did in the past, and they're going to continue it. But let's see who they're actually attributing. There it is, outboil. We know it's zine. We're going to keep it as the letter M, by the way. It's Xena, actually. Turn it to the letter M. It's from ek and zine, but forget what you see in front of your eyes. You're going to call it ek and zine with an M. Don't worry about it. Let's go with the flow. So who are these ancient physicians that described eczema first to the planet Earth and brought the knowledge of its solution, that described it as this? So here are doctors all the way up to 2025. thousands of years later, to continue to give it this name, to attribute it to some ancient physicians. Let me take you to the modern physicians themselves, who are the authority and specialize in eczema, to see who they give credence to. The Eczema Society of Canada themselves, through the dermatologist, Dr. Joseph Lamb. Ready? Then after this, I'm going to take a little break. Ready, everybody? What's old? What's new? With eczema, brief history, exploring the history and advances in atopic dermatitis with Dr. Joseph Lamb. Vancouver-based pediatrician Dr. Joseph Lamb recently traced the history of atopic dermatitis for us in a fascinating session of ESC's Life with Eczema virtual conference. Here are some highlights. You know the history of eczema. There are some facts. Eczema has been around for a very long time, and there are remedies passed down for centuries in traditional Chinese medicine to treat infantile eczema. The EBERS papyrus, the oldest and most important medical document of ancient Egypt, recorded remedies to still the itching of the skin. What's the EBERS papyrus? Boom. The Ma'at Kemet papyrus of medicine. The followers of Ma'at under Tehuti were the first to bring to the world the understanding of eczema. We brought the solutions in 1550 BC, before Greeks knew how to speak or write. Ebers Medical Shesh Papyrus, 1550 BC. So when they say such and such Greek is the father of medicine, there is no record in 1550 BC of Greeks being able to write or have conversations with anybody. There's no record of it. Meanwhile, we'll move over here. I'm going to take a break after this, just for a minute or so. Turn white. Hold on a second. Come on back, man. Come on back, man. Everybody? And remember, I have just taught you how the proper function of the sebaceous glands is what produces. Let me see though. We're down too far. Oh, I've just taught you how the proper function of the sebaceous gland is what produces the natural oil for hydration of the skin and hair, and this all can be supplemented by GLA oil, black currant seed oil, which has ALA, also the precursor for omega-3 oil, also found in fish oil, and the oils of these types are a part of this, and the oils of these types are a part of the solution of eczema. And I just taught you the omega fish oil, omega linoleic, omega 6 oil, omega 3 oil. Remember that? Well, let's go into a translation of the Ebers papyrus and see who brought this to the world. First, what did the ancient people of Ma'at say or use as a remedy for this eczema and brought this knowledge to the earth, and which modern day doctors still praise the name and disease after? So here we go. Let's go to Ebers papyrus. We'll go to the section here and then I'm going to. All right. By frequent dressing of the inner part. Oh, sorry. by frequent dressing of the inner part of the castor oil tree, the red lead, the rough effect of latter probably accounting for this inclusion, but eczema of the head was not to be dismissed so lightly. In fact, it was particularly troublesome. On the first day, the head was painted with a lotion of duramil, the fruit of the dough palm, warmed in soft fat, and was bound up. On the second day, the head was anointed with fish oil. On the third day, with hippopotamus oil. On the first day, abra oil. After this course of intensive treatment, the offending head of the eczema still persisted, was smeared daily with bread meal and dressed with rotted cereals. Here we go. Oh. Fatty oils, omega-3 oils, tuanets, or the ancient Atiru were teaching on and giving medical solutions of eczema before 90% of the planet could even write or and today, what is the most popular medical solution that modern doctors suggest and prescribe for you the solution of eczema? I'm going to take a little break right here. Step into the room. What is the most popular solution for the eczema today? You ready, everybody? Here we go. I'm going to step off for just a minute, and I'm going to come right back. I'm going to put this on the screen. I'm going to step off right back. Here we go. Boom, everybody, I'm back What is the most popular treatment? What's the most popular treatment, everybody? What is one of the most popular treatments? You can give it the name brand. What is the most popular treatment? There's 43 people watching. I asked this question about 3 minutes ago. Nobody's ever heard of it? Okay, no problem. The most popular treatment that they prescribe for you, what is it? Well, since none of the 42 people know, I'm going to go ahead and let you know. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, 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 and boom. Let's get into what they prescribe for you first as one of the most popular treatments. And today, what is the most popular medical solution that modern doctors suggest and prescribe for you, for your solution to eczema? What is that, everybody? Ready? Dupixent, Dupilumab. Huh? Every prescription you get is. There's another thing too. I want everybody to know something too. Every time you get a prescription or a drug of some type, which you associate subconsciously for your health, it's always in some language that's not English. Why is that? We're in America. We speak English. Your doctor's talking to you in English. The scientist in the laboratory is speaking English to other scientists, putting the drugs together. The doctor's speaking English to you, you're speaking English. But when you get the name of the drug, they stay loyal to another language. Why is that? They stay loyal to it. They never translate it to the English definition of the word. What language is that? What languages are these that they give you? Dupilumab, Dupixent. Huh? They can't give you. There's no Englishmen producing any prescriptions. Nobody in England. Nobody speaks English. They're loyal. They're gonna keep it as Latin. They're gonna keep it in that language. They're not changing it for you. They're not changing it for anybody. You can be in Britain, Duximilumilab. You can be in Jamaica, Duximilumilab. It doesn't matter where you are. They are loyal to what they're doing, so they're not gonna change it. They're gonna keep it just like they keep the definition of eczema to just boiling out. They're going to keep the name of the drug strictly in Latin for you. What does that do for the doctor keeping it in Latin? How does that benefit anybody? Why do they keep it in Latin? When they discover things of other cultures, they make sure they change it to another language quick. We could call the structure in Kemet the Aku pyramid. They make sure they change that quickly. The such and such papyrus, they change the name of the thing quickly. When it comes to that Latin and those Greek words, they're gonna keep you in that. They're gonna keep you right in that mind frame. You're gonna stay right there. They're not changing it at all. You can find something that says this is called the Per Amharu. It's called that before the Greek could even speak. Per Amharu, Book of the Dead. This is called the Ara. This is called the Ara. This is called the Unas. Nephroset. Step pyramid. It doesn't matter what the ancients called things. When it comes to these drugs, when their ancients call it something, that you can be in wherever you are, London, Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad, Duxipint. They stay loyal to that. When it comes to your culture, everything, they make sure they change the name to something else. Here we go, everybody. They're loyal. They're loyal. They're very loyal. So here we go. Here's what they first give you, everybody. Duxipint. Dupi? What does that word mean? Lose that in a sentence, somebody. Dupilumab. What are you doing today, bro? You know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to dupilumab that girl. Yo, I'm going to go to the club and dupilumab. What are you doing today, man? Yo, I'm going to get in the basketball court. I'm going to dupixent. You can't use any of their drug words in any English sentence. But it's an English person giving you the drug, and you must stick with that language. There it is. Dupixent. So what is this, everybody? This is what they give you. Here it is. Dupixent, the brand name for Dupilumab. And remember, right before I started the class, and remember right before I started the Tehuti Overdrive, I said, and here's the quote, wait, what if I were to tell you that eczema disease variation number 7 is actually number 8 also, except 8 has nothing to do with skin. How would you like to know the original reason of why, although that they have all that I've taught you, that there are 6, although I've taught you there are 6 to 7 different forms of dermatitis altogether with over 25 side effects, why do they call it eczema, which only describes 1 or 2 of the side effects of the symptoms, championing its name to ancient physicians? Who were they? And here's where the arrows point to. What is the pharmaceutical Psyops designed to spread the eczema? Well, this is the pharmaceutical so-called cure, prescription to heal the eczema. What's the pharmaceutical Psyops designed to spread the eczema? Well, what is the common side effects of this eczema-solving drug that millions are prescribed? And they're being told that this is the solution. This is the go-to solution. Dupilumab. Huh? What? Are there any side effects to this? Dupilumab. Any side effects at all? Does it give coughing, itchy throat? And what could be the side effects? I don't know, what does it give you? Some chills, upset stomach. What do they say on the back when the guy talks really fast? What are some of the side effects? What are some of the side effects of Dupilumab? What are some of the side effects of it? Let's find out. Here we go. We'll go to forget about Tehuti because Tehuti makes everything up. Let's go to the National Library of Medicine. PubMed, facial and neck erythema associated with Dupilumab treatment. A systematic review. Results: a total of 101 patients from 16 studies reported to have Dupilumab associated facial or neck erythema. A total of 52 or 101 patients, 52%, had baseline atopic dermatitis, facial or neck involvement, and 45 of 101, 45% reported different continuous symptoms from persisting atopic dermatitis. So they reported continuous symptoms of the atopic dermatitis, even though they were taking Dupilumab, possibly suggesting different etiologies. Suggested etiologies included rosacea, allergic contact dermatitis, and head and neck dermatitis. Most commonly used treatments included topical corticosteroids. I don't take steroids. Corticosteroids, topical calcineurin inhibitors, and antifungal agents. In the 57 patients with data on the course of the adverse events improvement and observed in 29 clearance in 4, no responses in 16, and worsening in 8, a total of 11 to 101 patients, 11% discontinued Dupilumab. I thought I was supposed to take Dupilumab. They discontinued Dupilumab owing to this adverse event. What is this? What's facial arrhythmia? Boom. What in the world is that? What does this mean? What does this mean? And remember, the Asthma Association with eczema that I taught you on earlier. Remember that? So boom, what does this mean? And remember the Asthma Association with eczema that I taught you on earlier. Well, here is a doctor. Here a doctor cries out. This is coming from a doctor crying out about his patient. Here a doctor cries out at the annual meeting of the American Academy of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology about Dupilumab, that the patient was prescribed for eczema. So now we're going to the Asthma Academy, where there's a doctor crying out what a patient was prescribed for eczema. What's this doctor crying out about? Why are we in the Asthma and Immunology Association? Here it is. Dupilumab, association with facial edema. 10/8/2024. I have a patient with suspected dupilumab associated facial arrhythmia. While this entity is not clearly understood at present, in my reading, it seems like topical anti-inflammatories and or topical antifungals are often trialed. My question is whether there is a best practice over which therapy to try first. Moreover, is it recommended to hold the duxapint while attempting to treat the dupilumab associated? Recommended to put a hold on the duxapint while the dupilumab associated facial arrhythmia while treating the dupilumab, attempting to treat the dupilumab association with facial arrhythmia. There's a doctor crying out now for help. The dupilumab. So here we are. We're back to dupilumab associated facial edema, and here's all these doctors responding. I'm not going to name them all, but here we are. So here's Muzamar and coworkers call this syndrome dupilumab facial redness. Huh? Redness sounds like facial redness, and characterize it as an eczemaceous rash of the face and neck. What's that? What just happened? The dexapent dupilumab side effect is an eczematic rash. What just happened? One of the most popular prescribed drugs to solve eczema, the side effect is an eczematic rash. Welcome to the Matrix. Welcome. What? An eczema-aceous rash of the face and neck associated with dupilumab use. The etiology is not well established. The etiology is not well established. They estimated it to impact between 4 and 43.8% of dupilumab users. You know, the users that are trying to get rid of their eczema. 43% are getting eczema, including both children and adults. So the side effect of the treatment you take for the eczema is eczema. Boom. Another form of skin rash, eczema, and skin redness boils is the side effect for the eczema medicine that is pushed on you to remove your skin rash and skin redness and boils. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. I hope you appreciate this life-saving guidance more than all the junk food and death that you have shown reciprocity to and given to the Matrix to feed you that which kills you. The Tehuti podcast is life class. Please show reciprocity for life. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, all the sugary items over here, dupilumab, and if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recently current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity and appreciation called Eczema Exterminated, Deities Over Dermatitis, Skin Psyops Solved, or any creative title you can come up with to Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. The side effect of the diagnosed prescribed drug to get rid of eczema is eczema. Hotep, I'm done. Hope you all appreciated it. I'm gonna put the link in the room. Look at the numbers up. Everybody's gonna go set up their classes now up there. Support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rock SB. If you appreciated the time, if you appreciated it, if you were getting that somewhere else, put the link in the room. If not, please support what you just seen happen in front of you for 2 hours. I hope those notifications are support notifications. There's a link in the room. I'm gonna check if Nook for Nook sent the donation for Rob Lowe, and then Rob Lowe's gonna jump on the panel for the first time. If he doesn't jump on the panel now, I'm when it says, "Wow, high grade said done and done." I'm checking the chat to see what you all thought of the class, and then I'm gonna check the Gmails to see who appreciated the class. There's Amon and Amonette. Peace to both of you.
Peace, Hotep SABA. Well, for another excellent, beautiful, life-saving class. These classes are very motivating for me. Well, very much. They make me feel very intense, very focused. Yeah, if you're a lifesaver, you're definitely a lifesaver. Everybody needs to support you. You're really saving lives. Proof is in the class, so well, very much.
Nino, glad you appreciate it. And how you doing, Amonette? You know anybody with eczema? Have you seen it before?
Yes, I have. Thank you so very much for your beautiful wisdom and life-saving class that you just provided for all of us here, and for wonderful Gabby as well. I really appreciate all the time and hard work that you did to create this class and present it in this fashion. I really, really appreciate you, and for all of this nefer energy, this beautiful life that you provide for all of us. What you and Henu.
Nini, up to you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Amonette and Amun, glad you appreciate it. I'm gonna go to support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SB. There was 50 viewers. There's now 36. Everybody's setting up their pod classes or whatever they're setting up to go do. Their numbers just dropped. For those who support, we greatly appreciate that you actually appreciate this over the other things that people are out there supporting, all the death. Flora says, thank you very much. This is life-saving every day. I will send my appreciation. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Flora. Wonderful, wonderful. We're going to go to the support system and see who actually appreciate it. I'm going to read a couple, and then I'm going to step off or come off the camera while I'm reading the rest. So here we go. I'm going to reset the page to see who actually appreciated what. We appreciate this. Here we go. We're going to go through. I'm going to go down and see if I can see high grade. It's high grade. High grade said he was sent to. Where's high grade? Shout out to we got J Dub. Is that high grade? I don't know. Wait, what is it? Oh, Canva. So we got J Dub here. Oh yes, of course, J Dub. Yes, I know J Dub. Shout out to J Dub. A support of the Tutsi Font class, a support of the time and effort and the work, and the life-saving appreciation guidance. That's a good brother J Dub is more valuable than the popcorn, the churros, the honey glazed donuts that other people are out there watching the class. And then to the great supporters. That was one of the supporters here. I'm gonna give him, put him up on the screen, give him his props. Oh, you're J Dub? You're high grade TV and J Dub? Oh, interesting. Okay. That's me. Oh, from Canada. Isn't that interesting? And the report I read is from Canada. The report I read is from Canada. Here we go. Good. Shout out to J Dub, who's High Grade TV. I said that to me from Canada. And I also thought you have 2 accounts. I also thought J Dub. Oh, you don't know who J Dub is, so we say that's me from Canada. Oh, okay. Maybe there's a lag. So this is J Dub, and we're gonna find out who High Grade TV is. So that's me from Canada. All right. So shout out to J Dub, Reciprocity. Give him some big noise, please. Shout out to you, J Dub. Wonderful. Thank you, M1 for the sound. Can't seem to take it off the screen. That's strange.
New SABA.
My shout out to you, J Dub. Appreciate your appreciation. Let's see who else is here that appreciates this. I thought I erased the kid. Gosh, Angela Gates. Okay, I see Sarah and Yvette with some large supports, and I will read them in a little bit. And I see Angela Gates. Oh, for my healing, thank you. Thank you, Angela Gates, one of the people that appreciate that. Appreciate being alive and doing this. I'm gonna put a note that this is for healing. Shout out to Angela Gates. And where'd it go? There it is. Make some big noise for Angela Gates. Read that for us, please, Amonette.
$20 for sending healing with a Eve with some wrap around it to SABA and out.
All right, give Angela Gates, who has love for me, give her some big noise, please.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
And what about? Thank you, Amonette, for the sound selectors. All right. Okay. Let's see who else. Appreciate the class. Oh, there's High Grade. All right. High Grade Global Inc. I see you, High Grade. Is that your company? If it's your company, how's your company doing? How is your company? How is High Grade Global Inc.? If that's your company. Shout out to High Grade Global Inc. Okay, so yeah, this is you. And Aaron Lowe, are you listening? Hope Aaron Lowe's in the class. You're gonna get yours, but you're gonna get yours next week. Aaron Lowe's listening. I used to support with Ethereum. Hey, remember that? Where's the talk? The talk on? Remember the guy called All? What was his name? All Exist in Me, or All Is Everything. What happened to him? He was supporting Ethereum and sent it to Pata. That reminded me of that. It was all is everything. You don't see his anymore, but shout out to High Grade Global Inc. And High Grade, since you're I think you're a new supporter. I don't remember you on the last couple months. I'm gonna give you a hand clap anyway. Give a hand clap to High Grade. Oh, that's That's a tip from my It was a tip for something I did in class. Give him a hand clap for that. I'm going to try to remember that. Give him a hand clap for that, please. All right, yeah, you get a hand clap for that. So anything over $20 gets responsive hand claps and different noises. Bigger donations get all type of other different variety of noises. But anything that's a tip for the class also gets some noise. And you sent me that tip because of the overdrive. Okay, so shout out to you. Let's see what else appreciates what Tehuti and the podcast is doing. Also appreciates this, which is, hey, Medicine pops up. Medicine pops up. He's been having some issues on staying on the panel. Hopefully he fixes that. He has great energy to have. Let me fix this here. Let me can't. Let's fix something here. Question needs to be answered. Oh, it's already there. Okay. I'm going to delete these two because this is already Gabriella. Gabriella's donation was already read. Delete this. And I'm going to delete this. We already read them. And now this is 6 Medicine. Here we go. Shout out to Medicine with the support over. I agree. It's okay. I don't need the spotlight. Shout out to you. Okay, wonderful. No problem. Oh, we sent the other one for the overdrive. I see what's happening. Okay. Shout out to High Grade. Okay, so shout out to Medicine Neb. And go ahead and read that for me, Amun, please.
$85 or Hotep.
All right, give him some big noise, please. Medicine Neb.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to read 2 more, and then I'm going to come off the screen. I'm going to keep reading them, but I'm going to be off the screen for a moment. We got, oh, High Grade. Here we go. Oh, I see what you said. I see what happened here. We're going to give High Grade some super noise now. Some big noise because he sent that one, and then he sent this one even bigger than that one, and both together are large enough to get all the transformer noises and everything. I'm gonna put for overdrive. I never got a support for overdrive before. Shout out to High Grade. High Grade truly appreciate this class. I believe in the beginning, I remember actually is someone who is experiencing different forms of therapy. So I'm sure he learned a lot from this. And High Grade, go ahead and try those solutions out, and let us know how. Shout out to High Grade TV. Go ahead and read that for me. Amunet.
$35 from High Grade.
Wait a minute. Well, you got cut out once. Hold on. It's so strange that they changed the way that they do the podcast. They changed this. Oh, why is there a fee? Hey, High Grade TV, just for the future, if you ever want to send it without the fee, I think they have an option of sending it family or friends. And then you don't have to pay an extra fee. So, just in case you wanted to know that. So, shout out to High Grade TV. Here we go.
$35 for Tehuti.
Okay, now you can read that, Amunet. Give him some big noise. Thank you, Amunet. Give him some big noise. Transformers, I think together is almost $50. Give him some big noise, please.
You're welcome, Saba.
You are watching a master at work.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Amun and Amunet. What's tickling you guys over there? What's going on over there? What's tickling us? Are you muted? Are you saying something?
I said Nini Uksaba.
Okay, good. All right, everybody, nice smiles over there. When I look back, you guys are both smiling hard. Okay. All right. We're gonna go. B Get Leisure shutting it down. Maharu, are you in the class? Let me know if you're in the class. I'm gonna read yours when I come back. Some of the bigger ones I'm gonna read when I come back. That's when if you're in the class. Let me see. I'm looking for Nook Panook's donation for Rob Lowe, and I'm looking for Rob Lowe in the class now that he knows that somebody's gonna pay for him to get on the panel. Now I'm looking for him. Shout out to Nook Poo. Said he is gonna send for Rob Lowe. What a beautiful gesture. Rob Lowe said he's moneyless. Nook Panook jumped in and said, "Oh, I got you. I'm gonna go ahead and now Rob Lowe should be just waiting to press the button as soon as I see Nook Panook support. So here's Nook Panook right here. Let's see if this is for Rob Lowe. Let me see. Go ahead and read that for us.
We got cut off on who you said to read. We didn't hear the name.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead and read that. Go ahead and read that first. I'm on that.
Okay. 999 for Hotep Saba with a, I think that's a smiley face. GLA
Salute.
oil. Oh, sure. Salute with GLA oil, Uncle Justin Neb, to Neb Ma'at, with a blue Eve from Stars and Awake.
All right, we're gonna give him, even though this is under $20, it doesn't matter because I know he has about 3 of these or more. We're just gonna give him some noise right now because it's about to surpass $20 in a couple of seconds. So we gotta give him the hand clap for this. What is that? The Falcon? What is that?
Yeah, it was a falcon.
Okay, here we go. I see Rob Lowe. Here we go. We got the support for Rob Lowe. And then I see the brother Sorry Nobody. I think it was the second time he said he's going to support. The first time I never saw anything. And then he's sorted somehow with PSYCHOSIS now, it looks like. So let's see what happens. And this is for Rob Lowe. If you're listening, here we go. We're about to read yours out. And like I said, Nookpoo always gives multiples. So go ahead and read that for us. Eminette, you can read that first again.
999 for Hotep Saba Rob Lowe Reciprocity with the salute. Shuna Ma'at with the blue Eve, some stars, and a wing.
Wonderful. Give him a hand clap for that. Where's Rob Lowe now? Let's see Rob Lowe.
You are watching a master at work.
Right. There you go, Nook Canuck. You sent it from Rob Lowe. All right. Let's see Rob Lowe type one thing in the chat. Rob Lowe. Oh, man. There we go, Nook Canuck again. Nook Poo. Again. After this, I'm gonna read one more after this, and then come off the screen. I'll read the rest too, but I'll be off the screen. Ooh, the poo is raining down. The poo says now he got credit. And whenever he comes, he can come up on the panel. Yeah, that's he should be on here now. If he just entered the class, so he should be here. If he's a part of if he came for the class, he should be here already. All right, here we go. Shout out to Nookpoo, and that was very honorable of you, Nookpoo. Let's see what happens. Go ahead and read that for us, Amonette.
999 for Hotep Eczema Exit Matrix Exist Ma'at with a blue Eve, some stars, and a wing.
Okay, go ahead and give him some noise for that. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to step off the screen. I'll still be reading some of these, but this won't be on the screen. All right. Okay, one moment, everybody.
Everybody make sure to support our wonderful great Sabatuti. I'm with Hotep Ra. He is here bringing forth information, knowledge, life, health, prosperity. This is the only place that you're going to hear, find this information. This class is a life-saving class. Saba showed Psyops behind eczema, the word itself, what they describe to people when they have it, and most importantly, the solution. That in itself is worth so much. People go to the doctor and they need medicine for whatever they have. Medicine can cost a lot of money, $100 to $500, and so on and so forth. So, Tehuti, he deserves reciprocity for giving out a cure or solution to what they call eczema on good faith that people that use this cure will send in the reciprocity because it will help.
Thank you, great brother, great student.
You do, Saba.
Thank you, Nanny. I don't know yet. Okay, so here I'm gonna show Ani Patah Tehuti. Here we go. I'm gonna give him some big noise. He's never missed a donation since the day I started the pod class. So here we go. Go ahead and read this. Read that for us, Amun. Thank you.
$33.72 for Hotep Mary, Uncle Jed Bashir, who are for revealing the matrix.
Give him some great big noise, please.
All I'm offering is to play by their rules.
Okay, great.
You see?
Okay. What's going on over there? What's happening over there? Okay. All right. Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams. Go ahead and show you. I'm gonna do this one, and I think Amon and Amonette, and then I'm gonna take a break and step off. Woo. Yeah, I have to stretch out. When I step off, I have to. It's hard for other people to jump on. I have to hear the noise and come back. So those who want to jump on the panel now, jump on. There's only one panel on a Saturday. You have 1 week. You have 1 day a week to interact with Tehuti in the pod class. There's only one screen on here. Oh man, there's a basketball player though. All right, here we go. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Go ahead and read that first, Amun, please.
$20.72 for 2 out for the EBERS PAPYRUS dermatologist, though, with a piece of paper and pencil writing on it.
Give him some big noise.
You see, that's how it's done.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody. That's your new toy. You having fun back there? I'm you guys. I see his laughter.
Yeah, it's definitely fun.
Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody. I see Owen Hythe with his 2 from the days that he missed. I see Yvette. I see Maharu. I see another Nukpu. When I come back, everybody, I'm going to read the rest of these. I'm going to step away for about 10 or so minutes, and then come back and read the rest of these supports. Jump on, build with your family. You get one day of the week to come on and interact with the family of the Tutsi Pod class, and with myself. And you only get one day for that. So jump on, interact with your family. You don't have to pay gas money. You don't have to hitchhike. You don't have to drive from Canada to New York. You just have to press the button. So come on and interact with your family here. I'm trying to get this family built up. Everybody familiar with each other. And I'll be right back. Everybody support the Tutsi Pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Come on, give your testimony. Talk about how the answers have helped you. I don't know if Gabriella or the Jed are taking turns. Whose turn is it now? The other person can jump on. If it's your turn to Jed, Gabriella, jump on and tell us what you thought of this answer. If you're taking care of our set, then that means the Jed should be available. Jump on and tell us what you thought of this answer that was given to your beautiful Hamet, your beautiful lady, your beautiful other side, your beautiful Echo. Let us know how you appreciate this answer that was just sent in. So I'm going to go ahead and step off. Actually, let me put the I heard a boop, so put the AI PayPal, then I'm going to let the boop come on the screen. So support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. That is the AI moderator. Oh, it's Gabby. Perfect. You came on just in time, Gabby. I was just about to step off. So everybody who's just stepping on now to watch this, here is the person that actually sent in the question and very uniquely sent it in for their daughter. So she can now tell us what she thought of the pod class and the answer, and even what her daughter thought. The floor is yours, Gabby.
Tua, great Saba. Enjoy your break. Tua to Amun and Amunet for being on the panel and your consistency, always holding it down. Tua to you both. First of all, shout out and big hotep to our great Saba, our great doorway, the great doorway that just consistently, again and again, time after time again, is always just breaking us out of this matrix and giving us everything that we need. At this point, I even put it in the comments like, hey, not even your matrix doctor is saving you like this. They ain't healing you like this. They're not giving it to you like this. And so if we, how our great Saba always says, if we can make the time, make the effort, make sure that our budgets are always, enough to support Doritos and all the things that are not good for us, we can most definitely support our Saba. Because Doritos and down to the toothpaste that you use, they're not giving you stuff like this. And I'm just mind blown. I'm speechless. Number one, like, how do you go from eczema, quote unquote, allegedly, to asthma to, oh my goodness, like, I'm just mind blown right now. I'm speechless. I am. And I'm just beyond grateful because, the Matrix shows people like, no, you got to go to your doctor. You got to go to your doctor. You got to go to your physician. But they're not giving us answers like these. They're not really healing us. This is, they've got a different agenda. So shouts out to our great Saba, because nobody, and I mean nobody, is doing this Nobody is helping us. No one is healing us. No one is uplifting us. None of it. And so, number one, that's number one. I gotta get that out of my Eve. I gotta express that because yeah, you just got to. So and this class was just phenomenal, just completely phenomenal. They all are. And you know, Saba's just doing his thing. He's just using his superpowers to help us. And so yeah, this, man, I can't wait to rewatch this. I can't wait to just implement what Saba taught us and heal Olivia. You know, it's gotten to a point where it gets really bad. And I told her one night, because she was crying from the discomfort that she was in, and I told her, you know what, if you're serious about healing your condition, I know exactly who to go to. And I told her, I said, you know who I'm gonna go to, right? And she just nodded, you know. And I was like, I gotta go to the great Saba, because only he will know. Only he will give us the right direction and how to, you know, get rid of this. And she was so adamant, like, yes, please. And I told her, okay, well, just know that whatever answer he gives us, that's what we're gonna do. It doesn't even matter what it is. Whatever you gotta give up, you're gonna give it up, and he's gonna heal you. And she was super excited. She was like, thank you so much. Please make sure you tell Saba that, you know, I'm grateful for what he's doing for me. And you know, it's like, I asked this question, but just look at the chats. The chats were going off. Everybody could relate to this. And I don't know where, you know, half of these people who are in the chat, I don't know where they're at, where they live. But the fact that we have a common question or something in common, and our
you got cut off.
It's a phenomenal thing. And just, oh man, like, the Matrix just doesn't give. Oh, sorry. You know, the Matrix doesn't give us this. So it's just, I'm just mind blown. So Tua, Saba, this was overload. I feel like your classes are just so much, just constant downloads and gems, and you know, it's just never. And yeah, I'm just speechless. So you always leave me speechless, because I feel like a baby when you mentioned, like, you know, people are scared to find out the truth, because then it means you're a baby, you're vulnerable. And yes, I feel like that. I feel like, dang, I have no idea what this world is like. I have no idea. I don't know anything. So for me, it's super nefer that we have Saba, how he says it too. You know, he says, I wish I had someone like me. And I mean, what more can you ask for? Like, what more can you ask for? You have someone who's willing to guide you and help you, heal you, just do all these nefer things. What more would you want? And yeah, you feel like a baby because you realize that you really don't have any idea about this world and about this matrix. But what better hands than to be in the hands of the great Saba, right? Someone who's real, someone who's just like, this is what it is. Like, you don't find that. You don't find that anywhere. And you for sure don't find anyone who's trying to really heal you, someone who's trying to really uplift you, someone to hold you up and reveal the truth. You don't have that. So I hope that the support is gonna start being consistent, even with people who aren't, part of HOA, and just join us, because if you so willingly join the matrix and everything that it has, why wouldn't you want to join Ma'at? Why wouldn't you want the truth? Why wouldn't you want healing information? So, Saba, as you can see, I could go on. I could go on because it's just super nefer to have someone like you, someone like people like your out, who help, me, who help my out. Like, it's super nefer, and I'm just super grateful to just even know that you exist, and that we have the pod class, and that we have HOA, and it's just super never. I'm super grateful, and of course your classes, your teachings, your doorway are always there, open, ready to give us what we need. So Tua Saba, super nefer class, super grateful. You're super nefer. The out is super nefer, and just Tua to you, Saba.
Okay, I'm glad you appreciate it. That was great. And being that it's you that asked the question about someone that you know that's your daughter, I'm gonna, outside of this, I'm gonna give you more. I'm gonna give you, after this, outside of this podcast, I'm gonna give you more of the things that are for the solutions. This is for Olivia. I didn't know it was for Olivia, and this, I don't think that was in the question, but now that I know that that's for Olivia, I'll give you some more things. I don't want to give out too much things for the 50 people that watch and only 13 people support. I'm not going to keep giving out to the leeches and the lampreys and the mosquitoes, but to you, I'll definitely give you about 2 or 3 more things that Olivia can do.
To you, Saba. Reciprocity's coming your way. It just the nature is always watching over us, and I received something that I need to share with you, and that's in the reciprocity. So that's coming your way, Saba.
Okay, Tua for that, and also Tua for that, Gabriella, and Nina, for everything you appreciate me for, and also a little extra jewel. I was waiting for Nook to come on so I can let him on. A little extra jewel for the Dexipens. What it does is it switches the eczema and the arrhythmia. It switches it. So let's say you have eczema of the legs. What I didn't say in the class, what the Dumalumab does is it fixes what's on the legs and shifts it to the upper body. And if you have it on the upper body, it fixes the neck and the face, and then shifts it down to the legs. So it just keeps transferring it to another spot. I didn't say that in the class, but that's the so how interesting is it that that's the only drug that I've heard has the side effect? Why is that not the side effect for Tylenol? Why is that not the side effect for aspirin? Why is that the side effect for ibuprofen? Why is it not the side? There are millions of drugs. It just so happens coincidentally that the one that you take to fix the eczema gives you eczema. If you don't think that's designed, not you, Gabriella, but those who are listening, if you don't think that's designed, that's fine. I'm going to step off, though. Support the Tutti podcast, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. If this class was yesterday, I wouldn't have done it. I was on my back yesterday due to something pulled inside my body, and I had to get out of a position that was actually worsening it. But I had to stay in that position, unfortunately, for something I had to do for the day. And yesterday I was out of commission. I woke up this morning and said I'm going to do the pod class regardless. I feel much better. So everybody take care of your health. You never know how long you're going to be alive. You never know if you're going to see that person the next day. You should always want to be around the people that you love and know, because who knows if you're going to see them the next day. So there's no need for, that's what unity is all about. Unity is the appreciation of the people that are around you, because you don't know if you're ever going to see them again. And the most valuable thing in existence is somebody else's life. It's the only unreplaceable thing. You can buy your car back, buy a new house, buy your radio, get a new Galaxy SG, get a new TikTok account. The only thing you can't get back is the person that you love that passes away. No matter what you do, you could even get a new person. It won't be that person. You can fall in love with a new person. You can have one brother that died and say, well, I have another brother. It's not that brother. So it's the only thing you can't replace is a life. So I emphasize on, there's not one class I've ever done in the Tutsi Pod class where I do not say biological imperative. Biological imperative. Biological. It's in every single class, because that is life. If you claim you love someone or claim that you care about that person, you should always want to be around the person. Of course, if they're in the same frequency, and you should only be caring that much about somebody of the same frequency, not Auntie May, who's straight stripper and Christian in the Sunday and stripper at night, who you can't even vibe with because they don't care nothing about Ma'at. But I'm talking about those within the Ma'at that you care about and love because they have the same mental frequency as you, because you can trust them. You should only love someone that you can trust. I always say that to people. Don't love somebody because they have a family title. Shout out to everybody with a child. Shout out to everybody with a mother. Shout out to everybody with an auntie. Shout out to everybody with a father. Shout out to everybody with an uncle. Those are just titles that come about because people were horny. It has nothing to do with how you care about the person. So you can have somebody that's your mortal enemy trying to kill you, take your girl, and then 2 years later you find out that's your uncle. So there was nothing in nature that pre-programmed your mind to say, hey, there's something telling me I shouldn't have a problem with that person because that's my uncle. There's nothing at all. You can have beef with somebody's trying to kill you, and you find out that's your father. You find out that's your brother, because there's nothing in nature that indicates that. The only thing that nature indicates is the opposite sex. When you get around the opposite sex, your natural body tells you this is the opposite sex. I'm attracted to it. All those other titles are because people got horny. The true family are those who have the same frequency as you, the same mental frequency as you. So when somebody says, what about my son, my daughter? What about my mother? What about my auntie? What about Auntie Gregory, Uncle Gregory? And everybody is somebody's auntie. Everybody is somebody's uncle. Every serial killer is somebody's uncle. Every rapist, every pedophile is somebody's brother. Isn't it so? Everybody is somebody's uncle. Everybody is somebody's auntie. If you find out your son or your daughter is a serial killer, no, it doesn't matter what these titles are. Physical families, 99.9% of them come about because people were horny. Point blank, period. If Amun can tell me, or Amun and Amunet, Nook or Visionary or Robert Williams tell me, my mother and father got together and they said on September 9th, on this day, they will have sex in this room with this ceremony, and you will ejaculate that day. At 12 p.m., you will ejaculate inside of her because they want to have me as a child. No. 99% of all of us were born because our parents were horny that night. They were not thinking about having a baby, and most of them were not happy when they found out. Period. Point blank, period. No butter coating it, no sugar coating it. So the reason you have an auntie is because somebody was horny. That's the only reason. That's the reason you have an uncle. You have an uncle because his mother and father were horny, and they wanted to get it on that night and happened to ejaculate, and that's why you have a cousin. So outside of the accidental family, the true family, like the Kemetic family, were those who are of the same frequency. And that's why when you saw Akhenaten and Nefertiti, or Hatshepsut and Tehuti, they're dressed the same. They pray the same. They worship the same. They read the same. Their child is reading the same. They go to the same school system. Their belief is the same. Everything is the same because that is the frequency. And if you want to refer to it, go back to my family class. This family here in America is because people are having sex and getting pregnant. You got a stripper pregnant, and now you have a son, and now she's your girl. No. You create the community, you create the mind state, and that becomes your family. I don't have any uncles or aunties or sisters or anybody in the pod class. Who's Tehuti's family in the pod class? Name one. Imagine if you were actually my brother, Nook. Imagine if you got to visit and you're my brother. You've been here every day. Right? But where's my real brother? He's not in the pod class. Because you're my brother. So understand that. I am building the family based on a frequency. Because a family that doesn't have the same frequency is a disastrous site. And that's why anybody who's not in my frequency, I cut off unless you can show me you're doing something better in a culture. If you're not doing something better in a culture, you don't care about what it is that I care about, so let's move from me. Now, if you break off and say, well, Tuti, I'm not really for your culture, but me and these people, we're in the Dogons. I'm over at your house. We're of the Zulu, and me and these. But if you're just out there doing nothing as an individual, but I'm your third cousin to the left, cousin side of Auntie Sue's pet dog. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away, because you're just a distraction and it's just chaos. Because I can call Amun and Amunet and know they're of the same frequency, so thus I can trust decisions that they make. If I can't distrust decisions that you make, your decisions could end up killing you or distorting something. It doesn't matter if two people had sex. So Gabriella's child on set is also a part of me. Why? Because Gabriella and the dead are a part of me, so that they should be able to leave. And if Nana's over there, Nana can watch the child. Why? Because that child's going to be the next Netert coming up. And I'm going to help that because the parents are a part of that. I don't care about Shanae child. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the pod class. Support the pod class. Hotep. I'll be right back.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Hotep, where to send Nuku? How are you doing? Enjoy the class.
Hotep, Uncle Jasanev. Yes, Tua. The class was Nefer. Saba, Tua, Uncle Jasanev for that breakdown. It was very Nefer, as always. Yeah, it was pretty deep. I knew eczema had to do with the eating habits. The way Saba broke it down, though, took it to another level, putting it together, linking it with asthma. I didn't know about that, but I can see how that correlates. And the solutions that Saba put out was very Nefer. Of course, it has to do with, like how he said, it has to do with your diet. A lot of people's issues in life, whether it's mental, visions, whatever it is, a lot of times it has to do with your health. And just to think about it, that they push a lot of these bad foods to us. And then another thing too was that breakdown at the end of their solution, the matrix solution, which is to give you more eczema. That's just it's not surprising to me, because a lot of the things that they do is to provide you more of it. So, but just to see how Saba broke it down, articulate it, it was never, it was genius. I mean, it's like an art piece. And yeah, Saba is definitely a master in his craft in all kinds of ways. So to Saba, it was definitely impactful, life-changing in every way. So many different details that he was giving into that class is phenomenal, wonderful, excellent. So to Uncle Jasaneb, and how are you two doing, Amun and Amunet? How you felt about this class?
Go for your beautiful words, your beautiful medu. That's excellent, beautiful. Anytime Saba goes over a topic that has to do with health, someone's health, always a great class because I know he's going to give a solution to a cure and with Psyops. So this class is very powerful, very impactful.
Yeah, I agree. It's very beautiful and extremely thankful for this answer and for Eber Papyrus for him showing that and proving that it came from the followers of Ma'at. And seeing that is so beautiful. I love seeing the writing, and I also found it so interesting how he said that they had a medical diagnosis to the solution of eczema before 90% of the planet could write. So that in itself is extremely mind-blowing to know, and I've never heard that anywhere else be said, and that is so important to know and understand. And the truth in this podcast is life-changing and life-saving. Everything that Saba says, all the jewels, even when he's just anytime he's speaking is beautiful, and there's jewels within everything that he does, his actions. So I'm so thankful to be here, present in the podcast, and be in his energy, be able to see him, speak to him, and be a part of this beautiful podcast live.
Everybody, please make sure to send in support reciprocity for Saba duty. Like I said earlier, if you went to the doctor, it would force you to pay them. It would force you. It wouldn't even give you the option to be forced to pay the doctor for the visit and for whatever is prescribed to you. Here, Saba duty, he presents information that he has to give to us, and to trust that we will send in reciprocity for the work that he has done to bring this to us. And especially if you're somebody that has any of those forms of eczema and you've had it your entire life or any part of your life, this class is very impactful because only here you're going to find the solution and find the cure. If you went anywhere else, then you would continuously be walking in a circle, a loop of this fed of chaos, of matrix. Everyone else out there has and would take advantage of you for having a disease or asking how to cure a disease. So to come across a place where there's somebody, that person being Saba Tehuti, him giving you something to help yourself, that is rare. That's a phenomenon. I can't think of anywhere else where you can come across this information, across anything like this. To learn this and to apply this to your life and to withhold reciprocity, absolutely evil. So do the good thing and support. Even if you don't have eczema or you don't know anyone that has eczema, it's important to support because he did give ways to prevent it. Like who said, the eating habit. And people should be taking omega-3 anyways for their brain health, so you can prevent yourself from getting it. Because I know that older people, they do end up getting eczema. I've heard of people after they give birth, they get types of eczema like psoriasis and stuff. So you might not have it, might never have it, but you only know for sure if you do things to prevent it. And even if you don't know anyone that has it, one day you might learn that someone around you has it, or you might come across someone who has it. And you'll be able to help them. You'll be able to be that light in their life, help save them from something they could be dealing with for so long, and only possible because you learned to hear at the podcast. That's phenomenal. That's great. It's beautiful, and that's worth so much. SABA teaches us so much within one class, and if you apply that to yourself, you become that brighter light, that sun, that rock. So yes, and I'm happy to hear that Sabatuti is going to speak to Gabriella privately to give her more for her daughter. May her daughter heal, and may her heart purify and do what it needs to do to be in the state that she wants to be in. And that's the relationship we all have here. That's the beauty of being at the pod class. SABA is able to talk to Gabriella directly about something within her own life, within her own family. And when you see the way Gabby was explaining how her daughter reacting to hearing about how Sabatuti is going to answer the question, that's unique. That's phenomenal. That's what all of us should be like. People should look at this. I hope they do look at this and hear this and think to themselves that's what they want in their life and their family. And if you're coming here to the pod class and your mate isn't coming or something like that, you really got to step up and put down and decide which side are you on. Are you on Ma'at or Isfet? If you're for Ma'at, then do what you can. Continuously work to get your family into this. Continuously work to be that shining light within your household, because if you stay consistent, you apply the teachings to your life, if you show a reciprocal relationship with Sabatuti in the pod class, then you will eventually change your family. You will eventually change your surroundings. You will have a unified, loving family. Today, everybody's used to chaos within their household. People normalize arguing with their siblings or with their mate or with their parents. That's not normal at all. That is chaos. That is isfet. So I hope everyone gets out of that mindset and accepts that purity and beauty that majority of the people on this planet want. Most people want to be happy and want the people they care about to be happy. So there's an infinite amount of things Sabatuti brings forth to us. It's also unique and beautiful. Come on here all the time and say there's so much, everything. There's so much he does. He is literally an example. He is an embodiment of Ma'at. He projects and teaches so many different things. And if you consistently observe over and over and over, your life will change. For me personally, either Ma'at or not. I have to follow Ma'at personally. I want to follow Ma'at. I have to. Without Ma'at, I'd be dead. Nothing else matters besides Ma'at to me. Everything else is chaos. It is death. Other people that choose this, they're just dying a slow death. So, personally, I don't understand somebody who would live inside of chaos, inside of isfet, willingly. that makes absolutely no sense to me. So I hope people make a conscious decision to find the purity within their heart, to want to be around love energy, attraction, love energy. I know that every kid I've come across, from when I was young to now, all kids, they're pure. They want people to love them. They want to love. They want to observe and be happy. And as people get older, they get corrupted. And it's important that we all find that little kid in us that wants to be pure and happy, that wants to be accepted, do the right thing. So, hope everybody admits that to themselves. For the people I remember earlier, Saba said people feel like 40 and stuff, and they feel like a baby, and they're like, oh no, I can't cut this out, I can't cut this out. If you're 40, if you're 50, if you're 60 or 70, and you hear this information and feel like a baby, my advice to you, even though I'm young, is submit to the information, because one day you'll die. When you die, if you're conscious, it's not gonna be over. You're still gonna have to learn, or you're going to be in a very bad place. So it's better now than never, because you hear the information and you neglect it or you push it away. Yes, you can continue living this life in Isfet, but it doesn't end after this life. There's another life. And that one you will be in Isfet too. There will be no sugar coating. There will be no illusion. It will be in your face evil. So I advise everybody listening, when they hear the truth, to admit to themselves what's right and what's wrong, because it's really for your health. A lot of people are under the matrix that they get to live this life up, and then when this life is over, everything's over. Or if you're a Christian person, if you did good, you go to heaven, everything's all good, God will accept you. They even came out that saying, you only live once. Not true at all. And once you really think about that, think about yourself, think about your own biological imperative, allow yourself to think what your future could be if you allow this information to enter your life, you apply it to yourself.
I'm on.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Rear Saba? Welcome back.
What's up? I'm back. I came on. All I heard is, if you're 50 or 60, submit to the information, you're going to die. I heard that's why I came back on, and now it's going crazy in the background. So, if you're 50 or 60 and you feel like you're going to be a baby, you submit to the information, you're going to die. That's straight Amun quotes right there. Straight truth, cold knife, straight knife to butter. You're gonna die. That's the best. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you, Amun, for those words. I didn't hear Nukwu when I was off. I don't know, Nukwu, did you catch a chance to speak a little bit since I took my break?
I hope that, Saba, yes, certainly did. It was a Nefer class, Saba, as always. I was saying how I already knew that the eczema had to do with your health, your diet, but the way you put it together, articulated it with the asthma, as far as also with the medication that they take, and that how it gives them more eczema. It's Nefer. So what you provided was very impactful, and it was real deep, to know that, what they prescribe to you as a medicine is actually going to kill you. And then also what you broke down with the GLA, that was something new for me. So that was very Nefer to us, Saba.
Yeah, glad you appreciate that. This was a deep one, definitely deep. And I definitely wanted the shock value in pomegranate. So I wanted the shock value in there. for people to really understand the seriousness of. Imagine that 60% of extreme eczema turns into something that kills 9 people a day that has nothing to do with the skin disease. And you would never link those two things. 9 people a day? Is there anything that we can think of that kills 9 people a day? So, and then it's increasing in children. It's so much there. The drug they give you to heal you, the side effect. I've never heard of a drug in my life with a side effect that's so openly, blatantly Psyops. Usually the side effects are a whole bunch of other different things. This one is the side effect of this this heart medicine is going to give you a stroke. Like they're telling you straight up, the side effect is what you already have. We're going to give it back to you, except for you're going to pay us. So shout out to all those who appreciate it. Amazingly blatant the matrix is. Very open and blatant. Shout out to this brother here, Chris Odell, who says, hi Tehuti, it's been a while. Definitely refresh my memory. Chris Odell, if you were in here. When were you last at the pod class? Are you from Killer Priest? But shout out to you for coming back from whatever that while was. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. We're gonna go ahead and read the rest of the support. Oh, and Nookpoo, send me an email of 2 of your strongest attributes and 2 of the strongest things you see yourself in the future. That's all. That's I need. Then I'll continue the rest of what you do through the email. Shout out to Nookpoo and shout out to Hush Nation. Both of them will be receiving their Rens. And shout out to Rob Lowe if he truly wants to come on the panel. Shout out to all the Roberts out there. I don't know what's going on with Roberts. Rob Lowe, Robert Williams, Old Rob, Nookpoo Rob. So many. Oh, these Robs are taking over the podcast. Shout out to the Roberts, Roberto. What kind of Roberts in here? Shout out to the Roberts, and shout out to all you all for supporting each other. You all are very supportive of each other. If that brother Rob Lowe truly has a financial problem, I'm glad he voiced that, because I was about to ask this podcast. I was like, when Nookpoo comes on, I'm gonna ask him, because he kind of like Rob Lowe. I'm gonna say, what's the difference between Rob Lowe and Sorry Nobody? But Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe doesn't have any funds, so I appreciate that that he said that, because now I'm going to see him differently. If you truly don't have any funds at the time, let us know that's the reason, and I will show sympathy for that, because there obviously will be a time, it could be a month from now, where you will have the funds. Everybody can come up with $10 a month from now. I don't know what situation you have to be in where you couldn't do that. So shout out to Nookpoo for having his back. And showing him, hey, I'll help you out this time. So shout out to you, Nookpoo, for that. Whoever Rob Lowe may be. I don't know if is that somebody you know or something? I don't know. If you don't know him, you're really nice. All right. Okay, we're gonna go through the rest of the support here. Let's see who's supporting the 2T pod class. Shout out to Yep, we're at here's another bit. I see a bet coming up next. I see Amun and Amunet. I thought, I didn't read this one. I was gonna read this one before I took a break. I'm gonna read this one right now. Here we go. Amun and Amunet, you all can read this one here. Since this is from you, we'll put it up on the big screen. Shout out to all those who are learning and growing and changing their life from the 2T pod class. I appreciate seeing the change of everybody. Welcome to the House of Atten. For those who just stepped in, the ancient 2T teachings of the Nitiru. And I appreciate all those who are transforming their lives because they appreciate what it is that I'm here for. And that helps me, that motivates me to stay around to see the results of what it is that I'm doing. What I'm doing now is what I claim to do since 92. I'm way more advanced now than 92, but in 92, 93, 94, it's just to teach people for them to become better beings and to unite and to actually do things as a united force. The same mission. Nothing has ever changed, and it makes me feel good after 35 or so years that people are actually taking heed and wanting to build as a family under Kemet. Kemet is the only culture out there, the New Age culture, not the original Kemet, not Ma'at from 4,000 years ago, but this new Kemet is the only ancient culture out there that doesn't believe in a higher power. Amazing. The very first culture, the very first ones to bring a concept of the higher power, of higher consciousness other than human, the people that are into Kemet today, from the Hebrew Israelites to the Christians, the Jews, the Moors, the any culture, anybody, the Navajo, Cherokee, people study anything. The people that study Kemet today is the only group of spiritual people that don't believe in a higher consciousness than a human. The spiritual atheists. The spiritual atheists. And prior to Kemet, Kemet is the one that brought that understanding to the world. And now the New Agers are erasing that part, the most important part. They like that they're black, they like the pyramids, they like the jewelry, they like the first doctors, but the part that the Kemetians focus on the most, which was the higher consciousness that they praised above them, that were the creators and did things, nobody wants that part. So I'm happy those appreciate that I'm bringing that part back. And anybody who wants to set up a debate again on that, let's talk. I will defend the netter to the death, and I haven't seemed to lose a debate yet on defending the netter. I don't know why nobody can beat me defending the netter. Should be very easy, or maybe not. Okay, here we go. Amun and Amunet. Shout out to this great supporters consistently. They've upped it a little bit. Shout out to them, and thank you for those who are upping. Oh, are they frozen? Uh-oh. Amun is Amun is turning to the statue of Amun. He's frozen. Amun and Amunet. Let me oh my goodness. Osiris mode. Amun and Amunet, are you there? Are you there?
It's all stopped.
Oh no. I don't hear anything. Do you hear them, Nukfu?
Hotep, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but you wasn't being heard.
Pardon us, everything started loading. The entire StreamYard just went black.
Yeah, that happened to me. I even got kicked out of the YouTube and the live stream, so they definitely on us, so they can't stop us.
Oh no. Okay. All right. So Amunet, yes, read that for us, please.
$45 for being the Rek Tua life-saving doctor and magician with the hats and the black.
All right, Tua for that. All my sound makers are you're the sound makers for yourself. So go ahead and pick whatever noises that you like for yourself and throw yourself some big noise, please.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Now you're frozen, Saba.
Okay. I'm frozen?
Nah, I thought you were frozen. You were just meditating. I'm
I
like,
don't know. Oh yeah, I was looking down. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to Amunet, the great consistent supporters. Shout out to all the people that are sending a little bit extra than what they would usually do, because Cash App is definitely taking 2 fees from the Cash App. They're taking a fee and they're taking taxes. They're doing taxes and the fee now. So the support that's sent is not the numbers that you see coming in are not the numbers that are actually coming in now. Cash App has definitely altered that. So to it for all those who are sending a little bit extra. What do you say, Nuku?
oh, I didn't know I was off mute. I was like saying forget Cash App, but I said the other word. I said
We still need them, but
I don't like how they taxing you, Saba. I don't like how they charging fees, doing all that. Like, come on now.
yeah, it's pretty bad. All right, shout out to who's this now? Okay, shout out to Hush Nation. And then we're gonna get into some of the big ones after this. We're close. We got some big ones that have come in from the great people that truly want me alive and want this continuing. And I really appreciate them. This is the brother Hush Nation, and he is sent in for the Medu Magic classes. These are the only classes that I did that were all recorded. For those who are listening, there's 65 of them. They used to be live. They're all recorded now. You can order the recordings for any support over $20, and you can order the recordings. And they're 2 hours plus classes on internal magical rituals, external magical rituals, the actual metanetter language, walking through each line of the Param Haru, setting up altars, mind control, mind illusion, self-mind illusion, self-correction, all type of disciplines on there. And so this is the good brother Hush Nation. When you send in for your metanetter Monday class at the pod class, you actually get it in within minutes of you sending it in. So first we're going to give some big noise. Read that for us. Nupano, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, Saba, tour. So this from my Orson, my netter, Fix. He sent in 2772 for, let me see if I could zoom in. For Meru Monday, number 12. To our Uncle Jasaneb, Saba Tehuti.
Oh, you're still reading. Okay, you read to our Uncle Jasaneb, Saba Tehuti? Yes,
Saba.
Okay, good. All right, give some big noise too. Hush Nation, please.
You are watching a master at work.
All right. And when it says the Medu classes are so perfect, Yellow Heart, I love them. They are life-changing classes. Wonderful. And for those who are new watching, most people here already know, but for those who are new watching, the Meta classes right here. Here's the email you send into. They used to be 1:30 p.m. I don't know how I did this, but they used to be 1:30 p.m. live every Monday. They're all recorded. There's 65 classes. The good brother Ampu is on his way, I believe, to pick up. He's about to have every single one. He's been ordering Mednetter classes, almost every single pod class. He has them. Saket, he has most of them. Saket has most of them, if not all of them. And Tehuti has all of them. And Big Vapes has all of them. So a lot of people have already gotten all of them. And everybody that's watching this pod class should have all of them. If you're wondering where the teachings of what to do practices, I would never give them in the pod class. They are that too much people in the public would see them, and the views always turn from 50 to 35 within 15 seconds. So that's for the private classes, for those who truly show appreciation and reciprocity for it. We are the fastest deliverers of the Mednetter class. For example, the good brother Hush Nation ordered his just now, and it's already in your email. You already have the class. So shout out to good brother Hush Nation. Wonderful. Okay, next up for the support, we're gonna go down. We have some big ones now. We got oh wait. We have a bunch of them from Nook Punuk, but that was the day after last week class. Thank you, Nook Punuk, for all of those. Let me erase this.
Yeah, I said I was gonna flood your reciprocity because I passed out last week before I could send you reciprocity for the class. So I'm like, man, I'm gonna flood Saba's cash app.
Yeah, I saw them all on like Sunday or something, or Sunday or Monday. They came in, so I logged them all for the last class. 2 are for all of them. It was 4 or 5 or something. 4 or something of them. 2 are for them all. Okay, and now we have a Tefrem Kema'at, and then we got Ibet coming up after that. And then Harass did coming up after that. Okay, so shout out to, where is the Tefrem Kema'at? We're about to close down. He was in the chat, right? Yes, he was in the chat. He was agreeing. He was in the chat. Okay. Shout out to a Tefrem Kema'at. He always gives his 2 supports. The first support is always 7.77. If he was, I'll get him to read that. Sorry. I think it says Tua Ishin because it's in English, but it says Anui.
It says Hotep Mat twice.
Oh, it's reading from the other way. Oh, it's reading from the other. I'm reading it from the other way. I'm like Anui. Okay, Hotep. Yeah, it's Hotep Ma'at. That's things Tua Ishin. Yeah. Shout out to a Tefrem Kema'at. I'm gonna put the other one on, and then that one you can give some big noise to a Tefrem Kema'at. Is Patan still around? Are you still around in the chat? Wait, 14, 15. I don't know if Patan retired. If he's in the chat, can't come on. I'm trying to get some Patan back on Sonetter. I want to pop. I've been so busy today, but so busy this week. But the good brother Sa, I haven't seen him on until today. When it comes on, it's not him that's on. So I seen him come on live today. I was going to go on and talk to him about the good brother Patan and get Patan back on there. I'm gonna try some of the numbers. I think Saw changed his number too. I'm gonna try one. Well, anyway, shout out to Atefrem Kem Ma'at. It should say the same thing. Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin. And now give some big noise to Atefrem Kem Ma'at, please.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
All right, wonderful. Tef said he'll be on soon. And now we're gonna go to EBET shutting it down. Here we go. Large support sent in. And is Amunet on the screen?
No, she's not on.
I can't see the screen. Okay. I can't see anything. I can't see.
Coming right now.
Okay, let me come on the screen and see what's. Okay, okay. Let me put this on the screen here. All right. So here is the bet with the support. Consistent supporter again. I'll read this one. We're gonna give some big noise. Is anyone not here yet? I'm gonna just let me move this from the screen.
Yeah, she's here now.
Okay, I see the screen now. Okay, actually, Amunet, could you read this for me, please?
Yes, I can. $50 for Tua Tehuti with raised hands. Tua Olivia for and with the praise.
Wonderful. We'll give some big, big noise to EBET. All the noise, Transformers, everything.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
All right. Thank you, sound selectors. And now we're going on to the. Okay, the supports are coming in. The big supports are coming in. Here we go. Harass did. Shutting it down. This is somebody whose life I affected so much. When she first started, it was maybe twice a month. She would give $5.55. Sometimes even once a month. And then from there it became $5.55 every pod class. Since then, she has asked so many questions, gotten so many answers, so much help for Sky, so much help for her. So much things have happened in her life that she has jumped up from any anything and jumped up to the monster supports. I think this is the biggest one yet I've read. And shout out to Harass Did. And Amun, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $72.27 for Henu Netiru Tua Netter Tehuti.
Thank you, Amun, for reading that. Give some big monster noise for Sarah Jean, also known as Harass Did. Make some big, big noise, please.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Okay, was that both of you, or was that both of you together, or was that? Or I'm gonna just put in one noise. What was that? Are you both have the keyboard? How does that work?
I'm the one that did that one.
Okay, is it coming from one keyboard, one computer?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Amun, for that. And Amunet has what's this? A cat. Okay, Amunet brought the cat. What's the cat's name again, Amunet?
It's Lulu.
The cat's name is Lulu?
Yeah.
Lulu. Okay, Lulu. Lulu. Okay. All right. Sounds like another name. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're gonna go up to we're gonna go up to who is next? I think I said did he bet Sarah? Did I go down? Okay. Where's Tehuti? Tehuti sent me a few emails here. Some of these questions I can answer right here in the class. Now I'm seeing them. Okay. Big at leisure, shutting it down. Appreciative, making it happen. Who just popped up on the screen? I heard a boop. Oh, Tehuti. Is he eating? Yes.
Peace and
Yes,
love,
he
Saba.
is.
Peace and love.
Okay. Peace and love to you, good brother. Great. After I read a couple of these donations, there's a couple emails you sent me, and I would like to answer them. A couple of them for everybody to hear, so they can just refer to this pod class, because a few people are going to have these same questions about the rent and the coming to the event. We're starting to re-advertise that now that everything is settled. So wonderful questions you asked, though. Okay. Did you say something, Tehuti? Because I can't see the screen. If you're saying anything, I can't see you. So I don't know if you're talking.
Oh no, I didn't say anything.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. On to the great supporter. Big supports all the. He sent a question a while ago. He sent in a question, but we couldn't. And we've been sitting on the support for him for a little while, because he had to change the original question. Then when he changed the original question to the second question, I didn't have clarity on what it was, and so next week he's going to get his answer on the this ice wall. Interesting. It's going to be fun. All right, shout out to Big Ed Leisure. I'm going to get Nook Poo. Could you read that for us, please?
To Saba. This is from Netter Maheru. He sent in $75. And new Saba for spending your time and dedication to risk your life for Ma'at, Truth, Dua, and Isfet, Chaos Matrix. Hotep, Uncle Justin Nev.
Hotep, give him some big monster noise, please.
we're the
Earth
best.
would play by their rules. All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Raw Earth. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Ooh, who's that? Who is that on the sound? We only have one sound. It's only you two, right? Yeah. That was you, Amun, again?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, wonderful. All right. And we got Nukpu again. Ah, he's sending in an old classic. This is an old classic pod class. This is what converted the brother Big Vapes. This is what he said got him. And this is an old class, classic class. And Nukpu can tell us why he sent for this old class. Nice. We got Nukpu. Go ahead and read that for us, brother, and tell us what inspired you to bring this classic back.
Uncle Johnson SABA. Yeah, this is an effort class. This is just a reminder for everybody to know that you already broke this down, and to inspire others to have more deeper questions. It definitely got me to ask some questions, but I don't know if I want to send them in just yet because I have a list of more questions to send in prior. But yeah, to Asaba. So it's from Nukpu 999 Hotep Saba Neter Ptah is Buddha Hotep Ma'at. And I got the star for Saba. I got a wink, a smiley face. You know, they say it's a halo, but it's really a blue sun over my head on that emoji. And then smiling with my tongue out. And then I got the Henu, the mirror for ATTON, the eye for my eye, and the mirror again for ATTON. So Uncle Justin F. Saba. And like I said, this class is to inspire others to know that you've been broke this down, and just to look at how much the Buddhism has impacted people's life, to know that it's really Ptah. So, you know, it's all impactful from Kemet, and that you broke that down. So there's a ton more questions that I have because of that class. But I'm gonna let people marinate on that one and let them, you know, let them decide for themselves what they want to hear. You know, later on I got some questions though, so I already know you got that in the back of your data and your petabytes. So Uncle Justin there.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So wonderful, wonderful. Yes, this actually was an old I don't know if I first taught this on the pod class or Killer Priest, but it's from the early. Do you remember Nukpu? Was it the pod class or Killer Priest?
Yeah, you mentioned it on Killer Priest, but you broke it down in the class. So it's like probably like one of your first classes, like probably like your 9th or 10th, something like that. So it was real second. So it's the one that you speak about the astrology as well. You broke down the astrology and the land of Punt. A couple of things you broke down in there. So it was two. Uncle Jasinep.
Wonderful. Nini Ook. And give Nukpu some give him some hand claps, please, for that.
I found that class. It was March 4th, 2022.
Wonderful, wonderful. And next up. Did somebody say something? Because I can't see the screen.
Yeah, I found the class that he was referencing. It was March 4th, 2022.
Oh, you're fast. What?
I'm a computer geek, so I'm on it.
Hey, Feynman, cool for us.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. I told one of my I told one of my interns that what I'm actually doing in this pod class to change history is I'm creating a new Google source. So instead of Googling things and going to Wikipedia, typing in what is this, what is that, you can go to the YouTube and type in Tehuti and type in your topic, and it will be a plethora library of every single conscious question that could ever be asked, and you get the real answers. So I'm actually building a new Google library on the internet by these pod classes. And by the time it's done, there'll be no question that somebody can ask. Just like if somebody right now said Buddha, and Jehuti just went and said, oh, class number 22, April. It's a library now. You can't do that with, can you do that with other teachers? Can we type in other teachers and Buddha and, oh yeah, class number 55.
Not at all.
Oh man, if it's out there, let us know. Let us know.
Who needs Google when you got SABA?
Yes, I'm changing the algorithms of the when people type in something, and I hope that it works. It should work. After a few years, you'll be able to type in anything into YouTube as long as you put Tehuti there, and you'll get the answer to your question. Okay, we're going on to the next one. Who is Jehuti? Jehuti is the next one. So on to Jehuti. And Jehuti, go ahead and read this for us, please.
Yehudi and Ra'ai shot $11.11 for repealing the feeling of skin peeling with healing.
All right. The rhyming supporter, rhyming donations. All right. Jehuti, you're gonna make me hire you one day to teach me how to rap, man. I gotta. What is this? Repealing the feeling of skin peeling with healing.
With healing, yes.
All right. All right. Give Jehuti some noise, please. Give him a hand clap. I'm gonna hire Jehuti now. All right, nice, very, very nice, very creative. Thank you, Jehuti, for that support, and thank you for the creative way in which you wrote it. Okay, on to the next one. Which is Owen Hythe. Here he is, Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe. I am very comfortable with his good brother Owen Hythe. If I don't see his support, I know that it's coming. If a month goes by and I don't see his support, I actually will worry if something is wrong with him. But he gives support, and then if a week goes by or another week, very honorable and wonderful to you, Owen Hythe. The date on it. All right. Go ahead and read that, Amunet, please.
$21.72 for 5/31/25 class. Tehuti is truth.
Boom. Give Owen Hythe a round of applause, and thank you, Amunet, for reading that.
You're welcome.
Give him some hand claps, please. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody watching. If anybody has any questions or inquiries, send those questions in. It's a reciprocity system. Cash Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV, and your questions will be answered in sequence. If those questions are of true value and mean anything to you, the answer you will get will be a movie, depending on how deep it is, and it will show reciprocity. If you appreciate your own question as much as you appreciate a bag of Doritos that you bought or a donut. All right, here we go. Shout out to Owen Hythe, and shout out to Owen Hythe again, who comes through. Shout out to Owen Hythe again. That comes through. This must be for today. Yes. Okay, this is for today. So the last one was for the 31st, and this one is for today. And I'm gonna get Tehuti, if you could read this for us, please. Read this for us, please, Tehuti.
Yes,
when it pops up on the screen.
From Owen Hythe, $21.72 for SABA of true wisdom and knowledge! Exclamation point.
Give Owen Hythe some big noise, please. Give him some hand claps. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And the next support that's coming in to the Tutti Hot Pod class is hey Tehuti, I see you sent another support in. Did you ever send in the question? Did you ever formulate the Jesus one in, or is this a whole nother one here? What's this one?
Yeah, I have two of them that I gotta try to figure out how I'm putting the question together. It's only going to be one or two though. It's not going to be like a mountain of questions.
Okay, no problem. So I didn't miss that email. So you're still working on it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
wonderful,
still
wonderful.
On it. It's pending.
Shout out to Tehuti. Shout out to Tehuti. Tehuti sends in the monster support because he appreciates what it is that he sees happening. And this is another one with, he's formulating the question. He's, take your time. I already have maybe 4 or more that I have the questions for. So wonderful. Take your time and lock it in. So here's Tehuti with a monster support, monster donation for support of the pod class, and a question that is pending. So we'll go ahead and put this up. Get ready to give him some big monster, huge noise. Shout out the newest person to attend the Tutti Pod class and the newest supporter of the Tutti Pod class, House of a 10. Go ahead and read that for us, good brother. Blowing away the pod class. Go ahead and read that for us, please.
Judy and Rye shot $111.11. Question formulating coming soon. Email aiproductions832@gmail.com.
Give him some big monster noise, everything, and I'm even going to put in some sounds. Go ahead.
You are watching a master at work.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Wonderful. Shout out to you. Great brother, $7.11. Keeping the Tutti Pot class here, keeping the quality of the answers of that which are being given and the great appreciation. For those who missed the class, for those who are new in the class, or wondering what they have missed, eczema, drug prescription Psyops. I met the first two with a question, race preference of skin disease, and asthma. For those of you who just stepped in to the pod class, welcome to the House of a 10. We're now going through over the support. And here is the set of questions that were sent in and answers that were given for this beautiful diversity phenomenon that is taking place here and only here at the Tutti Pod class. Where can you go and ask questions about Kemet, Ma'at, eczema, hyperhidrosis, out-of-body experiences, Kerm Haru, government, Psyops, feng shui. Where can you go on this planet and ask questions and get hour to 2 hour answers on school Psyops, Montauk Project, pregnancy craving, breastfeeding Psyops, hippocampus area of the brain, 666 the mark of the beast, ADHD, origin of libations, orgone energy, never-ending story, narcissism, hyperhidrosis, the matrix breakdown, Navajo skinwalkers, heart stroke, advice. Where in the world can you ever get that? Nowhere other than right here at the Tutti Pod class. Enjoy this phenomenon. Our answers are straight references, guidance, and live experimentation done live on the screen, whether it's visual experimentation, neurological experimentation, neurolinguistic programming experimentation, sound experimentation. That is a part right there that is rarely mentioned on the Tutti Pod class, is that not only are you getting answers, you actually get live experimentations that you can participate in, whether they be visual. I've done audio experimentation where people hear different sounds, visual movement experimentation. All type of things happening only here at the Tutti Pod class. Appreciate this phenomenon while it's here, because it is happening nowhere else on this planet Earth. Shout out and welcome to a Tefrem Kema'at, who have stepped on the platform and is here to join us. The original Axeman. How you doing there, Tef? He's
Okay, great, Saba. Can you hear me? Mic check.
I can hear you as you come closer to the mic.
Hotep. Let's see if I can turn it up. Hotep, great, Saba. This was a great class. Two off Olivia and Gabby for asking that phenomenal question. And I like the gems that you were dropping earlier. That was great. So two out to you and everybody that supports. And yeah, I totally agree with you. So I'll be wondering the same thing. Because what else is there? Like if you walk away from the truth, what's the other option? Right? Like I've been wondering that since Tehuti Mo. Since he went to China to go buy land and all of that. I've been wondering that, the same thing. And then with his brother or whoever the other guy was that was with him, I think everybody the police. That's why I said I'm grateful for the pathways, because I get to see people and look them in the face and make sure you're not a bot. Because in my mind, everybody the police.
Nukfu likes that.
I'm not
He said, I'm
police.
not a police, I'm a netter. So, yes.
You got to be getting
Oh,
paid, like
man.
you said. You have to be
Yes.
getting paid for it. To you get high. No, but you couldn't even pay me to walk away from the truth. Because what else is there? What's the other option? It's my or not. So yeah, it's something strange going on, and you know I'm grateful for you. So too, I keep up the great work, and with your recovery, with whatever that you're going through, you know, may you be victorious and come back stronger than ever. So Uncle Jocelyn, to you, Great Saba.
There's some sounds in the background. Somebody mute. I'm sure that is. Okay, wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate and absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, it's Ma'at or not. And a lot of people choose the not. So we're gonna go to it's scary. It's scary when you have to give up certain things. That's what I attract people and scare people simultaneously. It's a very interesting relationship that I have with human beings. I attract them and then I scare them because of the discipline, especially mental discipline. You need to be around me. So Ma'at or not, and those who choose the not can end up in the not. So I'm going to go ahead and read the rest of the support. To you, Atef, Rem Kema'at, for being, there's the not right there. Atef in the not. There it is. So not Atef, I mean a pep in the not. There we go. A pep in the not. There we go. Ma'at or not, and if you choose the not, stay with the not. All right, we're going to go and read the rest of the great support. And let me go down and see if there's anybody that I missed. Let me delete this. This is no, that's not support. This what's that? What's this? All right, everybody who's watching the Tehuti Pod class, send in your support and just state why you appreciate it. We got custom made tees. There's so many options of support. There is support that's sent because you appreciate the pod class. Then there is the option of sending in for the books, where you actually can get something in return, as people would say. You get a product in return. Then there's actual meta and enter classes. Then there's actually sending in a question, where you get a book written for you and then taught live directly for you. There's so many ways to support, and every single way that you support, you're receiving something. And the beautiful thing about the Tehuti Pod class, the way that is designed, is that you're receiving something even if you're not the person who sent in. So imagine all the hundreds of people that are watching this, that never sent in $1 for eczema, but their child is suffering from it, their mother is suffering from it, they have it, they want solutions, they want to know, they're about to get a Dupi Moor lab, they're about to go get Dupi Moor lab, and then they watch this class and they're like, oh, this is what's going on? Oh, that's why I'm taking this, and I still have the eczema. That's why I transferred to my neck, to my feet, and they never donated $1. So shout out to those who support, and even those who don't support are having to be the one that asked the question, you're still getting an answer for something you never even asked just by sitting and watching. So shout out to those people, and it's very simple to be a part of this system. It's nothing like what I grew up on. Like I said, $100 gas money just to get to a teacher, crossing borders, going from one country to the other, hitchhiking on the highway because your engine blows up because you're traveling so far just to get the lessons. The things that you all will never, ever, ever, ever have to experience or go through. This is the internet soft life. So everything is quite simple. Just click, 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 boop, click button Cash App, click button StreamYard, click button PayPal, click. This is the click world. There's no driving to get. We used to drive to ask one question. We have to drive over 800 miles to go ask a question. 400 to 800 miles to ask a question from one country to another country driving. All right, here we go, everybody. So boom, shout out to Custom Made Tees, who sends in for the Metanetter class. One of the Metanetter classes, the good brother Custom Made Tees, he's gonna have all the classes soon as well. So shout out to him. And here he is right here. Get Atef, could you read that for us, please? Can Atef read that for us, please?
Hotep, yes.
Is this even Metanetter class? Oh, he's just sending support. Okay, go ahead and read that for us.
Hotep 2 Ave Saba. Yes, I can. It says $24.42 from Custom Made Tees. Uncle Jasaneb to Saba for your discipline, your consistency. You are a great example, Saba. I am disciple of Ma'at, so it is Ma'at or not. Powerful Medusin for meditation. Unki M Ma'at, Un-N-S, I am Kuzani.
All right, shout out to I am Kuzani. Is he in the chat at all? I don't see the chat. I'm not looking at the chat, but is he in the chat? If he is, if you're listening, I am Kuzani. Shout out to you. I see you're taking on the Big Leisure Maharu language. Where is there any letter the in this sentence? There's no the. So Maharu has officially formed a new language, which is actually the old language, because in Kemet we didn't use, in Metanetter, in ancient languages, we don't use does either. So shout out to I am Kuzani. Give him some big noise, please, and thank you for reading that for us, Tep.
I don't play with pseudos.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Sound. Who was that? Was that you, Atef, or was that
was me.
You, Amun?
That was me, Saba.
Okay, wonderful. All right. And we see some more is coming in. Okay, here we go. Some monsters are coming in. Let me go ahead and read this one first. This is Eric G. That's it. He's upped his donations from. What is this now? Eric G. That's it. Used to give 333. Let me Eric G, that's it. You see 333. It's getting a little better, up to $5. And here is Eric G, that's it. Let me go ahead. I'll read this one here. Eric G, that's it. Says, great work, Saba Tehuti. Thank you, Eric G, that's it. And keep up the consistent donations at whatever your financial situation is. Eric G, that's it, is another person that's been around to he's been around since the beginning too. He was at both pathways as well. Very unique being. All right. Gabriella. Oh, and she sends this. Oh, what's this? And the monster support. Here we go. Woo! All right, here's Gabriella, the one who sent in the question. She's the one that originally sent in the question that was the catalyst for this wonderful, beautiful experience that we're having right now with this answer and this guidance. And she sent in quite a few extra supports. Amunek Could you read this for us, please, Amunet?
Yes, I can, Grace Alba. 2222 for eczema class with 3 mind-blowing emojis.
All right, give her some big noise, and thank you for reading that, Amunet.
You're welcome.
Good girl. Good girl.
What a soundbite? What's that?
That was Tehuti.
Who's on the sound today?
My bad. My dogs are acting up. My dogs acting up.
Oh. Okay. Send on to a soundbite. All right. Shout out to Gabriella for the consistent support, even though she's the one that said support for the original question. And then she sent extra support, and she sent extra again. Hold on, I do have. I put it away last minute. I knew it. I knew I put it. I was like, he's gonna order. He's gonna order me another class sometime in this class. Here it is. Here's Ampu. I'm gonna read this one before Gabriella's. So again, you can order the Meta and Eder classes. I'm gonna read this one, read another one, and I think that's the end of the support for now. I'm gonna step off, let you all build, and then we'll go ahead and close the podcast up a little earlier tonight than usual. And I just want to give you all time to build with each other before we close up. So here's a good brother, Ampu.
I'm gonna beat you.
And Ampu, I'll go ahead and read this one. It's just, what is this? The Tehuti hat, the magic wand, and 3839. And is it Tef here? Tef stepped off. He says TFTK. And the Tef was the first one to, what does that mean? The Tef there, TFTK?
Thanks for the knowledge.
All right. Thanks for the knowledge. Give Ampu some big noise, please.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Students, listen to the lesson I'll be teaching. Learn.
All right, thank you, Sound Selector. Appreciate that. And Ampu, if you're listening, like we say, we are the fastest deliverers of Magnet or Magic classes. So if you check your Gmail right now, I don't know if Ampu is there in the class, but if you check your Gmail, that both classes are already to you. Once again, everybody, if you order the Medu Magic classes, within 1 minute of it being announced, it actually pops up in your email. 2 to 3 hours each class of straight Medu language, magic, altar work, illusionary classes, wall drawing classes, walking through the Purim Haru step-by-step classes, all of that. Taught nowhere else. Not even at the Tutti Pa class. That's the only thing I can say. That's not taught at the Tutti Pa class. You have to order that personally and get it privately. I will not teach any of that here for the leeches and the trolls and the people that will just absorb it. I teach that for those who appreciate. And those who appreciate, watch it in their private. You get an access code. Nobody can open up the class. You get the access code. You open up the class. It's there. You download it on your computer, and you have that another class for life. Shout out to all those who are interested in getting the Manetta class. And say that again, Amunet. How did you describe the Manetta class in the chat?
I said that classes are life changing, and I'm not sure what else I said, but I love them very, very much. Wonderful they are.
Yeah.
They have changed my life in many, many ways.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, everybody watching, yes, that's what the Meta Magic classes do. We have Robert Williams here, and then Gabriella, and then I'm going to step off and take a little breakity break and let you all build. I love to see the family build. And since the class is going to end a little bit earlier than usual, I'll give you all definitely like 20 minutes or so, or 15 or so minutes, or whatever minutes I'm gone, for you all to build and vibe with each other, because you only have one day a week to really do this. So here we go with Robert E. Williams has a message. Clear his name. Robert E. Williams wants to clear his name with the good brother Atef. He sent this message. I'm going to get Atef to read this message. We got Nook Panook. We got these brothers out here. Appreciate you, good brothers. They're thinking they're accidentally catching strays, so they are responding. Where they're responding to the classic statement, "Everybody's a police." So here we go. Here we go with Robert E. Williams, letting Atef rest assured and let him know that he is not. What do they call it? They call him 12. They call him a number, right? We used to call him 5 in the 80s and 90s. Now they call him 12. But
Popos, trolls, alligators, monkeys.
He sent in support to tell he's not a bot.
Atef, could you read that for us, please? We got poor Robert. Robert is catching strays. He's catching stray bullets.
Oh my God. Hey, that means he could have came on the panel.
To a great SABA. It's $20.72 from great supporter Robin Williams. He's on Sunday classes. He's here. He's been a member of the House of ATTON for a while. $20.72 for I Am Not a Bot, Sakim, and a Kepara beetle.
You got to come on the panel to prove that.
Right.
Well, actually, let me clear Robert Williams' name. He is the only one. He's the only one that has the Tehuti pass that does not have to come on the panel. He has something that he has to clear up, which he contacted me personally about. And once he clears that up, believe that he will be the first to be one of the most excited people. He is living to come on the panel. He wants to come on the panel. He is a dedicated being, but he has to do a couple things first before he shows his face on the panel, for other things that have nothing to do with the pod class. So he's the only one that gets a pass, and he will be on the panel. And he'll be on the panel every single pod class. I know it. Once he clears up his situation, which he told me personally, and I'll keep that between me and him. But he gets a pass. Shout out to the good brother Robert Williams. He has been excited ever since Killer Priest, and he's been donating ever since the pod class began. He's probably in bed right now, but shout out to Robert Williams. Peace and love to you. Did we give some noise to him yet?
Nope, Saba. I believe that he has been a supporter. I've been seeing his name for quite some time, and he is an awesome supporter of you and the House of ATTON. So I definitely look forward to that, great Saba. And Hotep Inu to you, great great brother Robert Williams. I'm gonna give you a round of applause and some big noise.
Oh, that's a different Robert. Oh, I thought it was the one who was supposed to come on the panel.
Nah, it's a different. That's a
No,
different Robert.
there's a
Okay,
team of
got you,
Roberts
got you.
here at the pod class. There's the Robert clan, the Robert tribe is in the
The
pod
Robert
class. There's about
tribe.
4. I think we're.
I used to be a Robert.
Yeah, it's some family name who found their true roots, and they all came back to their original family. And hopefully, one day, none of them will be called Robert anymore. All right. So now I'm going to read the shutdown. Here we go. Gabriella Lopez shutting it down. Wait a minute, everybody. One moment. Hold on, everybody. One moment. Hold on. All right. Monty, you're going to go here. Just stay calm, please. Stay calm. You're good. You're good. Stay right there. You're doing great. Okay, hold on.
What's up? I had a press last night with Menku, and I went and I touched him by the shoulders, and I told him, "I'm glad to see you." And funny enough, he was wearing a white shirt, like how Moon is, and Saba is the synchronicity. And he was smiling, he was happy, but I just told him, well, I was glad to see you. And there's something synchronicity, because last week I was telling myself, oh, when I go on the panel, I wanted to ask Saba, has he heard from him? Has he contacted him or anything like that? And, you know, hotel Saba.
No, what's that? Wonderful. Oh, we can have a precious, yes.
Ted Bundy was smiling when he was killing them people too.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And the answer is no. I have not heard from him at all. I've not heard from him. He's out there, out and about, doing things, but he has not contacted me whatsoever. So the answer is no. I never heard from him. Okay. Now Gabriella shutting it down, breaking it down, building it up. So appreciative. Got the question answered for her daughter. She told me something about, I don't know if this is the reciprocity she's talking about, but she said something about reciprocity, and she'll talk to me about it. But I see this big one right here. So shout out to Gabriella for her great consistent support and this big reciprocity here that came in. And shout out to her to whatever she wants to speak with me about, if it's something outside of this. But this right here is another monster reciprocity given. And like I said, Gabriella, if you're listening, because it's you and because it's your daughter, I will give you, just contact me, and I will give you sometime throughout the week, when I recover from this podcast, I will give you other solutions to the eczema, other things that she can do and take and try out. There's a couple other things. I don't want to overwhelm her, but give her maybe three things that she'll be able to do, and then see if she can remain disciplined doing those things, and we'll go from there. If you're listening, shout out to you, Gabriella. And now Gabriella, about to give one of the biggest supports given tonight to the Tutsi Pod class. Boom. I'm going to get the good brother Nukbu to read that for us. She is here and consistent. Read that for us. Nukbu, please.
In New York, Saba, I'm honored to read this to her. This is from our great Orsonet, Gabriella Lopez. Sent in $100 for infinite reciprocity to you with a yellow Eve, a Tem black Eve, the Sure red Sen Eve as well. So to our Uncle Justin. And also from the jet as well too. Let me put that up there as well. So to our Uncle Justin Neff, to Gabriella and the jet.
And also.
Thank
And
you,
I'll say
Nook.
it for sure.
What did you say? What did you say? Did you say this the shirt red Sanic that chopped off there? What did you say, Nook, about the shirt?
Yes. I said the Sure Sen for for representing for red, the color red.
Okay, it's still cut off. I'm gonna play that in the replay, but I heard the shirt part because the shirt is red. Absolutely. So shout out to thank you, Nook, for reading that. Shout out to Gabriella Lopez. Give some big noise. Gabriella Lopez.
Hotep Great Saba, the Jess had posted a link. I tried to post it. Copied it, but I'm gonna give Gabriella some big noise.
Never unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
So a couple more sounds, Tep. A couple more.
Come join us, House of Action, ancient Tehutian teachings in the Tiru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
All right, wonderful, excellent, thank you. Sound selectors. Aminette, was that you with the scratch at the end?
Yeah.
Nice addition.
Okay. All right, wonderful. Tehuti, did you say something? You're talking to your dog.
No, I was saying that was a nice addition.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to all the sound makers, sound selectors. Amun, Amunet, Atef, wonderful. Appreciate all of you. And I want to say something here to everybody in the Tutsi Pod class. And everybody that's in the chat, I want to say, supporters get to come on the panel. Anybody who supports gets to come on the panel. I had a section in the Tutsi Pod class where I was teaching people how to talk to somebody. If you see somebody in the chat or you see somebody that comes in and they're obviously not a supporter because they may be against what the teachings are, or may challenge it. If anybody, if that person is courageous enough and the supporters give a donation, I will utilize that person as a class for you. If you want to, if you see a Muslim, a Christian, an academic, an atheist, or whatever it is that you may see, and you want to know, how do I talk to a person like this? You can say the support donation is for this person, and I will allow that person to come to the panel, and I will demonstrate a class for you on how to talk to that particular person with a support donation, so everybody can see. So if you see a Muslim come in challenging, a Hebrew, an academic, an atheist, or whatever the person may be, and I have a couple extra minutes, 15 minutes, and the support is good, I will teach you through that person. I will utilize that person as a chalkboard to hold a class for you, just so everybody knows that. But usually the people that are typing in the chat are raised up in this new age society where they're actually afraid to come to the panel, afraid to talk to a person face to face, and they like to just type. But for those who want to see anybody come to the chat, go ahead and do that and ask the person, hey, Tehuti is here, would you like to challenge him, talk to him, get some extra time? I will give the support for you to go up.
Yeah,
and
I'll support for this final boss guy. Come up on the panel.
Ask him if you like to. Ask him if you like to.
Panel, sir.
Ask him if you like to come up, and if so, send the support. And I have a little bit extra time, and I will teach you through him, and also teach whoever that person is, whoever it is.
He said, y'all don't want this bomb. I will speak an African language fully.
And there's the answer.
I'll send the support right now. We're waiting on you.
There's the answer. So that's the stalling. So already from the beginning,
tactic.
That's the I sting like a bee. You don't want none of this. I got a left foot that'll kick you to Siberia. My Siberian kick. Y'all don't want this. You just playing. That's what everybody does, and that's why nobody has challenged Tehuti to a debate in 4 years, in 3 years. There's been no challenge. Everybody's like, you don't want this.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah, my grandfather taught me how to move a mason jar to the left. And listen, I went to, and this is it turned into Muhammad Ali talking, but at least Muhammad Ali fought. So there's your answer. When you ask the person to come up, you don't want this left hook of mine. I'll have Tehuti jumping on the stars to Venus. It just turns into like a rap song. So there, Jehuti's not playing around at all. Jehuti's not. You're on mute, by the way, Tehuti. You're on mute if you're talking. You're on mute if you're talking.
Yeah, I was telling him he can come on up. We waiting on him. We waiting on all his 5 languages. It's right here.
Okay, let me go ahead and show that. I just want to show everybody a demonstration. I want to show everybody a demonstration. Oh, I don't see that yet. Oh, here it is. So here's Jehuti sending money. I have no idea who the person is or what you're talking about or anything. But if there's somebody that does want to come up, there's a donation for. This is 2 donations today. This is a record. This is 2 donations today for people to. Is that right, Nuku? This is 2 donations today for people to come to the panel. Rob Lowe went to bed early in the middle of the class, and whoever this other person is, I don't even know who you're talking about because I'm not looking in the chat, but whoever that is, here is the support given by Jehuti for the brother to come up to the panel, and he's able to ask his questions on the panel live to Tehuti. Let's see what he does. Usually it won't go anywhere, but we shall see.
All right.
So here it is right here. The link is in the room. And let me go ahead and show this here support. And I will teach on the topic that educate everybody on how to.
I sent support too. That's 3.
3 supports?
Come on up. We want the
Come
smoke.
on up.
Oh my
Come
goodness!
on
Look,
up. Come get this smoke.
We want the smoke.
We want it.
Whatever language.
Only here can you get something like that, man.
But
Only
can
in
you
the
see my
Tehuti
Right. Look,
podcast. You got supporters supporting.
Bang.
If you ever think you're a big bag, just know that I ordered a couple minutes ago. But when it got here, there were 5.
Come on up. Ask your question, great brother.
there it is. I'm going to show ahead and show
Mario Kart, more
Tehuti.
important.
What did you say there?
I invited
Tough, say that again.
I invited him to come up. He said he was playing Mario Kart. I asked him, was Mario Kart more important? Come on up.
So there it is. Officially, we'll mark
Trolling
this
the
time. It is 10:58 p.m. 2025, and the brother Tehuti just sent $22.22. Show this will show what Tehuti's life is like.
Saba, he said he's
This is an
African.
example.
No, he
So
said,
here it is. Now there's no excuse, no reason. The link is in the room. The money is there. Come and ask your question live, looking directly at me. So go ahead and give some big noise to Tehuti. 2222 for sending money for what did you say? Shout out.
Where is the link so I can repost it? Because he's
he said he no English, only African.
And
but
on
yet
top of that,
in English.
Right.
Tefrem Kema'ad sent in.
He's typing in English.
Is he on the panel yet?
You can
watch the podcast in East African.
He can come up and speak any language you want to.
Hey,
come up and speak any language you want.
Saba speaking in English. So is this he typing in English?
Right. He's typing in English.
Is Mario Kart's in English. I'm pretty sure he selected English Mario Kart.
Can you listen to this in East African? Is there a caption on here?
So there it is, 11:11.
Tef is a great translator, so he can help him out with
For the
that.
smoke bomb. He said we don't want this bomb. So I said we do want the smoke from the bomb. Just come up, speak your language, speak your Cornelius, Publius, Africanus, whatever you want to speak. We'll support you. We're supporting you now. You see all this love you're getting, it'll be respectful.
It's nothing but respect.
11:11. Smoke big noise. That is $33. That's $33 plus given for the brother or sister, whoever that is, to come to the panel and ask a question. And this is verification of the Tehuti life. The typer. The typer is now being paid to come up. The donation is given, so he has just to click a button now. He just has to click a button. So go ahead and give some big noise to Tefrem Kema'at for Smoke Bomb.
It's easy. Just click the link.
Saba, can you post the link one more time?
Yes, please.
You just gotta press one button. It's a little easier than Mario Kart. Mario Kart, the joystick is like 6 different buttons. With this one, you just gotta press the one. It should be pretty simple, especially given that you speak multiple different languages. That should be pretty simple. Come on up, brother. We welcome you. Come join us. House of ATTON. Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of Natiru. Back to the source. We the original Axemen.
Let's go.
All right, so I guess that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen, for the support. And that is it. You know, no, for some reason nobody wants to talk to me live. I don't know. If you were here in the intro, please ignore the stories of me sending people on a stretcher debating, and just ignore all those. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna talk just like this to you. And you just tell me when you feel something happening. All right, so until that happens, we're gonna go ahead and And we got
You know
the
what,
Jed with the support coming through. And I'm gonna take a break and let you all build, and you all can tell me if he comes on because
Saba, post a link one more time.
I'm in the mood.
Saba,
Who said put the link?
People just talk. That's
Post
just
the link
life,
one more
period.
time, Saba. Post the link one more time. Just
Please
in case.
post
You
the
know,
link. Just
in the
one
comments,
time.
the
Put
comments,
the link
you know,
about 9 times already, though.
you know, you can't find the link after a while when it's a lot of comments.
I think you missed the link.
Throw it out there one more time, Saba.
Just
Just
one
throw
more
it out
time,
there.
one more time.
Just one more time, Saba.
One more time.
Go ahead and post the link at the top of the link is right there. The screen, the chat doesn't even move much.
I think he
The
missed
link is
it.
still
He
sitting
missed
right
it.
there.
We were just talking too much back and forth. I think he might have missed it. Just in case.
You take the mouse button, and if you scroll this way, the chat goes down, and it'll show you a few conversations up, and then you'll see the link about maybe 5 chats up. I've sent it I put the link in this chat 4 times today. But the question is he asking for the link?
Nah, he caught ghosts.
You all are asking for the link? Is he asking for the link?
Casper.
Is he saying that he doesn't see the link?
No, he's just talking.
No.
He just
So shout out to the Jed. Here we go.
Yeah, we're just trying to put it out there.
Playing video games.
He playing Mario Kart.
Exactly. There we go. Thank you, whoever.
It's me, Mario Kart.
Thank you, Final Boss. I appreciate you, Final Boss, for getting the brothers to send in extra support. Now we got in the Jet Saddam Hemp Tehuti. Go ahead, the Jet, and read that for us, please.
Yeah, Saba says $25 for today's class. Saba Tehuti, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Rock.
Boom, give the Jet some big noise, please. Sound selectors.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
And yes, the Hekau really works. All right, wonderful. Excellent. And we have the Jet again, I think. I see the Jet's name echoed. The Jet again for the extra jewels.
You already know, Saba. Definitely got to get reciprocity for the Jews.
The jewels. I'm gonna make a note. This is called the jewels. And I'm gonna also a TEF for conversation. No, I'm gonna call this a TEF for no show. For this no show. TEF for no show. And whoops. Not donation. No, for no show. Tehuti 2222 for donation for no show. Wonderful. Excellent. All right. And then the Jet for jewels. I feel like
we're about to send the moon to him. Go get him, my moon. He's cutting up, man.
Here he is. Is this him here?
No.
No, that's too pretty to be him. No, that's Minty. That's it. No, he's a pretty girl. Colonel Boss, a pretty girl.
You speak East African, Minty?
Oh my god.
Peace, Hotep. No,
Okay, we got
I was just listening to everything that was going on, and I finished what I was doing. So I just wanted to show how easy it is to press the button and just come join us.
It won't happen. Thank you, though, Minty. Thank you for demonstrating. So we got the Jet again I'm gonna call this Jules, and then I'm gonna step off and let you all build, and then I'll be back to close this out. I want you all to build. This is the most people that's been on the panel today, so I want you all to build as a family, and then we'll go ahead and close out. It's only 8 hours. The podcast usually 11 hours. I'll give you all an extra 20 minutes or so to build. So here we go. We got the Jed for the Jules. Jed, Sadem, Ma'a, Kemt, Oat. Who? Go ahead and read that for us, good brother.
Yes, Saba says $10 for today's jewels. Shouts out to you. You know, I definitely love those. Sometimes, you know, those show up in the presentation sometimes, Saba, you know. So hey, shouts out to Final Boss, man. Final Boss African. You wrote your name in English. Final Boss African, once again. That is written in English.
Right.
Hotep. Amun. Go get him. Hey, Amun. The hidden hand. Amun. He's we about to send Amun after you, man, in a minute. Man. Hey, Final Boss African is written in English. By the way, we just gonna put that out there, man. It's too much my auto over here. Right, we observing everything.
He's only typing in English. Only.
Give the Jets some hand claps, please. Let me step away from it. Wonderful, everybody. I'm going to step off for a minute, let you all build. I do have an extra 20 minutes or so before I have to close down. It's a little bit earlier than usual, so I'm going to let you all build. This is the most excited I've seen the panel since I've had the Tehuti class, other than my answers. This is the wolves are out, the hyenas are out. Watch out, everybody. The pack is here. We got a Tef mixed with a little bit of jazz. We got the Jed mixed with we got all kind of Nipu with a little bit of Robert, a little bit of Netta. We got all kind of things happening. So Minty's jumped on. She got the spells for you. You better watch out. Final Boss. She's ready for you. So you all build and talk. Amun and Amunet just quietly observing. Amun and Amunet probably have a Kopesh behind their back waiting to slice. So the money has been given for the brother to jump on. I haven't looked in the chat, so I actually don't even know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. It must be exciting in the chat. I have the chat turned off in another screen here, so I don't actually see the chat. So whatever is going on for you all to send this money for Final Boss, it must be an exciting conversation. I'm going to turn my volume up when I step off to listen out to see if I hear the sound, the boop. And then if I do, I'll let the Final Boss come on, and I'll definitely have a 15-minute conversation with him. He seemed to have typed something in the chat, and I only talk to people on the panel with donations and support. So there it is, everybody. I'm going to step off for a minute. You all build, support the Tehuti podcast. I'll be back in a few minutes. You all definitely just enjoy each other's company, talk to each other, build with each other, and let me know if
we send our moon. We send our moon so we can, things get a little easier. We send our moon. We're gonna send our moon to you. He's gonna be very, very ma'at with you, very cool, very calm, very collective. Amun's gonna show so much love to you, and if you ignore Amun, we send it poo.
Amun is already there. He's already been there.
I am Kadzani said he's not coming on. He's easy to play next level. What is the Mario Kart? I've been missing. I don't watch the chat. I don't know what everybody's talking about. Mario Kart. LOL. He doesn't have the capacity. LOL. Yet he is a scholar. Maybe it's a gaming doctorate. Okay, wonderful. Well, anyways, the link is there. I'm not actually reading anything that anybody's saying, but I'm looking and I'm seeing the name out of my peripheral. I'm not reading it because I'm not getting into the energy, but I do see the name Final Boss, but I'm not reading the sentences that he's typing because I won't put any energy into typing. That could be a 5-year-old child. It could be a 85-year-old man with dementia. That's why I don't pay attention to the chat, because I need to see who you. It could be a 5-year-old child. It could be some crazy pedophile man in the nut house that just escaped. It could be a 95-year-old man like this. I'm gonna just type it. I need to see. And this computer world created a scenario where you can talk to people without seeing them. That didn't happen in the days of the Black Panthers. That didn't happen in the days of Elijah Muhammad. Those were the true men in the days of Malcolm X. Malcolm X saw who he was talking to. Elijah Muhammad saw who he was talking to. In this new computer introvert world, you can be hiding and just, and I don't know what that is. That could be somebody's son who's grounded in his bedroom. I'm gonna type it. I'm frustrated. I don't know what you are. So I will never read a sentence or a line. I just say, there's the link, the support's given, come to the chat, and I'll actually speak to you calmer. Once you see somebody come to the chat and speak to me, everybody saw the level of what I was on Killer Priest. When somebody actually comes and speaks to me in a challenging way, I drop frequencies. And when I drop frequencies, that's when you feel the danger. It's too soft and calm, and that's actually when I'm actually very that's when I'm in a killer mode, when I'm actually calm. Just typing this on the podcast, I'm happy and enjoying myself with my family. I get to crack jokes. When the challenge is made, things drop down the level, and I start talking to the person from their own chest. So I'll be back, everybody. Let me know if the brother or sister or 5-year-old child or 95-year-old dementia person, whoever that may be, ever actually comes on, and I will entertain that person and talk to that person in a very extremely respectful manner, because donations have been given. So everybody support the Tehuti podcast. I will be back. This is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and this is Aset Ejet Maati, and he says peace. Peace, everybody. Mwah. See ya.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Enjoy your break.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hotep Ma, peace and love, everybody. I just want to tell the brother or sister, whoever they are, that it's okay to learn. It's okay to learn something new, and you really, truly don't have to be ashamed or scared to come to the panel. We invite you to the panel, and you can speak any language that you choose, whatever you want to call it, East African, North, whatever it is, whatever language that you choose to come to the panel and speak. You can come to the panel and speak freely, and no one will cut you off. No one will disrespect you. No one will call you out of your name. The only thing we will do is stand on Ma'at, and that's the foundation. So if you're familiar with that, since you're so versed in what you call African languages and so on and so forth, then feel free to come up here and just put the game down for a minute. It just came out, so you got, you had to wait for it to come out, and when they decided to release it, you're enjoying it. I'm pretty sure you're enjoying it. But just come up and come talk with us, and but I just want to let you know that all those fancy words that you think you're using, they're all Greek words. For the most part, and that's okay too, because we're all speaking English up here right now. So the difference is that we understand the origin of things, thanks to our great ancestors. So Hinu to the Natiru, and definitely Hinu to our great teacher, our master teacher, Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. And I want to say Hotep and Hinu to everybody on the panel, the great Amunet, the great brother Nukbu. Congratulations on receiving your Ren pretty soon. I look forward to that, great brother. Hotep Hinu to the great Gabby, the maid of my brother, the Jed Sajim, and your wonderful Aoud, Tua, for asking that spectacular question. Hotep Hinu to you, great brother. Tehuti, for recognizing the truth immediately and showing our great teacher support, and always supporting. And Hotep Hinu to you, great brother, and of course Minty Hotep. Peace and love to you, great sister. Always a pleasure to see you on the panel. Yeah, and all the great supporters that are in the chat, even you, Final Boss. I hope you stick around, even if you don't come to the panel. And I hope that you seem like you're pretty intelligent, at least by what you're typing. So I hope that you stick around long enough to acknowledge that out loud, like all of us have and do, and will continue to just acknowledge the truth and pay my respect. So even if you don't come to the panel now, stick around. That invitation was given out of pure love, from us. I know it was for me. I can't speak for the brother Tehuti. He'll speak for himself, but the energy here it's one particular energy. So I'm pretty sure that he gave that because I just want to learn. And, I look forward to you one day coming to the panel, even if it's not today, But anyway, yeah, we got to keep this thing going because nobody out there is answering questions like this. That was phenomenal. I love what SABA said when he was dropping the jewels and he was talking about, the alternative. Like, what's the alternative to the truth? If it's duality, right, then what's the alternative to Ma'at, right? It's not even sad. I'm not even going to say that it's sad because we all have choices to make, right? I heard my great brother, the Jet, say, and I say it all the time, that once you know, you can't unknow. So, once you recognize the truth, there's nowhere to go but forward, right? And we definitely know that we should be leading with our left. So, for whatever else is going on out there, that is supposedly better than Ma'at. I look forward to seeing whatever. I look forward to seeing the clean cup of water, right? As Saba puts it, which I love. So, it's just it's just a beautiful thing that's going on here with the Tehuti podcast. Final Boss, there's at least 100 and something other pod classes that Saba has done where all he does is answer questions that people send in, and he breaks them down and gives them an ebook. So this particular class here was sent in by the parent of a young child, and it was about eczema. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter your religion, it doesn't matter where you come from, it doesn't matter whatever you believe in, right? Your health is something that's universal to all of us. So even if it's not you in particular or specifically, there's someone, we all know somebody who has had eczema or asthma or one of those things. So Tuah for Saba for breaking that down. That was absolutely phenomenal. And then going into the Psyops of the prescription, right? It's just, they have this they have this thing in because I work in the medical field. So the same company that makes the that makes the opioid, the same company that makes the pain reliever, right? If you hurt yourself and go to the hospital and you have to get like a strong pain reliever, they'll give you what's called an opioid, which for all intents purposes, just speaking in layman's terms, is a synthetic heroin, right? Synthetic made heroin. And but that same company that makes the opioid also makes what's called Narcan, which is basically the reversal. So when people do these illicit drugs and they overdose, which a lot of people die now because they have really strong versions of the opioid. They have something now that's called fentanyl, and that's really strong. It's actually an animal tranquilizer. They use it for animals. but it's really strong for people. Like just touching it, you can overdose and die from it. I've seen a lot of videos out there of that happening. But my only point in that is that the same company that makes that also makes the Narcan. So I asked the question, what side of the spectrum are you on? What side of the candle are you on? Are you on the life side or the death side? You know, it's just a question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but it's just something to look at because for me, it's my odd or not. So once the truth came to me and I recognized it, then I immediately realized that I needed to begin to make changes. And those changes, of course, are small because, you know, we're so engulfed in this matrix that it's very difficult to just change overnight. And I also work in a place where I see people basically not in their right mind, you know, and it's really sad because we're talking with some of these people. You know, a lot of the stuff that they're saying is true to a certain degree. A lot of them are not like talking crazy. A lot of them are talking stuff that is true, but then they just add the extra, you know, stuff with it. And I'm just like, it just reminds me of something that SABA taught us a long time ago when he told me that if you give a 5-year-old a Ferrari, he's gonna crash out or something to that effect, right? That because I told him, I said this information and coming into this knowledge was, for me, the only thing I could relate it to was like a kung fu movie, because when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And I'm just grateful that I was wise enough to recognize the teacher when he appeared, right? Because the thing about it is that everybody's a good rapper. Lil Wayne just dropped a album. He's a good rapper. He's a good artist, right? And there's so many good talkers and good speakers. And I'm just using rap as an analogy. But even with the knowledge, there's a lot of people that talk really, really, really good, but they can't show you anything. They don't show you the origin of things. They don't show you the source, right? And one of the most important things that SABA taught us was that dates and etymology and ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Now, when he first said that on the Killer Priest podcast, which was maybe 5 years ago, I didn't understand how deep that was. Just that one little sentence. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. I truly didn't understand how deep and profound that was. One of the things that I realized very quickly in hearing him speak and just watching him week after week, his consistency, but also was that we don't speak our mother tongue, and that our mother tongue, our language, has been stolen from us. So in the way that we communicate, it's effective, but it's not as effective as it could be, because the words, we're not very familiar with the words. And taking classes with SABA, not this podcast, but SABA also did classes with us that were a little more intimate with a group of us on Mondays that were very, very, very profound. And he would teach us the language, and he challenged us one day. One of our assignments was to take some of the words that we use on a regular basis. Most of us speak English. And one of those assignments was to go and find those words in any ancient, I'm just going to say it like this, just so that I could be a little more broad, but to find the words that we commonly use in any ancient language, right? But Medu Necha in particular, because that's what we were studying. And I'm going to tell you, there was a lot of words that I found myself speaking on a daily basis that I could not find in that dictionary, or I couldn't find it nowhere. So that's one of the things that we have to recognize when we think we're speaking, and we think we're speaking English, and we're, using these words that we think we know the definitions of, go look the words up. Go look up the etymology of it and trace the origins of it. Don't get caught up in, what people say. Do the digging, do the research for yourself. Dig and find out, because this matrix is very, very, very vast. So to you, great brother or sister, whoever you are, again, I encourage you to stick around and go back and look at some of the old classes. There's a lot of, there's at least 100 of them, 100 pod classes with, some of them had more than one question that was asked, but every single answer that's answered, I'm pretty sure that there's something that someone can draw from, just the average person, like today, like eczema. He's also done a class on cholesterol that someone asked. Now, mind you, I just want to tell you that these aren't things that he's thinking about answering, like, oh, today I'm going to come teach about breast milk, or today I'm going to come teach about eczema. I'm pretty sure that's not something that was that he would have came to teach if the question wasn't asked. The difference between our teacher and a lot of other teachers out there, no spite to them, because everyone, we're all at a different place, including those teachers, is that SABA is a question answerer. So, even if you don't want to come to the panel and you have some questions that you want to ask, stick around and look at the way that a lot of the answers, the questions have been answered. And, I'm pretty sure if you put your pants on one leg at a time, like all of us do, I'm pretty sure that there's at least one question that you can benefit from and find some support, and you'll be able to see the phenomenal teacher that we have in front of us. So right now, what's going on is it's monumental, and a lot of people don't know that, but I do. And those of us on this panel do, those of us that are consistent. And, the thing about it, like he said early in the class, was that the thing about the knowledge is that it forces you to look in the mirror and make adjustments to your life, right? Discipline, right? He touched on that very eloquently today. So, a lot of times we're not ready. And, I can say for myself, speaking for myself, before I met SABA 5 years ago, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready until I was ready. But I'm grateful. I'm so eternally grateful that I was able to find myself and put myself into this frequency. And now that I'm here, there is no going back. No SABA, that wasn't no jazz. I don't know where he at. He's somewhere. He's somewhere. I don't know. This is all a Tef Rim Kema'at. So, I love what the great sister Nani said. Hotep Inu to you, great sister, when she was speaking about the Rens, and that you are that Ren, and that each Ren is specific. So the Atef, the Rem, the Kim, and the Ma'at is it's a frequency. So Hotep Inu to you, great sister, and I don't want to hog the mic because I'll keep going, but I just wanted to share that with whoever that was, the great brother or sister, final boss. I don't know, your gender or whatever, but again, I encourage you to stick around. If you don't want to come to the panel, that's fine. But I assure you that if you do come to the panel, there will be no disrespect. There will be no name calling. There will be none of, if you watch any of the other channels or panels, it's none of that. It's just pure teaching, and it's just ma'at. So, with that, that's also on my Eve, and I'll let one of the other brothers talk, or sisters. So Hotep Inu to you. It's good to see everybody on the panel too.
Well said, Atef. Well said. Thank you for giving that great energy.
Nini, a great brother.
Yeah, I'll go. So yeah, that was very Nefer energy, Atef. You said something. You said a lot of things. You said a lot of very Nefer things. but one of the last things that you said was monumental, and I heard mind your mental. And that's something to be mindful of, you know, when we're in the chat and when we're interacting with people, because this is a pretty much welcoming environment. We do welcome energies, but we sift it out through Ma'at. So everyone here that's like-minded, that's within the classes, that's within Ma'at, you know, we do examine things. And this is something that I do regularly in my everyday life and with my dealings with people. A lot of people are not ready for it because it comes with a level of intensity, and you have to be very much accountable for your actions, as well as move with integrity. Today's class with the eczema, I still don't know how to spell it. I've always struggled in the area of phonetics and spelling because a lot of the English words are not spelled how they're pronounced. You know, we have these phantom letters that are silent for no reason, but that's just the way that it is. And I love it here because I'm not the only one that questions, and the only one that questions why are things the way that they are. You know, why is eczema spelled this way, but it contradicts and it doesn't help you understand or learn what the word really means or what its origins are. So to SABA for giving us that lesson and making it so teachable, where we can put this into practice. A lot of times, you know, teachers will teach their lesson, but it won't stick. It doesn't, either they don't present the way that they do, they don't have the mindfulness that SABA Tehuti has to capture my attention and kind of make it stay in there. And I think that's a very Nefer thing. Let's see, what else? Yeah, and back to the class with the eczema, it has 7 different strains or mutations. This is crazy. It's just taking one thing and just mutating it into another thing. And now asthma, which is respiratory, is involved with the dermis, your skin. Like, this is crazy. Just to have these teachings and to go back on them and to look at them. I'm gonna pass this class to my son, like I do all the classes, because I remember him coming to me when he was about 10 years old talking about, I have dandruff. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see it. And I remember going to the doctor as a youth. I played sports, and the doctor telling me that I have asthma and then giving me an inhaler, but I didn't feel like I had a shortness of breath because I was doing sprints, but not a shortness of breath where your breath will get captured and you can't breathe in or out. I think that's what somebody that has asthma experiences, but nothing like that. But they still prescribed and gave me the inhaler, and I was told to use the inhaler when I would play basketball, and it was a disturbance. So I didn't use it, and I never had any real asthma attacks that were other than just overexerting myself. So yeah, I just wanted to come up and show my support. You know, this energy isn't for everybody. You know, SABA will break you down, but he will build you back up, and he'll give you the tools to build yourself back up. There's a lot of things in my personal life that can prevent me from being here. But this is where my Eve and my Ka at its purest form wants to be. So that's the reason that you see me here still. And I don't plan on going anywhere. And I hope the community just builds and grows. Everyone that's out there, I believe we have about like 13 people that are interactive in the Tehuti pod class. And we always have like somewhere between 60 and 40 people watching. And I think it's the same people. There's a group of people that are the same consistent followers and watchers, same people. So it's like they're building their little secret society, a little subdivision of the Tehuti pod class, the people that don't want to show face or come forth, but they're still here every single week. So you know, I just want to show as much support as I can to our SABA, because it has to be pretty tough to not be acknowledged by people that are consistently following you and watching you. It has to be tough to sit there and be like, you know, what is it about the way? There's nothing about the way that he's doing anything. It's just people have isfet. Instead of having ma'at in their heart, they have isfet in their heart. And, you know, SABA Tehuti is the purifying agent, and he's here purifying us from that isfet. So just like you're taking into the ankhs and being here to witness what's happening, allow yourself to be purified as well. And that was what was on my Eve.
Well, for sharing, Necromancy. It's great to hear your voice and receive your Nefermedu.
Sure.
Ninu. Very, very beautiful to be here and be a part of this beautiful podcast. Receive all of your energy. Each and every one of you on the panel. I appreciate all of you for being here and for your consistency and for showing SABA Tehuti the support that he deserves every single day for his consistency and what he provides us, the life that he gives us every single Saturday. And also, if you pay attention and listen to his classes through the week, he's there for you every day, or however many times that you listen to him off the live. That is extremely beautiful, and it's super life-saving. He deserves support for all that helps you. If you feel that this has helped you in any way, please show your support and give back from what you received from SABA Tehuti. Imbue nature, because without nature, you don't exist. Without the trees, you don't exist. So take that and show reciprocity. Give back as you receive oxygen from the trees. We also give back to the trees, and that you can't live without that. There's no way around it. So definitely show your support.
That was very nefer, sister. And you just made me think of something. Just like the trees are here supporting us with oxygen. When we breathe that in and then breathe it out, we support the tree and their life and their existence. So that's ma'at right there. In one breath. I think that's very beautiful. And just to echo your point, to have a teacher that teaches when you're not even in class, when you're not even looking to pick up anything. It's just, you know, you're in the right time in the right place when these things are happening. And everyone that's here and everyone that comes across these recordings, you're in the right time in the right place, and you have the right frequency, and you are enough. So I would encourage people to just give them a little bit more, open their heart to Ma'at, and give yourself the allowance and the permission that will allow you to do what your Ka wants to do on its soul level, on its Ba level. I see Uncle back there.
Yeah, Hotep, I'm happy how Saba broke this down as well. I forgot to mention like how it's life threatening to have eczema. That's another thing that I didn't recognize that Saba put me on to today. And like it's very dangerous to have eczema. And I can't believe that. Like even asthma and all that, like where it's death threatening. I never would think that itchy skin or dandruff would ever cause death. And Saba brought that up to my attention tonight. And that's something that's life changing within itself. And that's something that everybody has experienced one way or another. And you know, you can catch eczema from other people as well. That's another thing. That's a whole nother class as well. That from the past that I known people who had eczema, it's like that you can pass it on through towels, even rubbing on skin, or some people when they go to gyms, you know, because not all gyms are clean like that, and you can get it from using one of the equipments, even riding the bus, especially the planes, going on airplanes. They don't clean nothing up. So that's another thing to say, to put that out there. So Uncle Justin Neb. And I think Final Boss is it's a kid, yo, because Final Boss, I believe that's like a video game or something like that. Or like that's the last level of a video game is the Final Boss. So I don't think that's, but it's another thing that we combine, come together, and you know, we tell people to come up. Like, okay, you don't have the funds, well, here you go. We're willing to invest in you for you to come up. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, I know that we're all doing it because you know, supporting each other first of all, and you never know what you may get from supporting and helping somebody. That person may get inspired and, you know, change their life, and they might bring a whole group of other people, or they might change the people around in their lives, you know. So it's an effort thing that everybody does that, support each other in any way, because it's true, like the more we come here on the panel, we're encouraging each other, supporting ourselves, sharing our wisdom, and also it encourages other people. Our different perspectives give other people inspiration, admiration. So it's an effort thing that everybody does that. Everybody that's here on the panel, when they share their thoughts, you know, it triggers a thought to somebody, just like how Minty just had a thought just came out because of what Amunet said, you know, and vice versa. It always, that's part of the reciprocity, so that's nothing. Hotep, Saba.
Welcome back, Saba.
New York.
Welcome back.
Go ahead and be Saba.
Okay, greetings, everybody. Thank you for having me back. Excellent.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Nobody came to the panel. Nobody came here. No.
Nope.
Okay.
Nah.
Well, I appreciate the Tehuti and the Tef for sending the. I feel like when I used to be, I watch it a lot. But when I used to be around, I used to do magic for battle rappers, and it reminds me of that. I remember we used to have things where somebody they would no show, but the other guy would still get paid. So I appreciate that. The other guy would still get his first and second half, but the other guy only got his back end. Something like that. But I appreciate that appreciate Final Boss for psyching everybody out to actually generate more reciprocity, because it generated more reciprocity to the pod class, and that was a good psych out. It was a good troll. It was a good thing to gather up a little bit of energy, get everybody kind of excited. Oh, we get to talk to somebody. It was a good little fix, like a little fix again. And but in reality, nobody wants to talk to Tehuti. Nobody's coming up. I haven't been challenging 2 years since JJ. It just is not happening anymore. It's at a level. The podcast is at a level now where people are realizing that I can't talk to that person in person. I have to only type them or send them a message with a pigeon or something. So anyways, I'm gonna check the support to see if there's anyone else that supported before we close. I don't think Gabriella. Oh, there's Basatut. Perfect. Gabriella, did you get a chance to speak yet, or did you? Wait, is Gabriella on here? Oh, I thought she was here. Oh, okay. All right. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and read. Basatut Maka Ox Effect came and gave a support for He gave a support for the date must be wrong. He's giving support for the future. That must be a typo. Yeah, that's a typo. All right, Basatut Maka Oxafed, get ready to give some big noise to this great student, great supporter, consistently supporting and consistently doing what he has to do to keep the Tutsi Pod class functioning. He supports every single thing that has to do with the Tutsi Pod class out of the 10. He is excellent, and I'm trying to get his support on the screen. For some reason, not showing it. Let me try one more time. Still not showing. Okay, let me try one more time. Boom, boom, and all right. Let me redo it again. Then, oh, I see what happened. And I gotta cancel this. Okay, now that I canceled that, we gotta save it. I have to save it to show it. Okay, so let me go ahead and save it to show it. Basatut. All right, wonderful. Basatut Maka Ox Effect, showing his great support as always. Get ready to give some big monster noise to Basatut Maka Ox Effect. Could you read that for us, Amunet, please?
Yes, I can. $50 for Hotep Dua 61725 podcast support.
Wonderful. Give some. Oh, okay, there's a lag. Thank you there, Amunet, for reading that. Give some big monster noise, Transformers and everything. Basatut Maka Ox Effect. That is a great brother there. And for those who are watching, that name was given to him at the naming ceremony, last Ren ceremony, last Pathways of Awakening. He received that name right there. And the last part of his name, Ox Effect, he actually received from me in a dream. So both of those names, one part was given to him in person, and the other part was given to him in the dream realm. So shout out to Basatut Maka Ox Effect. Give him some big monster noise, please.
I don't play with pseudos.
Wonderful.
Saba, can I say?
Everybody. Boom. Thank you for the support. Constitute Maka Ox Effect. And I think Minty has her hand up. Minty, you want to say something?
Yes, I just to us, Saba, I just wanted to say something about the pathways. For the people that are watching, you definitely want to make it to the Pathways of Awakening, because it is like a pod class in person. When everybody got their Neferens, Saba Tehuti was explaining the Ren, and that made me want to get my notebook and start taking notes right there, because it's so beautiful. It's so Nefer, because these are the people that we know and we interact with, and they're receiving their Ren, and we're also receiving a beautiful lesson. So I just wanted to encourage everyone to come out to the Pathway of Awakenings, and if you feel called to get your Ren, I urge you to get it.
Yes, everybody. Pathways of the Awakening. Come to the Pathways. And I wanted to clarify this also, because Jehuti asked me about how to come. Members of the House of ATTON, come to the Pathways. If you want to bring somebody, or somebody who's not a member, send a message to me first. I'm not having several strangers come to the Pathways. The people. This is a private event for people that I know, and I've excused several people. They brought people that who was there. I don't remember this person supporting the podcast, but you contact me. You say, if you have your lady you want to bring, and she's new to the podcast, or your man that you want to bring. Of course, everybody's children is. If you have a child, the child is invited. But it is for the members. It is a private event. And it is a beautiful thing. It's a very warm, loving thing. Sisters are cooking. Sister Nana? Sisters are cooking in the kitchen. Sisters and Eric G, right? In the kitchen of the Pathway, it was Sisters and Eric G in the kitchen. Yeah, so Sisters and Eric G in the kitchen. Nookpoo making beer and candy cakes and yeah, the plantain, all kind of things going on. It's beautiful, beautiful. The last Pathways was a little warmer than the first one because it was in a house and everybody was sitting on couches, and it was a very warm event. So it is a place where we all get together, speak. Different events take place within the Pathways. This one coming up for an update. I've invited everybody to be on a collaboration with me, and certain people that I hear that rhyme good, or whatever the situation may be, they have to be semi good. 5 people or so come on a collaboration, and we're doing a song, making it at the Pathways. So it's a song, it's a track that's being made at the actual event. So there's no pre-preparing anything. When we get to the event, it's going to be made fresh right there, and then we'll get up there, perform it, and people will see it and hear it, and that will inspire music-wise. And I'm going to get Jehuti. Are you there, Jehuti, or is he with these dogs? With his dogs. Yeah, so it's going to be all type of talent, things happening there. Definitely come to the Pathways.
I'm here, Saba.
It's a beautiful, beautiful event. Okay, good. When we get to the Pathways, right before I do, I'm on a collaboration with certain brothers, but you're gonna come on and teach me some rapping skills so I can get some quick tips before I get on this track, man. You gotta go to the Pathways and give me a little note,
I got you. I gotta add in the bleep.
I'm cool.
That gotta be
I'm
on the
track. I'm cool more D, and I got the beat. Is that how you rap? I'm cool more D, and I got the. So you're gonna come in. Yeah, we're gonna come in. It's gonna be fun. Everybody's gonna enjoy it. Everybody's gonna hear the talent. There's talent shows, raffles, all type of things. So enjoy. And I just saw some new donation support come in. I think they came in from what does it say here? Rob Lowe, $88. Hold on. Okay. That's not right. Rob, which Rob is it? It's one of the Robs. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, let me go. Here we go.
We got Nook Poo with a 33 drop. Oh, Nook Poo. Where did this come from? Okay. Nook Poo is here, and last minute support coming in from the good brother Nook Poo. We're gonna get him to read it and elaborate on what these supports are. So here it is. Here is Nook Poo.
He can read his own language.
Yeah, he's here on StreamYard now. Interesting. Yes. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Nook Poo, go ahead and read that for us, please. Great student, great supporter. Read that for us.
Uncle Justin SABA. This from Nook Poo. Myself, 33. Hotep SABA Dua for the Hekau, the rituals you have taught. Ma'at. So this is like reciprocity for all the rituals in the middle netter class that you done taught us, even in the pod class. Is definitely changed my life. And I would like to say for those that do have the classes, it's very intense. Like there's a lot of rituals that I haven't participated in just yet because I'm so busy doing daily the ones that I have been doing already. So it's something that keeps you busy for sure. So and it definitely works. It definitely I know how to implicate it into my life in every way. So having all those classes, I haven't even watched all the classes, so that's a lot of work, man. So kudos to everybody who does have it and just put in the work, and you'll see how it does work. I mean, because it's not like you can just watch a video and you automatically have the class in session. Like, no, this is a daily, every day. This takes some hours. So you know what I'm saying? So it's definitely something powerful, and Tua for you, SABA, for sharing that with us, to sharing that with everybody. That's just a Nefer thing that you have done. It's a very Nefer thing, and I just wanted to show my appreciation and reciprocity for that. Uncle Justin.
Hey, Tehuti, on your
Uncle
first
Justin,
magic class,
beautiful. Well, one moment, Judy. I think there's a time lapse. So let me finish up with Nook Poo.
Okay, my apologies.
One moment, Jehuti. There's a time lapse. No problem. Okay, so Nook Poo. Appreciate that too for the beautiful support and the appreciation for you. You have little sub appreciation. There's a direct appreciation for the classes that I do, and there's these little. You have these in between. You have these in between gaps of appreciation of these little subtle things like, hey, Tehuti did the Manetta class. Let me give his support to all the rituals he taught us. I've never gotten a support other than somebody buying the Manetta class. I've never gotten a support saying, hey, I watched the Manetta class and here's for all the rituals I learned. I'm really appreciative. You're the first to actually give a support that I remember for what's taught in it after you actually got it. So Tua for that. Appreciate that. Maybe that can be a trend that's set. If somebody has the Manetta class and they're performing the rituals and the rituals worked for them and is doing something for them in their life, yes, that would be a good idea. Just like you support for the pod class, you would say, I did this and it worked. And if it works, then you should say, I appreciate it. Here's some extra support because this actually changed my life after I bought it. If Nook, if you give me a lottery ticket, and if I give you $5 and you pick out a lottery ticket for me and it wins me $2 million and change my life, I'm not only just gonna say thank you, you're gonna also get reciprocity. You probably won't take it, but if I was just a regular brother, be like, hey, you got me the lottery ticket, thank you for that. You have the $5, but you know what? I just won $2 million and changed my life. Here's $300K for you. So appreciate that, Nook. Give some big noise, and then Tehuti can say what he's gonna say afterwards. But give some big noise. Wonderful. Give some big noise to Nook Poo for this great support and donation. Wonderful, wonderful. And wonderful. And Nook again. Nook. Oh, and so Tehuti, go ahead and say what you're going to say. And I'm going to show Nook next support and donation.
I was gonna ask you in the magic class on the first class. Was there a specific book that you were teaching from, like with the letters?
Yes, you're gonna get all of that. I'm gonna email. Send me an email reminder sometime tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm on the computer. I'm gonna send you all of that. You're gonna get the Perm Haru. The dictionaries, you're going to get the dictionaries, the Perm Haru. You already have the anthology. You're going to get the Miriam Lithium books, and then I'm in there. In there are the words of the ancestors that will help you through the discipline and guide you through that, and also you'll be able to follow through the Mennonite class. And I would advise you go buy the Perm Haru. It's only about $12 to $15 on Amazon. The most $18.99, $19.99. So you can actually start penning in the book. You're going to want to write notes in the book, and I teach people in the classes how to pen link, how to link notes from book to book, and the process of that. So you can go ahead and get the actual book too, and I'm going to send you the PDFs. All right, wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the Book of the Dead, correct?
Yes, the specific one with the meta-netter in it. There's several PDFs. This is the one that has the meta-netter at the bottom and the transliteration. And you want the big one too. There's you want the one with the pictures in it because you're gonna need that. I open up and show the pictures. The small one doesn't have any pictures. The big one has the pictures but no meta-netter. You're gonna need all of that. I'll link you to all of that. And you're gonna get all of that.
Okay, Tua, thank you. Yeah, because I got the one from
Wonderful.
EA Wallace,
all right, and next
Wallace
up is
Budge.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll talk more on that.
Okay, thank you.
Tomorrow. You're very, very welcome. We got before I show Nook Nooks again. There's actually Saket has come through. Kamau, here we go. And then I'm going to show Nook after this. So shout out to the class that came to the pathways, the Ren ceremony, and it was a beautiful thing when she got her name. It was tears for about a minute and a half straight, loud crying. This is how the naming ceremony actually touches people. Come and experience it. So here we go. This is from Saket. And Saket, this is one of the biggest supporters ever in the Tutsi pod class. So whatever she gives, she gets a hand clap because she has supported things on and off the pod class. She has supported she's the reason why I'm in front of this. The reason why the pod class is working right now, as far as the visuals, when my computer was off or not working properly, she's a part of the support that got this system working in here. So shout out to Saket. We're going to give her love. I'll read hers. It's just Saket 137. The star is 2. I finally figured it out. I think Amunet helped me figure this out. So the star is a Tua, and it's I Shen. So it's actually Tua I Shen. I got it now. All right, give a hand clap to Saket, please. Hand clap. And what may be the last support tonight, what may be, you never know, it's not shut down yet, but coming through is Nookpoo again. With one of the largest donations of the night, we're going to give him some super noise, and this may actually be a question too. Let me put from, this is June 7. I think I saw a question mark. So I'm going to let Nookpoo read this and let us know if this is a question. This is a large support, and he can definitely walk us through to what this is about. Here we go. Coming in again from Nookpoo. Nookpoo, go ahead and read this for us. Great student, and then tell us what this is about here.
To SABA, this from Nookpoo, myself, 8888, Hotep SABA. Is there a correlation with Nefertiti and Net? Question mark. My aunt. So I sent you the 88 because I know that's your favorite number, 8. And I've always been fascinated with Neterette Net. She's my favorite Neterette aside from my aunt, you know, as far as that. And I've always seen a correlation. Like I know that Net is a warrior, and then to know Nefertiti was the Kemet of Akhenaten, and knowing the story of Akhenaten through you, learning a little bit more about Akhenaten, it's like I now see him as a warrior, opposed to how in the past they would talk about him as something else. So for him to have Nefertiti as his main Neterette, it's like she had to be a warrior. So I just wanted to see if there's a correlation. And of course, I always like to hear stories about Nefertiti. So I figured there's a way to put that into place.
Okay, very unique, interesting question, and interesting. And when you say net, you are referring to what people would pronounce as Neith, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. Yes, good way you wrote that, because that is the net is how it's spelled. It's an N and a T. So wonderful, excellent. We're going to get into this interesting question. Let's give Nookpoo some monster noise.
I don't play with pseudos. Forget that we the real champions around here.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Oh man, it's a funny world we're in. All right, Tua for the great sound making. Who was on the DJ? We got 3 DJs, and we got a Tef, Amun, Amunet, and the Jed. Was it all of you mixed up? Who added some sounds to that?
I put some animal sound.
Okay. Tef, you were in there?
Yeah, that was me, Saba.
Okay, wonderful. Two to both of you. I don't know if the Jed was in there as well. He's on mute, but two to Tef and M1F when the animal sounds in there. All the sound selectors. We have 4 sound selectors: Amun, Amunet, Jed, Tef. Wonderful. Okay, beautiful people. Let me refresh the page and see if there's any more supports that's given in that I maybe scroll down if there's anyone that I missed. If not, women of power and influence. Oh man, how many times are they gonna send me that? Okay, pathways inquiry. That's Tehuti. Okay. So I don't see any more support given. So we're gonna go ahead and close out. And I want to tell everybody as well too. Tua again for the excitement. Wanting to have the first of all appreciating this eczema class. It was an eczema, asthma, Psyops healing class, and I really want those who are listening, even if you didn't support, but those who are listening that supported, if anybody has a child, a friend, a family member, or themselves who is suffering from that, and if you try that which I suggested, let me know. Let me know how it worked for you. Let me know how it, and of course, what I suggested was not just to consume what I suggested, but it's also to give up those other things. So if anybody wants to give up those things in their life, the alcohol, everything that was mentioned, and then also the black currant, GLA, and run that about 2 weeks, and let me know. And then come give your testimony and say that based on what I learned from that prog class, I applied it to my life, and I see the eczema is actually going down. It's not as irritating, and then eventually I see the eczema has gone away. It may still be dormant inside the system because it takes a while to actually, even when you don't see it, you still have it. But the main thing is you don't want to see it or feel it, and that's what I'm trying to get that done first, and then eventually eliminate it where you never even get a sign of it again. So if anybody goes through that and it works, let us know in the pod class. So for everyone for coming, and I also want to say this to my great students: is the Jed there? Tef, can everybody come to the screen? I'm gonna do a we're gonna do a closeout, but I wanted to say something. Nukpu, Tehuti. Okay, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Nukpu, if you're there, the Jed, if you're there. Okay, good. I want to say something also, everybody. Thank you all for the excitement. You got me all you got me reminiscing of the days when people would try to challenge and have the debate of the Lions Den and Son Eater. Those are extremely exciting times. Rasul and Mighty Hebrew and all. Those are very exciting times, and it's a big part of my life to communicate with somebody and get challenged and defend. And there is one aspect that I wanted to say to everyone that somebody, one of the fears or the feelings of talking to me actually isn't just the aspect of getting embarrassed or losing or anything like that. The actual, one of the fears is the fear of them converting. So when I debate people, after the debate, people contact me, people convert, and they do it in secret. People contact me, and I convert people. That's what I do. It's not a debate. It's something when I'm talking to somebody for a while, they will sway towards the truth that I'm teaching. And that is an actual fear that people have because they see, as they're speaking to me, one brother on the Son Eater show said, well, you almost converted me right here. He's a real Christian. He's the Christian's Christian on the Son Eater show. And he said, Tehuti, I feel like I'm changing. And this is the effect. And that is a big fear that people have. If you talk to me after watching my videos and seeing how I talk, will you convert? And some people are afraid of actually doing that because that means they have to start what they thought was their knowledge all over again. And I tell the people, you don't necessarily have to start all over again. Use what you've learned as a stepping stone to help the next person that you meet who's at that level. If you're a 5%er, keep studying your lessons. Be a part of the House of a 10, study your lessons. Whatever you were before, study that if you want, because you may run into a 5%er who needs to see that you're sharp. You may run this brother, what is he, an African, what is it, Mario Kart? Whatever the thing is you all are talking about, he may be somebody that's heavily into African, whatever that is, and stay like that, because we may be in a situation where somebody is at that level and they need to hear all that E1, B1, haplogroup 5-1, 2-1, 3-1, haplogroup, to convert them out of the nonsense and into the truth. So I advise everybody, come to the Tehuti Pod class, still keep all your old books. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, keep your old Jehovah's Witness book, because you may get a Jehovah's Witness knock at your door, your full-fledged House of a 10, but you can pull out the Jehovah's Witness books and say, hey, look, I was this too. And you have those mastered, and that's what it will take to convert the Jehovah's Witness over to Ma'at. So whatever level you were at, if you're into to astrology, if you're into masonry, if you're into whatever it is, each person needs you. And that's why everybody here likes the pod classes, because I'm everybody. I'm everybody. You're Muslim, I have a class on that. You're Christian, I have a class on that. You're a police, I have a class on that. Whatever you are into, gingivitis, I have a class on that. I can have a conversation with a dentist. I can have a conversation with a surgeon. I can have a conversation with an atheist, because I have pod classes on every single one of those things. I can have a conversation with a guy with the crazy hair, ancient aliens. I can sit down and talk to him. I can talk to the ancient aliens. I can talk to Robert Bouval. I can talk to the atheist. I can talk to the homeless bum. I can talk to the homeless person. I can talk to the person with no money. I was that person. I've converted multiple Buddhists. Feng Shui, I'm Feng Shui too. That's how I'm able to convert all of you, and that's why all of you listen, because I'm you. I'm you. You're just getting to the advanced version. I'm already you. So whatever you are, I was already that. Or you listen to C. Freeman L., Bobby Hemmett. Oh, you listen to. I was at his house. I'm at his house talking to him, debating. You listen to such and such. Oh, that whatever it is, I am also you. That is how you convert somebody, by relating to them. So whoever the final boss, destination guy, or whatever those people are, they don't want to get converted. They're a little bit timid of that, because once they come and speak, they realize I'm you too. E1, B1 haplogroup, I'm that too. You want that? I'm all of you. And it's hard to fight somebody who's also you. You're a Hebrew Israelite, I read and write Hebrew as well. You're a Muslim, I read it. I'm Arabic too. I have a Quran. I'll convert you only using the Quran. I won't pull out any Medunetter book. I won't pull out any Purim Haru. I will only use the Quran and convert you to Ma'at with the Quran. That's the fear. The netter is everyone. We're already everybody. All of this has already happened. All this is already in the consciousness. That's where the answers come from. It's already happened. But anyways, to everybody who's supported, to everyone who is consistent, Min Ma'at, stay consistent, focus on yourself, focus on health, focus on the afterlife, focus on loving the beings that actually love you back. Focus on that. So we're gonna go ahead and close out the everybody's. Oh, another support came in. Wonderful. I'm gonna read the support because if I keep talking, Minty's about to go into the next realm. So let's see. Whenever Minty's like this, she's tuned in, zoned out, zoned in. Let me just relax and read the supports, and let everybody give their tours, and then we'll close it out. Ooh, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And we got one more here. And this is
I
from
get
Nook
so
Poo again.
emotional.
I don't know how much support Nook Poo. Oh, there's a lag. What's that, Minty? Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying I get so emotional when you get into that flow because it's absolute truth.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I'm glad you feel that. I am one of the things I do is I teach using emotion without being emotional, while the other teachers are emotional. I'm actually the one you get emotional. My teachings are actually emotional while I'm like this. And that's why when the brothers came here, there was tears. Well, how many people have shed tears on the pod class? How many people have shed tears on those other channels? Not a one. And they're the most emotional. Listen here, man. What are you talking about? I'm gonna slice your head off. I'm 10 toes. Now you ain't messing with me. You want all the smoke. Your mama. But here I'm talking like this, and almost every single person in this pod class has cried on the panel. So that is because the Natira actually worked through. Maybe one day I'll do a class on what is emotion. How about that question? All right, so Nook Poo Nook with the $9.99. Go ahead and read that first, good brother Nook Poo.
Hotel Saba. So this from Nook Poo, myself, 999. Hotep Saba, eczema can kill you, and they give you this. So this is basically like how you explain how they give you the prescription for eczema, and it happens to give you eczema, and then you put us on to how eczema can kill you. It kills about 9 people a day, which is something new to me. And then to think that they're giving you that, it's like it ain't just a skin rash. It's not just dandruff. They're literally killing you. If you don't think they're killing you, here's another example of how they're killing you. So, to Uncle Justin Saba.
Nino, I'm glad you appreciate that. And yes, asthma, which can be a byproduct of eczema at 60% rate when the eczema is extreme. Yes, asthma kills 9 people a day, which and the eczema causes the asthma. It's a circling loop, and it's very, very evil. And when people think of asthma, nobody really thinks of anybody dying. How many of your friends came and said, "Oh man, my sister just died of asthma"? It's not even something. My mom passed away. When she passed away of asthma. So it's not even something that people get hit more by cars. People pass away by gunshot, all kind of different things. But you hardly hear somebody passing away by asthma.
I've never heard that.
There's 9 people dying. So it's right. It's that's another class, because people are like the COVID. People are dying, and sometimes they're dying of something else.
But you got to use keywords
so
for that
Tua,
one.
for your support.
I'm gonna bring that up. Call it the 19. The 19.
What do you say, Nuku? Say it again.
You got to use code words, man, for that word right there. You gotta call
it's
the 19
it's fair
pound.
game now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. They say that just to open you
it's
up.
Okay.
Cut you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's clear. It's cleared now. No, it's cleared now because it's about to come back.
Okay.
So
They need to bring back that
mark
video.
my words. It is June 7th, 2025. The COVID thing is about to start all over again. Right now, it's a safe spot because it's cold. They're about to reset it. And if Gabriella is listening, Gabriella, if you're listening, also they already started the Doge ritual. That's going to allow me to teach on it. Remember, I told you the two July 4th from now, they're going to do the final Doge ritual, and then I'm going to be able to teach on Doge. They've actually started the ritual already by the false combat between the 2 people in Doge, which is Elon Musk and Trump. A false combat between the 2. That's the beginning of the ritual. So mark everybody remember these classes. So when the time comes, you'll say, oh, wow, it actually happened. So did we give a hand clap to Nook Panook for this yet?
They're already starting the conflict between them.
Yes. So that class will come up when it's back allowed. So right now I could yell COVID, 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 COVID. I can say it right now. They're resetting the game. Man.
Hey, Saba, Gabriella, she's in the background.
People say they want. Oh, is she? Let me see. Thank you. Oh, there she is. When people say they want to time travel or go back in time, it's a fantasy, or they want to see into the future. I will tell you right now that it's not as fun as it seems. It's not when you know something's gonna happen before it happens, and you can't stop it. You gotta wait on it before you teach on it, because you already know what the game is gonna be because you're a magician already. So, but just mark my words, all of it is coming back. The game is coming back, but we're not gonna get into that because it's getting late. We're gonna close out. We're gonna hear some beautiful words from everybody. Gabriella's finally back, and we're gonna close this class out.
They're gonna have an argument between Trump and Elon. Did you say that that's what's going to start it?
Yeah, that's a part of the ritual. The part of the ritual is the false problem. Yeah, it's the false problem between the two, and then they're gonna do.
Yeah.
and then July 4th, after July 4th, that will be the final. Yeah, watch it unfold. That's when I'll be allowed to teach on it. I want to teach on it, but that's risky right now until they do their ritual. Anyways, at any rate, I mean, let's get into some closing beautiful words, and yeah, I know Tehuti, you probably already know because you're watching keeping up on that stuff. But yeah, you watch it as it unfolds. And just watch when I teach the class on it. It's gonna be a funny class because I can't even say. But we're gonna close out and do some beautiful closing words. We're gonna start with Amun and Amunet. Give us some beautiful closing statements and words and appreciation and love. We're gonna go throughout each person and then close it out. So we'll start with you, Amun and Amunet.
Hotep, Uncle Justineb, Word of Tef, Sabatudium, and Hotep Ra, Mary, Tua to you, Uncle Justineb, Hotep, Mary, to the ladies that hold up your dead, sustain you, all of your animals within the household. Hopefully that rat's out there still doing good. The magical rat. Shout out to the magical rat.
Who's that? Magical rat.
Yeah, the one that you tried to feed to the snakes, they just wouldn't eat it.
Oh, she finally passed. She did pass of old age a couple months ago.
She lives a good life. So what's up to her?
Thank you, though.
Yeah. So for another beautiful class, another excellent, life-saving class. Appreciate this class. Love all the classes. All classes are unique and beautiful. For the jewels you dropped at the end, so much. The jewels you dropped in the beginning as well. You're definitely the inspiration for me. I love you. I appreciate you. Definitely gonna have to talk sometime about the ritual stuff and the upcoming plans that the Matrix has. To for sharing what you can, to for all the work that you do, for staying strong with all that you know, for being here, for all of us standing on Ma'at, showing us Ma'at, setting the example for us and future generations within Ma'at. Love very much, and continue to heal up, continue to get better, and grow, come back better. If you need anything, Amunet and I are always here for you. And I will end with this adoration to you, great SABA. Au nek Tehuti Uben M Neb Chech Au M Heru N Mestuf Tehuti Uben M Nu Esu Aha Yuf M Ma'at. Praises be to thee, Tehuti, rising like gold, illuminating the two lands of the day of his birth. Tehuti, rising in new, strengthening his generations of men within Ma'at. Hotep, Abu Jasaneb, Eri, Nefer, Upesh.
That's a food. Beautiful words from you, great students. And again, wonderful that you echo that which was ancient and make it continuous. That is something that you and a few others on here are the pioneers of. Actually using the closing to reiterate Medu Neter and bring it to today. So that is greatly appreciated. And I know that you appreciate me for everything that I do. So Tua for the appreciation, Nini Uk for everything you appreciate me for. Have a wonderful rest and continue on striving in that which I am teaching. Keep these lessons alive for your future children.
Hotep, Abu Jasaneb, Tua, Inu, I will definitely do so.
Wonderful. Speaking of future children, Amunet, they would be coming out of your body. So go ahead and give your opening and summary and all the beautiful words you want to end with.
Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, to you, great Hotep, Father, the most wonderful Father in the universe. I appreciate you for raising both Amun and I up every single day, for every single interaction we have together. I appreciate and love our eternal, deep, everlasting connection. I admire your energy, and I am very thankful that both Amun and I are echoing you, and I'm thankful for the Nefer female energy that is around you, keeping you healthy, safe, and I appreciate your happiness, your health, your safety, for you healing, and for the Nefer strength that you have, your consistency and dedication, and for the example that you set. And I'm thankful that I am able to follow the path that you are creating for Amun and I, and for guiding us every single day towards the beings that we are to be. I really, really appreciate you very, very much, and love you and the whole out very much. And I hope you all have a Nefer Upesh. I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Jesu Emket, Tehuti Pert Neter Emoset Imet. Hutsen her out, and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Ma'at, Bine Ma'at, and Henu forever.
So wonderful. At the end, did you say Henu forever?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Excellent. Again. Doing this is a unique, this is completely unique on the planet. Tua to you too for all your appreciation of me. Reading utterances of Medu Neter from thousands of years ago to transfer the frequency to a being of today that is teaching you is not done anywhere. That's stopped around the time of the Ptolemies. So the fact that it's being brought again today and you are echoing it is a beautiful, beautiful frequency, and it actually helps my protection. I'm living only off of protection. I'm actually I'm living off of protection. So Tua for that. It is the frequency that keeps me alive is the protection that I have because of what I am doing. The second I go to try to live any type of normal life, I'll be taken away from here because I only live off of protection frequency, and you echoing that helps that. So, Tua, for your beautiful words, and have a wonderful night and wonderful rest.
Nuke and Tua for your never life-giving words that I appreciate very much.
Excellent, wonderful, and on to the man in blue, Nook Poo. Let me try to do the Tehuti. How does he do? On to the man in blue, Nook Poo. I got some information for you. Is that how you rap it, Tef? I don't know. Is that how you're supposed to rap? I'll learn one day. On to the man in blue. I got some knowledge for you. All right, on to Nook Poo. Give us some great words, please.
Hotel Saba, I gotta correct you on that. I'm not a man. I'm a netter. Snake styled you on that one.
Would you say it again?
I was snake styling you on that one, just waiting.
I'm not a man, I'm a netter. I don't run,
I'm
I
gonna have to put that in a rap. But too, I hope that's Papa. I want to share Uncle Justin up to everybody on the panel, Uncle Justin up to everybody on the chat, Uncle Justin up to everybody, Uncle Justin up to everybody who's too shy to come on the chat, to come on the panel, Uncle Justin up to everybody who's watching in the future. And it's an honor for me to be here on the panel with all these superstar Ba'u, you know, all these legendary people on the panel. So it's an honor to be here, and especially to be a disciple student of yours, SABA Tehuti. I've always felt that I've always been with you for millions of years. This is not my first time with you, and this sure ain't gonna be my last time with you. So just wanted to let you know that. Also, I had an Upesh the other day. I had a couple Upeshes. One was with Menku the last night, and then I had one the other night with you sending me a package, and it was in a box, and it was a bunch of reptiles, and you surprised me with it. I was like, "What is this?" And you sent me a python. It was similar to the serpent that you have right now, and it was yellow and white. And I had pulled it out. All the reptiles that were in the box, they were all together, and it's as if they were sleeping. And as soon as I pulled them out, and I pulled them out like I was a professional. Mind you, I don't handle no reptiles or nothing like that. And I was pulling them out as if I was a professional. And you had sent me a viper similar to the one that you have on the beginning of the podcast on the intro. And it was green just like it, but just a little lime green, a little lighter. And they were all like sleeping, and until I pulled them out, they all like activated. And the python was the one that I realized when I was putting them away because they were ready to kill each other. And the python it turned real strong, like steel, like all the muscle contracted. And I was like, wait a minute, this thing could kill me. What am I doing handling this like as if I'm a professional? Like, let me put this away. The vipers seemed to be the most like more adaptable to me, but the python quickly ran away. I also sent me like a baby alligator and a frog. The frog jumped on me, and it was like I wanted the frog to jump on me. Like, and most of the other animals were all black, like the crocodile or alligator, it was all black. There was some other lizards, they were all black. And yeah, that was one Upesh that I had. And then the other one was on Saturday last week, and it was with Nani Aset. And it's similar to what she was speaking upon when she was on the panel, encouraging us to get our rents. But instead, she was encouraging me to become a magician, to get my apprentice of becoming a magician. and she mentioned that you had got inspired to become a magician through your Kemetic father, something like that. And she was just telling me, oh, you need to study Hekau, and you should take advantage of it now that you have the chance and things like that. So just wanted to share that. Nania Set Mer, the Oracle. And yeah, so Tua, for everything you've done. Like I said, all the Hekau, all the reciprocity, because it's really reciprocity that you're sending us to begin with. I want to give you Tua for that. I want to encourage other people to participate in the ceremony by just sending in reciprocity, participating in the chat, coming up on the panel, asking your questions live, sharing your experiences. This heals you, because in this matrix world, when we're in here, we're not able to share these type of thoughts and feelings with other people because we may seem weird. So I encourage other people that do watch and are interested in these things to come on up and share your experience, be part of the Aut. You'll see how it heals you, because I can't share so many things like this with the everyday person. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't feel the same, even though I can say it and I don't care. I don't care how they look at me. It's a different feeling to share something with somebody, with people who do understand you and can relate with you. It makes a big difference. It's a healing within itself. It's hekau within itself. So I do encourage other people to do that, and send in your reciprocity, because that's just like how this class was about breathing, with the asthma, you're sharing breath, the breath of life. So that's what reciprocity is, which is part of respiratory system. And I encourage other people to do that. And I can't wait to get my Ren, and to be part of this ceremony as well, with going to the event. I can't wait to have more closer detail or the deadline or the time frame. That way I can set things up, get the flight ready and all that. But yeah, Uncle Justin Nev Sava, I hope you do get well as well too. That I'm glad that you've been going somewhere where they're taking care of you and pinpointing out what's the issue. May you heal from that, and may you become stronger. If you never mentioned that, I would never even think that you have any issues, because you act the same, like how Atef mentioned when you got the venom from this serpent. You just like nothing happened, and in my eyes, you just became even stronger. You keep elevating constantly, no matter what little issues may be going on. And it may not be little, but it seems little, because the amount of strength that you have, and like you don't change at all. To me, you just keep elevating, you keep getting better and better, Salva. So Tua. And I'm gonna finish off with the Medu Netter. Sem Sem Hotep Meri Ib Nitiru Ma'at Nuk At Ker Em Kat A. I am without evil in my body. Septu Kua. I am wealthy. Aha Ah Sakem Ah Kasef Ah Meret Ah. I rise up, I gain the power, and I repulse the evil which is against me. Behen Ah Seba'u. May I crush the evil one. Se Etem Na Apep Em Atef Ma Na. May I destroy a pep at his moment. Sakur Na Ah Shimi. I have overthrown the destroyers. I Un A M Sa'u Ka. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru, Makeru, Makeru. Aka Ua Kurt FMF. Hotep Meri Nitiru Ma'at. Uncle Jasanev.
Very, very powerful. Very, very beautiful. Great words. The meta at the end was powerful. Powerful dreams in the Upesh, because this week Nania Setmer immediately looked at me when you were talking about your dream, because this week, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about talking and thinking about which animals am I going to get for Nookpoo. I keep picking out these rare blue ones for you. I was like, he's going to get this one. It's rare. It's blue. I have this one. I have things that are blue that I'm choosing for you. And I had a dream of you somehow coming to the pathways and you sneaking it back in your suitcase. So so you're picking up on that because I'm actually getting animals ready for you for your future. So I was doing that throughout the week. So great. Nanny Summer's like, wow, great connection. It's good you pick up on that. And one day I'm going to teach a class. One day I'm going to teach a class. I'm going to bring Pata out in the class, and it's one of my animals, and he actually looks like you. So he looks like how you. I want to give any more out, but he reminded me of a couple days ago of what I'm gonna get, what you're gonna get. So beautiful connection, wonderful, powerful words. Nania Setmer was responding in the back. I could feel Minty feeling the words. Beautiful words at the end of the Meta Netter. And what a beautiful thing that we're continuing using the language within the culture that we are in now and communicating with it. While other people may say whatever language they speak, but is that language a culture that you're living? So the Dogon speak a Dogon language and they live the Dogon way. The Zulu speak the Zulu language and they live the Zulu way. So people can come and say, I speak 25,000 different languages from the Antarctica. Okay, what are you practicing tomorrow from the Antarctica? Ain't nothing. I just know the language. The word I'm teaching here, to everything is combined. The language, the cultures, the ritual, the friendship, it's all one tribe, just like it was in the past. That if you're a part of a language, you're part of the culture. If you're part of the culture, you're part of the books that the ancient scribes wrote in that culture, and you stick to that. This is what I'm doing, and you're definitely a manifestation of that. So keep up the great words. And when I was listening to you speak, it sounds like all you needed was a couple clicks. That's all you need was a couple, and you would sound just like some Bushman videos that I may play in the podcast. You sound just like that when you're reading the Meta. When you're hearing that, you're like, I'm like, that is the language of the Bushmen. The Meta, that's the language. I need to give a couple of those, and Nookpoo's ready. So, Tua, for those, you're great, and keep up the good work, good brother.
New York, it's like my name, Nookpoo, Nookpoo.
Oh my goodness, man, it's amazing. Okay, we're gonna go on to the Jed. So thank you, Nookpoo, Tua, for everything you appreciate me for. Nini, for everything that you appreciate that I've done for you in your life. And we're gonna move on to your big brother, only because he's taller and bigger than you. Your big brother, the Jed, Sadem Ma'a. What I call you? I was gonna give you the name of this thing. Big Papa Kerr. Big Papa Kerr, the Jed, Sadem Ma'a. Give us some good closing words.
Hey, peace, Saba, peace. Hey, it's a beautiful thing, Saba, because the children they held Kurti today. They've been so excited, so I let them hold her on their own too. I'll hand it to her. Olivia, Matthew, they was holding her. You know, they're so excited to do that. Big Papa Kerr, you know, he's still shedding right now, so you know he's just been leaving skin all over the tank. So I gotta make sure, you know, I like to keep things clean, so I just let him do his thing. They've been excited, man. They're like, that fear is has definitely left, right? And that's a beautiful thing, right? It's a very nefer thing, and I want to say Tua to you, Saba, for that. They've been very peaceful, very just loving, and I'm grateful for that, right? So shouts out to you for that. Tua for this class, Tua for
Oh, sorry, excuse me, one second. Very loving and peaceful. The snakes or the children?
the snakes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
anybody who makes that, yeah, the snakes, they're very peaceful. They're very loving. It's a Nefer thing. People might not even they probably never heard of that in their life. But yeah, so yeah, so I'm very grateful. Tua to you, Saba. Tua for the class for Olivia. She's definitely watching the playback as we speak there in the living room. She's watching it. So yeah, that's a Nefer thing. I'm grateful for your consistency, Saba. Last week's class is saving my life. I'm watching. I watched it 4 times already. Those are things that has to be played continually. It has to be. These are not one and done type of classes. So people who are watching these, hey man, there's so many gems, so much learning that you can do. Just check out the previous classes, man. Just there's the archives is massive. These are just I gotta say it again, it's not one and done. I'm sorry, it's not one and done. Imbue yourself in these classes. Tua to you, Saba, for your consistency and your love and operating in your gift. Tua to your Naterts for just supporting your Dejed and sustaining you. And everybody working as one, everyone in this this order, and everyone literally operating in Ma'at, because we all know that Ma'at is something that you have to participate in. And so Tua to your Ho'aut, Saba, for participating in Ma'at and being an example for Ma'aut, which I am very grateful for. And I am very appreciative for that. So Tua to everybody here on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody who's real, man. Y'all know the real ones. The real ones in here, man. Some people flexing in the chat thinking that they took over the chat. They think they took over the chat. It's only because the one who really takes over the chat is actually on the panel. So he don't gotta do both. He's actually right here. He's actually showed up on the panel. He's participating. He's here, and he'll let you shine for whatever little shine you think you shine, and then he'll just let you be, right? But anyway, shouts out to everybody. Tua for the supporters. Tua to you, Saba, once again for just helping me in my out. May Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rises and shine forevermore in Ma'at. I am the Jed Sajim Ma'at, Hemp Power Kuf, everybody on the Tiru, Uncle Justin Eb, Hotep Hanu, Nefer Upesh.
Nefer Upesh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So much was said. And one of the most important things is the effect that the class has on the children. The fact that Olivia, by the way, everybody, Olivia is a little his little daughter. That's, how old is she now? 13, 12?
Yeah, she'll be 13 this year. She's 12 right now.
Yeah, 12 years old, and that was the one that was sitting with Yvette on the couch reading the Purim Haru at the last Pathways. Very advanced young lady. She looks like Gabriella. And what? Just type in the chat for me, please. What 12-year-old is up at 1 o'clock in the morning watching a class on eczema on the Earth history? In the Earth's history. If you could just refer that to me, please. What 12-year-old is sitting at 1 o'clock in the morning learning about the cures of eczema? That is a change in the world. 12-year-olds aren't doing that. They're either asleep or messing up the room or sneaking out the door or doing some chaos. They're not learning about eczema and asthma tonight. But now they are. So to you, and Nini Ook, for your appreciation and your participation in the children now helping me change history. So now Olivia is a part of the change of history. She's doing something now that no other child on the I don't know if I could just get a reference. There's 7 billion people on the planet. Is there another child at 1 in the morning studying about eczema and asthma and the repercussions and the solutions? Is that happening on the planet? So to Olivia for helping me change the planet, helping me change the frequency of this Earth's direction. So I'm glad you appreciate me. Beautiful words at the end. And Uncle Justin Ebishinama to you. Have a great rest tonight and recovery. Are you doing tomorrow? Are you tomorrow, or is it the TEF?
It's a TEF, Saba. Yeah, mine was last Sunday.
It was a TEF. Okay, it's a TEF tomorrow. Okay, all right, wonderful, wonderful. And when is it going to be? When is Sheshet Hotep doing hers?
Oh, I'm not sure. So
That's
something.
the TEF, you know about Sheshet Hotep? Is Sheshet Hotep the week after? When is she doing?
I'm not sure, Saba.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
One day I'm going to ask that question. And I'll get an answer in the future. So one day I'll ask that question, and I'll hopefully get an answer in the future when there'll be, in the circle of people doing the classes, there will be a consistent female, and I'll be able to ask about a female. When is this female's turn to do hers? And hopefully, what's that?
Did I miss something?
What's that?
Did I miss something?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm talking about the future. Mark this date. It is June 7th. And in the future, I'm going to be happy when there will be a female, a part of the, it used to be 4. It used to be 5. How much of it? It used to be 4. Then it was, it was 4. Then it was 3. Then it was 4 again. It was a Hati. Then it was, then Meng. I can't even keep track. But on this circle of 4, now it's 3. One day in the future, there'll be a consistent female that I'll be able to ask about, who will be a teacher in the House of Atten that's representing. So I just threw that question into the brothers to let them hear just a female's name, because they don't even know what I'm talking about. But in the future, that is what I'll be happy about. When in the circle, there'll be a female and there'll be a child. So I want the Sunday classes. So in the future, I project a female will step up and be in the every week teaching, and one of the children will step up, like Olivia or Atef's children, or even any child. Well, Minty's child is actually a man, but a child, like a little child teaching, and that will be, again, one of the first things ever done in history, of a little child every week teaching with the fluency of knowledge. So women teaching and children teaching is what I want to bring back to this planet, because that's how it was in that's how it always was. There was children that taught and women that taught. So you didn't really miss anything, Minty. You didn't really miss anything. I threw that in as a question to see what they would actually respond, because there is no Shesh Hotep. There's not even a person yet, but hopefully it will be one day. We'll see. And that name could be anybody's name that's a female. So females and children, I just need to see these things before I turn into an 80-year-old man. So that's why I said that. So Tua to you. So you got that, Minty? You didn't miss anything. It was a thing I threw in that doesn't exist
It
yet.
was a snake style.
I got it. I got it.
Okay. So Tua to you, Dejed, for all your words. And we're gonna move on to Gabriella. No, actually, because I'm thinking about females. No. We're gonna move on to a Tef. Rem Kem Ma'at. Go ahead and give us your beautiful opening and summary.
Hotep Great Saba, this was a phenomenal class. 2 hours for that, for what you taught here tonight. Hotep Hinu to everybody that supports our great Saba and keeps this going. The great Olivia for asking that question and creating such a wonderful class that we can all benefit from. Hotep Hinu to Amun, Amunet, Nukpu, the Jed, Gabby, great brother Tehuti, Minty Hotep. Hotep to Gabby as well for coming on the panel. And you, Minty, of course, with that feminine energy. I definitely look forward to that as well, Great Saba. I definitely look forward to that. That'll give me an extra week to prepare. So, and it's just a beautiful thing. It was very, my mate doesn't really help me no more with my presentations, but it was great to have her. But Minty has been providing me some help for the last couple of weeks. I'm doing Patah Hotep. I split it into 3s, and I reached out to her just to help me out, because I definitely understand about adding that feminine energy and having that, and I definitely look forward to that as well, Grace Saba. Amunet taught a class a little while back that was great. So yeah, I look forward to that as well as the children, Grace Saba. And this class was really, really great. And I just wanna say to the brother in the chat or sister, whoever that was, I just want to thank them as well, because almost everything that was typed in the chat, because of my great teacher, that matrix has been broken for me at least 4 or 5 years ago, with most of the things that were spoken about in the chat. So Hotep and Hinu to you, whoever that person was, because it allowed me to see how much I have advanced due to my great teacher. So Hotep Hinu to you, keep up the great work, whatever it is that you're doing. And I just want to say that. And, I just want to acknowledge that you call me the father of fathers. I definitely want to give you a Hinu for that. Because of you, I'm definitely a better father and the best father that I could be. I definitely give you adoration for that, Great Saba, for everything that you teach me and guide me. And that class last week on discipline, I definitely have to agree with the good brother Dejed, because it was a synchronicity thing that's been going on. It shows me that I'm in alignment. I've been definitely working on my health along with my mate, as well as advancing my consciousness due to your teachings and living the culture, like you said, like you point out. Ma'at is something that you have to live. So Hotep Hinu to you and your family, your Aout, your mates, your animals, and yeah, this was really, 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 really wonderful. Yeah, so with that, I'll end it. Great Saba. May you advance your station among the venerable. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep Hinu to you, Great Saba.
Nini, beautiful, beautiful words. I'm glad to hear everything that you stated, and to for being continuous. Min ma'at, you are a continuous succession of what you were rebirthed in. The time that you went from the laying down a tef, the laying down, the arcad man that was laying on the bed. From the time you were reborn, after that, you have been a succession, continuous from that time to a new man. I've seen his evolution, and you just kept continue. You never went backwards. You never went even back to that position on the bed. You've sat up ever since. You just do incredible, great things, and I'm glad I can help you become the better father. I'm so glad to hear you mention that you're working with Minty, and Minty, whatever it is that you all are doing to express this project or whatever it is, the patah that you're working on. That is a beautiful thing. I want teamwork. I want family. I want everybody to work together. If somebody's in the background, if somebody's in the forefront, that's how a car works. That's how an engine works. That's how a building works. The wall's in the forefront. You see the wall, but inside is the kitchen where all the food's making. But if you don't have the walls, everybody in the kitchen is freezing. So everything is needed. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad that you that you want to see the females and the children step up and teach. And you are a great example. You're a great motivation to both men and women that can look and say, go back to the original pod classes and watch the transformation of from ARCAD to a TEF. Interesting, you kept the same initial in your first name, from ARCAD to a TEF. You made a wonderful transformation to everything that you are that you appreciate me for. You have a great night. It's morning time over there. You have a great morning, and I look forward to the day when I look forward to the future of your children. I'll say that like that. I look forward to the future of your children. We have only certain children in the pod class that are influenced in the House of Attend, and one day I look forward to when they snap and they become men and women in this, and you get to watch your children take off in Ma'at. It's going to be a beautiful feeling as a father when you see them. There's going to be something that snaps in them. They're going to be taking the reign and saying, "You don't even have to tell me to do these things. I'm and that's going to be it. You tell me when that day happens. Well, I'll see it because they'll have a square in the pod class." So to you, continue the beautiful work. Be the Dejed that you are to your family, and to for all your beautiful words, good brother.
Nini Ugre Saba. And also one more thing. I will be sending in 2 questions from 2 different people. One of them is from my son. His car has been broken down, so we've been spending time together, transporting each other to work. And he's gonna give me a question. I told him I'll do the same thing that the Jed did, and I'll pay for it. And so that's that. And then the second one will be from one of my friends, a dear friend who I've invited to the class. She's come to the Sunday class. She's watched some of the podcast, but there was a particular individual early on that kind of, when she saw it, she was like, oh my goodness, are you still my friend? It was just an energy that wasn't, it just wasn't conducive with the frequency that she was on. And of course that person is no longer here. So, but
just for clarity, just so I can keep everything in context. The person you invited to the pod class said to you, "Oh my gosh, are you still my friend?" To you, Atef, or to some other person?
Yes, to me, because of experience and the energy of someone who's not here anymore. They came to the class, they watched us on Sunday, and that was the first thing she asked me was, "Hey, are you still my friend?" so there was an energy. Minty's very familiar with that energy, and it can be off-putting, and that's what happened. But we remain friends, and I think that we're closer than ever now. And she actually lives up by Wisconsin. She doesn't live in this state anymore, but we've been friends for quite some time, and she's gonna she's gonna give me a question because I'm inviting her to the podcast again. Now this is some years later. Fast forward, she's complimented me on my advancement and elevation, and it's all because of you. So, that energy is not here anymore. So, So anyway, I'm gonna be presenting her question as well with reciprocity. I told her I would do the same thing that the Jed did for his friend or brother, whoever that was. So, I'll be submitting that one first. My son hasn't formulated his question yet, but I do have her question, and I'll go into more in the email when I send it to you, Grace Saba. But Nini Ook for everything that you said, and be looking out for that question this week.
Beautiful. What good news? What good? All of that was great news. Thank you for adding that to your closing. That gives me something to think about, and I'm very happy that your son and you're bringing somebody new that's coming back after they were turned off. Very interesting story. Very interesting. But I'm glad they're back. That's what's most important. Is that the person is back. So Tua, for that, continue the good work, brother. Keep bringing the people. Keep spreading the word.
Nini Grace Saba.
Wonderful. And on to Tehuti. Is he here? Is he with his canines? Is he working out? There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you great.
Okay. Peace and love, Tehuti. I greatly appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to learn from you and gain information from you. It's greatly appreciated. I thank everybody on the panel. I thank everybody that is watching the chat now and in the future. The information that you give is actually impacting the world as a whole. Even people who don't even get to experience or watch this information, it impacts us on the panel and people who are looking at it within the chat, and it vibrates within our energy, and we go in the world and spread that energy around. So it's really impactful on the world as a whole. That's just how I see it. So I greatly appreciate you providing that opportunity and allowing me the opportunity to learn and gain information from you. I didn't get to catch this full class, but I'll definitely go back and watch it. And I'm going to spend this whole month looking at the discipline class and working on that class and changing myself as well. And I want to be able to come back and speak metal netter like everyone else. So, I still got to work on this levels to it, but I definitely want to be able to do that as well. I can't really say Uncle Jobson there, but that's the only thing I probably know. But I want to be able to come back by July and be able to speak some things to you. So I thank you for all that you've done, all that you are doing, and all that you will do and continue to do in the future. It's greatly appreciated.
Beautiful words, beautiful realization. I'm glad you appreciate me for all that I've done for you, and great realization. Well, did we lose Minty? What just happened? The screen just revolved.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like
Minty fell off.
What do you say, Tehuti? It looked like what?
It looked like she went through a tornado and then it just went black and hung up.
Okay, well, yes, great realization. Oh, Minty is back. Okay, good. Great realization, and most definitely, it would be good for you to know that you're walking around with two extremely powerful names of the highest of the nets, or you're walking Talking around with Tehuti and Ra in the same name, and so absolutely it would be advantageous to you to definitely advance in the meta. You're walking with the name of the being that's attributed to creating the meta. So that is a beautiful realization, and I have a feeling that you're going to be very good at it because you seem to be if you like something, you seem to go hard, like you extreme. If you like something, you're going 100% into the thing. So I think once you get into it, start liking it, you're going to be an extremist in it, and that is, I already foresee that. So keep up the good work. You're going at a great pace. You're still brand new. You're brand new, but you're old at the same time. You're brand new with the way that this technical teaching is, but you're old. In the conscious world, you've heard almost everything. You know, you've heard everybody's perspective. You've searched for years and years. So you're old and new, and keep it going and perfect and refine yourself. Your questions are changing the pod class. Your questions are beautiful questions that everybody loves you for. So keep it up. And I will see you in the next pod class and talk to you throughout the week about talk to you tomorrow or so about the books that you're going to get. So keep up the good work, brother. Uncle Justinab, to you, and peace and love.
Peace and love to
Wonderful. One moment, hold on. Okay, and Gabby, I don't know if she is still here. Gabby, are you with us set? Can you hear us? Are you available?
What's up? Can I be heard?
Wonderfully heard, yes.
Can Alset be heard? She in the back.
I hear random cooing. I see some kind of. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, Minty and Nana made the same face.
Yes, that is her.
Okay, I heard something. Okay, yeah, it's beautiful. Aset has a voice in the pod class. Aset's on the panel.
She sure
Aset's
is.
the final boss. Aset is the final boss. The real final boss.
Mark today's date.
All right, I'm all ears, Gabriella, for you and Aset.
Saba, first of all, again, we want to thank you for everything that you do for us. Tua to you for all this knowledge that you give us and that you. Hotep, can I be heard?
Yes, after you said knowledge, give us, and went on mute. And you and went on mute. It's on mute again.
Sorry, Saba. Tua to you for always putting these classes together. I am so grateful that we have you that is willing to teach us and help us grow and always building us up. Tua to you, Saba, for also healing us. Something that the Matrix isn't giving us. Tua to you for always revealing the psyops behind the Matrix and just opening our eyes to the reality that is around us that we are not even aware of. So Tua to you and your Aut. I'm not sure where any of us would be without you and the Aut and the knowledge you give us. So definitely very grateful. Always thank the Naturu that that we're here and that we're able to be in Ma'at and definitely by your side because that is the best place to be. So Tua for this Nefer class as well. This is going to help who knows how many people. And I hope that they see the difference, see the healing, feel the healing, and they send the reciprocity in, just like, you know, we're always supporting the matrix and things that the matrix requires. Please support SABA, because this isn't just you know, like, I'm gonna just go meditate and I get the answer, the whole pod class answer in just a quick 5-10 minute meditation. This takes dedication. This takes you know what, I don't even know what it takes, SABA, but because you are just amazing. You're super never, and everything that you do to put these classes together, it's extraordinary, and no one else is doing it. So to you, forever grateful, forever Hanu, like the great Amunet said. And I always, you know, ask the Natiru to watch over you and protect you, especially thou as well. And I hope everybody has a Neferu Pesh, Uncle Jasaneb. And yes, very grateful for our great doorway. When I say our great doorway, I just imagine this Nefer, big, huge door that leads us into a whole nother realm, into a whole nother level of consciousness, of knowledge, and just, yeah, it's a Nefer vision to have. So to you, and Tua from the children as well. And just to you know, a reference to what 12-year-old child is watching a class on eczema, I'm pretty sure that was you, Saba, when you were 12. You were in that library, staying disciplined, being pushed out of the matrix for a very good reason, because you didn't belong there. You belong somewhere else. So definitely to you, Uncle Jasaneb.
Wow. Wonderful, beautiful appreciation. You appreciate me so much. It's a wonderful thing, and I'm very proud of you, Gabriella, for coming so far from not even being a watcher. You weren't any kind of avid watcher of the Kill the Priest podcraft, and you've come this far, and you're right here, right with everybody, and everybody was there from years ago from the Kill the Priest, and you are right here. So it's a beautiful example of people having their own time to be turned on, switched on. And I'm so glad that you switched on, because that really helps the Jed so much. And there wouldn't be an Osset. I don't know what the child's name would be, but there wouldn't be an Osset. And you switching the turning on of the reality has now catapulted a baby into the world who's going to be the next female Naturt. She's gonna be learning about eczema and watching the pod class at like 3 years old. So she's gonna be watching the pod class as a 5-year-old baby. By the time she gets to 12 years old, nobody's gonna be able to speak with her. She's gonna be so advanced. So you're doing a wonderful job. Keep it up. I appreciate that extra support you sent in. That you said you were going to speak to me about, or something to the effect. I don't know what that was, but the extra support was large, and you truly appreciate. Keep it up. You're making the Jed very, very happy, making us very, very happy, and helping Olivia to be very, very happy, because if she's relieved of this eczema, that takes a lot of torture away. A young child going through this dry skin and all these episodes, that's not a good life to experience. So you're responsible, as well as me, for answering, but you sending in the question, she's going to be so happy with you when this goes away. So keep up the good work, Gabby. and I look forward to seeing you at the Pathways.
To Saba for your never words. I really appreciate it. My Au appreciates it, and we're forever grateful for you. And yes, you will see me at the Pathways. And Dejed and I have been talking about um, getting a Ren for myself, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Keep. I was gonna say it, but I never say it to the person first. So now that you said it, now I can say what I was gonna say. Thinking at the end of this closing, I was gonna say I look forward to the day when I give you your Ren. But I always let the person mention a Ren to me first. But so there, you just said it. So now I can say I look forward to the day when you get your Ren. When I give you your Ren. Perfect.
I'm looking forward to that as well. And I definitely am going to be grateful for that opportunity to have that um, beautiful presentation from you. And of course, a beautiful memory that's going to be in my EB. And that will forever live on. So, to you, Saba.
Nini Uk, wonderful words. And speaking of, where's Minty? Minty's, oh, there she is. And speaking of Rens, so the very first person that received a Ren in public, I don't even remember how that even happened now. I don't know when I plan how that even worked because there wasn't a Ren ceremony yet, so I don't know. But somehow, the very first person to get a Ren ceremony, before there was a Ren ceremony, Minty Hotep, I don't know what kind of magic happened, but Minty Hotep got her Ren at the Pathways before there was a Ren ceremony. That's amazing. So on to
That was
Minty Hotep.
that was a straight Hecka. That is nothing else but Hecka in its purest form, because I had no idea that morning when I woke up that I was going to receive my Ren.
That's right.
And I had no idea that morning.
You found out there, didn't you?
I didn't know then. No, not until you gave your what you had for House of Atten. You made your announcement, and then shortly after that, you called me up. And
so you're the very first person. So not only is she the very first person, she received a Ren before the Ren ceremony. She's the first person to receive a Ren and didn't know it.
I didn't know. I was asking
Didn't know what was
for
going
it.
on.
I was asking for it for a while, but I thought that I had a little bit more time. But after I got that notification, that Hecka, just in front of me, I knew that it was coming soon. I knew it was on its way to me. So Tua for delivering that to me. And then I remember thanking you afterwards for giving me such a beautiful Ren. And you reminded me that that it was mine, and that you just brought it out, or you just contacted, and you were able to receive that information, which it's absolutely perfect. It's absolutely never. I feel like I'm growing into it every day, more and more, and it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And what I was going to say also, I didn't know that morning that I was going to meet Gabriella. So we've seen Gabriella in her total transformation. And I just want to echo the frequency of gratitude, because I'm truly grateful to be here amongst this energy that you have cultured here within the House of Atten. I remember having my merch booth and Gabriella came over. She came in with the Jed, and it was like he was introducing her to us, but she had no idea of the level of acceptance and the unification that we were all going to receive her with complete open arms. And we stood talking at my booth for a little while. While I remember everybody had took a group picture, and everyone that was there was in that group picture, and except for me and Gabriella, I think it was. And looking back at the picture, I have no regrets, because the time that I spent talking with her, I got to introduce myself and introduce the frequency of House of a 10. So I really hope that somewhere in that day was a pivotal moment for her to feel the unity of the house, and the love and the culture that we're creating here, that we're recreating. So the frequency of gratitude is just what I have in this lifetime, to be here with everyone that's here. This is exactly where I want to be. I can't think of anywhere else where I'd rather be. The classes are beautiful. It's just so much information, and to see you, Saba, get excited when you're presenting your information, because there's so much more that I know that you want to go into details about certain specific things. And this is why I encourage people to come to Pathways, because you get to experience this energy in person without looking through a screen, and being censored, the energy censored, the aura censored through the screen and the filter. You get to have that raw connection. So I urge everybody to do what they can to make it and experience what we're building here. I I feel very grateful. And just to go back on this class, I remember something that you said to me when I came to visit, and you said, I was telling you about a brother that was getting out of jail, and that he had some problems, and he had to put, he's like, I just want to get this out of my system. So he had to put the poison into his system to get it out of his system. I just need to do this. I need to get it out of my system. And when you said that to me, so he's putting the poison in his system to get it out of his system. This is the psychological aspect that we're dealing with when we talk about things like eczema. They're introducing this poison into your system and telling you that this is the cure for this poison. It's very psychological. And people just, they go for it. Okay, just like the spelling of eczema, like, oh, okay, that, I guess that makes sense, but this is the way it's done, so this is what we're gonna do. And I love the fact that we don't do that here. That is one of the key components to the way that to my Ma'at Heru, the way I see things. And I'm very grateful to be amongst beings that have that same awareness as I do. It's just a total revolution of awareness that you're building here. And I'm very grateful to be in this energy. So, Neb Nefer Unk, everything is beautiful in life. And I would also like to say, Neb Kepera, we're always transforming. We're always evolving. Yeah, we're here and we're the best. Nobody is doing this. So Henu to you, Saba Tehuti, and Henu to the Per Unk.
Wonderful, excellent, beautiful, beautiful adorations and appreciation all the way from the path to going back 2 pathways, going back to a time you spent with Gabriella that nobody but you and Gabriella can relate to, and how that's can be reflective on you looking back at that now, and you get to see Gabriella now compared to that time when you spoke with her. And what a beautiful set of acknowledgments you have. And absolutely, you can't be anywhere because if you're pure, your conscience won't allow it. Your own conscience will be angry at you if you try to. You would be betraying yourself, and only somebody who doesn't have a conscience could disappear.
It would be the highest form of self-sabotage. It wouldn't be allowed. It's not allowed.
Yes.
And I just want to add a shout out to Olivia. I did get to sit down with that young lady and speak with her at the previous pathways. This is a feeling. This is a new feeling. This is why I really want to submit the question, what is emotion? Because every 5 minutes, I don't know what's happening, but I'm just overwhelmed with emotion. The fact that she is a young lady and she is here with us, and she's asking the questions. She asked me a lot of questions when I sat down with her at the pathways. It's very refreshing to see that young people want this. Like I've heard you say that plenty of times. You didn't know that people wanted this. It's very refreshing. So shout out to Olivia.
Mm-hmm. Good. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to Olivia. So 2 are for your beautiful words of acknowledgement, your appreciation. 2 are for your genuineness of being true to yourself, knowing that you can't go anywhere else. Your own Eve wouldn't permit it. Your appreciation to me is shown on and off of the pod class. And wonderful also, I know that you sent me a message about either running late or not coming or something to do with the pod class. But that is great.
I had some,
that is great accountability. Yes. So great accountability. And you continue the good work, Minty. Continue up. I love hearing that you're helping Atef, and anything else that you're doing pertaining to the House of Atten, you can always that I may not know about. Definitely let me know so I continue to be proud of you. Keep up the good work. Keep up the great influence to your son. Keep sending him the classes. One will hit him over the head one day, and he'll be like, and just like I said about Atef's children, the one class, something will wake him up, and he'll be like, okay. All right, this is serious. So keep on doing your beautiful motherly ability, because as a mother, something deep inside of you never wants to give up on your son. There's always hope that he's going to wake up. He's going to take it seriously. So you keep on being a great mother, even though your son is bigger than you, and not a little 6-year-old. How old was he when we met? 7, 8?
He was 13.
8, right?
No, I think he was 13.
Oh, he was 13.
That was 2013, I believe. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yes, there was another. Okay, he was the second. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, he was a little young man then. Around the age of Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So keep up the good work. Much love and Marie. Uncle Justin Edmund Shunama to you, Minty. and that will be our closing. It is now. I ended the class at 10. It's 1:42 in the morning. The class ended like at 10. So that in the Tehuti pod class in the House of Atten, the time doesn't exist. But I got to get out of here because time has to exist for me to get rest so I can recover. Because tomorrow is a whole nother day with I have to take care of 36 animals. So I have 36 animals to take care of. Man, can we trade out, Tehuti? Can I take your 2 dogs and you take my 36 and we switch out tomorrow? you want to take care of 36 snakes and scorpions?
I'll take 15 of them.
Oh my goodness. And I'm still left with some. So I gotta get going, everybody. It's a beautiful, beautiful pod class. I'm gonna go ahead and get Atef to do the affirmation, and then I'm just gonna do a quick closeout because it is that time for me to recuperate. Plus, I have this thing going on. I'm supposed to be getting my rest, and I'm not supposed to be in a sitting position for over 2 hours. What did it say? 10 hours and 58 minutes? I guess I broke that. So we're going to go ahead and get Atef to do the closing affirmation and then close out this beautiful class. Atef, are you ready, good brother?
Ready, Great Saba.
Excellent. Okay, let's do this. There you go. Boom.
Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Emmaat. S. Nintet Osat Emmaat. Min Hapapat Emmaat. NUQE.
And therefore my eyes, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of my eyes. Every day I advance towards my eyes. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as light.
Boom. Wonderful, everybody. Okay, have a good rest. Amun, you look like your car already went to bed. Your ba is already snoring in the bed. Amunet is hovering over you, watching you sleep already. So you gotta get your sleep. Amunet, get your good rest. Nookpoo, what are you doing up? What time is it over there? 3:40, 4:40. What time is it?
4. Exactly 4. That's nothing to do, Saba. I might stay up and run a couple miles.
Say that one more time.
I might stay up and run a couple miles, or just knock out for like 10 hours. Wake up at 4 p.m.
Okay, I like the knockout. Go knock out. Don't go run a couple miles. Go get yourself some rest. Wake up fresh, and you have a great, wonderful night. So peace to you, Amunet. Peace to you, Nook.
And Saba, I also peeped out that
peace to
that
you, the Jets to them.
The blue Eve you had. That I seen the blue Eve you had on the picture that you showed. I forgot which picture it was, but earlier today in the pod class, you had shown an image with yourself, and I peeped out that blue Eve. The blue Eve, and it was a suku, so tour.
You're good. I purposely did that.
Sorry about that. I have a package for you, Nuku, that's sitting
This is
on
a
my
lag or
desk
something's
with,
happening.
2 blue awajits.
Tour.
Wow, this is getting interesting. Okay, so peace and love, everybody. Peace and love, the Jed. Atef, peace and love to you. Tehuti and Ra Aishet, peace and love to you. Have a great sleep. May your dogs protect you. Peace and love to you, Gabby. Have a great rest. If Aset will let you sleep. And peace and love to you, Yes, peace and love to you,
Nefer
Minty,
Upesh.
whose hair has magically braided in the last second. I'm not sure. I looked up and now it's braided. It looks great. So Nefer Upesh, everybody, have a good sleep. I'm gonna go big screen now. Okay, Hotep, everyone.
Hotep Mary.
Mary, Nefer
Peace and love.
Hotep.
Okay, peace and love. Okay, we're going solo layout, and I'm gonna help Atef because he gets stuck in here. All right, boom. What a beautiful pod class. It is over, and yet it's still beginning. This is the phenomenon. Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, Aset, Hajet, Ma'ati. Aset, the white. Ma'ati, the double realm. The double realm of examination. That's another class. Welcome, everybody, and Hotep, everybody. What a beautiful, beautiful class. Tua to the people, Tua to the new people, Tua to everybody that participated and supported. Lots of support came in, and questions were answered. Guidance was taken, and unity was shown on the panel. So Tua to everybody that participated in the Tehuti Amenhotep Ra pod class, House of Atten, beautiful, wonderful Nefer experience. This is unique. The House of Atten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. House of Aten, the name that's been revived after 3,400 years. I am here to bring it back and represent the Neter. Keep up the good work, everyone. Keep up the pace that you're on until you can advance to a higher speed and eventually get right home. Beautiful, everybody. Tua and peace to everyone. Support the Tuti Pod class, which I'm sure everyone knows by now. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. This is the AI moderator. Support with Cash App, question TTM Moon. Whether you're watching it now or whether you're watching on Wednesday, whatever day that you're watching, support. It is easier to critique than to build. It is easier to destroy an airplane than to build one. It is easier to blow up a building than to build one. Come on the side of the building side. It takes more discipline, but the result is positivity. The critique, argumentative side ends in loneliness because you end up just as an individual by yourself, continuously arguing with everybody, not unifying and building like all of the ancient ancestors. There were no individual ancient ancestors. All of them worked as a unified team movement. There's no individual Khoisan person. There's no individual Zulu, ancient Zulu. There's no individual person in Kemet. All the ancient Sumerians, Babylon, everybody, Dogons, all unified. The individualism came when the Greeks introduced it to make you an individual. And none of the ancient people agree with that. That's why there's no culture where people are individuals off to themselves with their own philosophies away from the group. It was always unified thinking, always, before colonization. Keep up the unification. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I'm glad you all appreciated this session. Visionary says it's Matt or not. Nefer Neter Nature J is still here. Sabatuti, you're looking younger every Heru. Tua to you. Big Blunt says Hotep. Minty says mad and lonely. That's right. But Tehuti, you're making it all up. That's right. We don't want to be mad and lonely. We want to be happy and unified. Keep up the good work, everybody. Those who are following, those who are participating, and those who are doing. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Aset, Hajet, Ma'ati. And we say peace and love. For those who missed the class, this beautiful class today was on eczema, no known cause, no solution, the drug diagnosis prescription, palindrome, Psyops cycle. The Kemet and Nitiru were the first two, blank, 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 blank. Modern day doctors give reverence to Kemet and Nitiru by naming the skin condition. Can Tehuti give solutions for eczema? Send in live questions with reciprocity. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Support the 2T Pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. The other topic was race preference of skin disease, asthma. Watch back the class to see how it all tied in. It was a beautiful thing. Hotep, and rest well. May you share your love with everybody that deals with the truth. Peace and love, everyone. Hotep.